The second that recording hit the internet, the comment section exploded. The hate was overwhelming, way worse than anything from before. Gabriella Reed scrolled through the comments until her chest got tight, and she had to sit up just to breathe properly. After taking a few deep breaths, she frowned and said seriously, "Who the hell would put this out there?" Katie Lane sat up too, thinking out loud, "Can't be Instructor Mitchell. If anything happens here, he'd be the first one dragged into it. No way he'd shoot himself in the foot." It was just the team leads, me and Claire, in the office that day. Besides him, the most likely culprit is that Victoria Shaw. Gabriella was seething, jumped out of bed, hands on her waist as she paced the room. That woman's seriously got no shame. Who even does something this dramatic? Samantha stood out from the speculation. What if it wasn't her? If not her, then who? Gabriella clearly didn't buy it. Samantha explained, "You guys just had a falling out. If she's even half as smart as she acts, she wouldn't make a move now. It'd just make her the obvious suspect." "But nobody else has a motive," Gabriella muttered, counting on her fingers. "We barely even know those other 3 instructors." "We need to trace where that audio came from," Katie suggested. Meanwhile, Claire Alton wasn't new to online hate. 2 days of praise, 3 days of bashing, that's just how it went. She thought, who'd she piss off this time? Could it really be Victoria? Serves her right. Victoria Shaw sat in the infirmary, dabbing medicine on her cheek while scrolling through her phone, obviously enjoying the mess. Next to her, Laura Steele stayed quiet, eyes on her screen, not saying a word. "Captain Steele, look at all these comments trashing them. So satisfying, right?" Laura didn't respond, just pocketed her phone. Finish up and get some rest. She was just there to pick up some meds, ran into Victoria and decided to stay for a bit. On the way out, Laura got a call. "Hello." A low voice on the other end said, "It's done. Trust me, there's 0 chance anyone tracks that recording." Laura smirked. "Guess I did you a favor getting rid of your competition, huh?" There was a short pause before Andrew Robertson asked, "So, what do you want in return?" She laughed. "I'm kidding. We've been friends forever. You're helping me too, remember?" She stared out the window. "I just don't get it. What makes her so special?" "You and Claire close?" Andrew asked. Laura lowered her eyes. "Not really, then why go after her?" His tone was more curious than anything. "Just personal stuff," she replied, then quickly changed the topic. "How's the national airline holding up lately?" "Same old. No new relationships?" Andrew clearly wasn't up for small talk anymore. "Got stuff to do. Talk later." Before she could reply, the line went dead. "You're telling me you couldn't trace it?" Late at night, Lucas Dalton showed up at the PR and IT departments himself. His presence made the programmers even more nervous than they already were. Matthew White tried to calm him down. "Mr. Dalton, please. Have a seat, don't stress." Online drama had the whole company working overtime. Claire represented Muno Air, and Muno Air was tied directly to Muno International. Every bit of this fallout affected the entire chain. Lucas Dalton couldn't help but wonder who was pulling strings behind the scenes this time. Why did they always choose Claire Alton as the target? He tugged at his tie in frustration. Dig into it. I don't buy that there's no trace at all. The IT department had a day off, but the manager called everyone back in the middle of the night. Hundreds of people were now scrambling to trace that audio clip posted on Weibo. 2 hours later, the developers all shook their heads. Nope, can't track it. Weird. How could someone's IP totally vanish like that? What did Weibo say? The PR director looked down, uneasy. They said the system glitched tonight, couldn't get anything. Matthew White frowned. Really? System just happens to glitch now? Clearly, someone paid them enough to keep quiet. Whoever it was had serious pull to get everyone lined up against Dalton Airlines. 2:30 a.m., Lucas stood up. Call for a meeting. Matthew responded, "Got it." The uproar online was snowballing, way faster than before. Some people had already stormed over to Dalton Aviation, shouting that Lucas was blind to have a two-faced girlfriend like Claire, and if this kept up, it'd be the passengers who'd pay the price. Accusations like that could crush any company. Media outlets started digging into Claire's whereabouts, tracking her down to the training squad and camping out by the gate before dawn. Because of the mess, Instructor Mitchell paused all training for the day. He summoned the few people who were in his office yesterday, his expression dark and stern. "You all heard about the recorded audio online, right?" Claire stayed calm as ever. Victoria Shaw glanced over with a little smirk. "Heard it, instructor. What about it?" She wasn't even trying to hide the smug look. Gabriella Reed clenched her fists. If this hadn't already blown up, she'd have slapped that smirk off Victoria's face. Bam! Instructor Mitchell slammed the table. He was furious now. "Can't believe someone would stoop that low. Sabotaging your own team?" Laura Steele sat still, indifferent, like none of this had anything to do with her. Mitchell let his gaze sweep across everyone's face, searching for a crack, but no one stood out. Victoria seemed the most likely, but Mitchell knew her. She didn't have the smarts, the means, or the network. What about Peter and Trevor? But they barely even knew Claire, and Peter had even helped her with that rescue mission before. That just left Laura. But Laura had always kept her head down, never argued with anyone, especially not Claire. She had no obvious motive at all. So who was it? Mitchell was getting a headache. Calls were coming in non-stop, from Dalton Aviation, from Civil Aviation, even from National HQ. When the higher-ups hung up, they reminded him he had to find out where that recording came from. But how? "You all can go now. Claire, stay behind." The rest left without hesitation. He motioned for her to sit and softened his tone. "Just a casual question, Captain Alton. Don't take it the wrong way. Do you have any idea who might have done this? Or have you had any personal issues with anyone here lately?" Instructor Mitchell started with an explanation because his question did come off like Claire Alton was always in the middle of some drama. Thankfully, Claire wasn't the kind to overreact. She shook her head and said, "So far, I've only met a few folks from Captain Warren's team. We didn't really talk much, so there's definitely no conflict." Mitchell figured as much. That's why this whole thing didn't make any sense to him. Still, he was convinced someone from the team was stirring up trouble, especially with tensions running high lately. These young punks always messing things up for him. All right, no worries, Captain Alton. Just take a breather for now. Mr. Dalton will stop by later to pick you up." "He's coming?" Claire looked surprised. She didn't even need to ask. This had to be tied to Muno International again. He'd be running around fixing this mess. Why bother coming himself? After leaving Mitchell's office, Claire called Lucas Dalton. "Hey." His voice sounded a bit worn out. "I'm almost there. Hang tight. I'll bring you home." "You don't have to. Work's crazy right now, and with all the buzz, the media's probably camped out at Muno's front door." Claire was used to this kind of mess by now. She could pretty much guess how things would go. Lucas, too, was unfazed. "It's fine. These things blow over quickly, as long as it doesn't get to you." "It won't," Claire said softly, lowering her gaze to hide the chill in her tone. The past scandals had annoyed her, sure, but they never really shook her. This time, though, it felt different. It was like people weren't just aiming at her. They were going after her relationship with Lucas, like they couldn't stand the sight of them together. Worst of all, it felt like there was a subtle threat to Muno's foundation. That part really had her worried. Still, she understood there wasn't much she could do. She couldn't help Lucas in this, so all she could do was listen and cooperate. Lucas came in through the back entrance, using a car he didn't normally drive, so no one noticed him. Claire quickly got in, but just after she entered, Laura Steele, standing near the dorm window, dialed a number and rattled off a license plate. "Claire's in that car, leaving through the back exit of the training base." She hung up the phone, smiling faintly as the car turned and pulled away. "Captain Steele?" One of her squad members came over. Laura dropped her smile. "Yeah?" The young pilot holding a water bottle pulled up a chair. "So who do you think's behind this whole mess? How's that got anything to do with us?" Laura leaned against the window ledge. "We're here to train and rest when we can." "Man, your attitude is something else, Captain. Respect. While everyone's busy gossiping, you're just chill. If I had your mindset, my flying would be way better by now. Ha ha." Laura gave a short laugh, but didn't say anything. She just wanted to see if Claire really had what it took to stand beside Lucas Dalton. She needed to know what it was about Claire that made her worthy. Every time the past crept into her mind, a sting of regret followed. She used to only be into older, more mature guys, the kind who could take the lead and guide her forward. Younger, more naive ones, total no-go. But look how things turned out. In just a few years, Lucas Dalton became this completely different person. When he'd just come back and joined the training team, Laura Steele could barely believe that the cold-faced man in the news was the same cheerful, sunny boy she used to know. His whole vibe had changed. It was like he wasn't even the same person anymore. Lying on her bed, all she could think about was his face. The craziest part? She was seriously trying to figure out how to win over someone she never used to like. She'd never said it out loud or shown it on her face, but deep down, she was proud. Very proud. Those who once liked her shouldn't just switch it up and fall for someone else, right? And Claire Alton being a pilot too? Could that be part of it? A glint of clarity flashed across Laura's eyes. It finally clicked. That strange sense of familiarity she felt back when she saw Claire in the rubble wasn't about her face. It was that stubborn streak of kindness, that quiet strength. It reminded her of her younger self. There was a time when she really believed the world could be gentle. But after all these years, life had taught her better. Thinking of this, Laura let out a soft laugh. "Why do you keep staring at me?" In the car. Ever since they got in, Lucas Dalton hadn't taken his eyes off her. "I'm checking if you're okay," he said. "I am." "You're not." Lucas frowned. "You don't even realize it. Before, stuff like this didn't faze you. But now, there's something different in your eyes. What are you afraid of?" "Afraid?" Claire bit her lip, stayed quiet for a moment, then sighed heavily. "I just feel like there's something off about all this, like someone's deliberately coming for us." Lucas looked down. Then he looked back up and pulled her into his arms. "Don't let it get to you. Whatever they say out there, it won't change anything between us. Let them talk. But you." Before she could finish, the car jolted to a sudden stop, flinging Claire forward. Lucas caught her just in time. Before he could ask, Matthew White in the passenger seat quickly said, "Mr. Dalton, there are reporters outside." Reporters? Lucas had specifically taken a different car. No way they should have known. How the hell did they find them? Matthew looked ready to lose it. "Want me to go deal with them?" Lucas already had zero patience for the kind of fake news the media liked to spin, especially when it kept involving Claire. This was pushing it. Now they'd even blocked their car? He tilted his head, lit a cigarette. Outside, the reporters swarmed the car, pressing their faces to the windows, trying to get a shot inside. Lucas slowly rolled down the window. The second his face showed up, questions came flying in non-stop, all targeted at him and Claire. Brutally invasive stuff, one after another. Lucas blocked Claire from view with his body. They couldn't get a full shot of her. In the chaos, his voice cut through sharp as a knife. "If any of you block the road or keep asking dumb questions with no boundaries, don't blame me if you don't make it home in one piece." Boom. The noise died instantly. Then Lucas leaned back. "Don't let me catch you around again." "Drive." Just that one word, and the reporters instantly shut up. The driver stepped on the gas and got them out of there fast. Matthew patted his chest with a worried look. "Mr. Dalton, you think those reporters will twist what you said into a threat?" "I didn't threaten them," Lucas said flatly, tossing out his cigarette stub. "I gave them a heads up." Meaning, if they didn't listen, he'd follow through without hesitation. Matthew knew Lucas too well. He rarely flew off the handle, but when he did, it was serious. Over at Muhu Wanxiang, Benjamin stood in the living room with arms crossed, facing the woman lounging on the couch. "You know what they say, train your troops for 1,000 days for the one battle," he said. "Mr. Dalton didn't support you all this time for nothing. Now it's time to return the favor." Then he leaned in with a grin. "Lily, come on." The second Lily heard that tone, she rolled her eyes hard. Every time Benjamin called her Lily like that, it made her feel like some country girl from a retro drama. That name was seriously cringe. "Come on, use your network, dig something up," Benjamin pressed. "You and Mr. Dalton have better access than I do," she replied lazily. He waved that off. "Yeah, but we go by the book. What you used to do, not so much, so naturally you've got tricks we don't." She tilted her head. "Not so much?" Benjamin scrambled. "I mean, unconventional methods. Not saying you're shady or anything." Lily didn't bother arguing. Truth was, the situation did seem more complicated than usual. Mr. Dalton and Claire had always treated her well. She couldn't just stand by. When she got up and headed upstairs, Benjamin lit up and rushed after her. "Lily, what's your plan?" She ignored him, opened her laptop, and got to work. All he saw were fast chats popping up with people he couldn't make sense of. As a lawyer, not being able to understand those messages kinda hurt his ego. When she started juggling some crazy-looking programs, Benjamin's eyes lit up. "Wait, what's that?" She replied lazily. "No point telling you. You won't get it." "How do you know I won't? I've seen a thing or two." "You take over, then?" She gestured for him to sit. Benjamin instantly stepped back. Nah, I'm good. This is clearly your thing." He pulled up a chair and stayed behind her, arms crossed, quietly watching her hack away at whatever she was doing. Benjamin muttered to himself. It was all sci-fi level tech to him. Just a bunch of confusing stuff scrolling across the screen. Tsk, he snapped to attention. "What happened?" "It's tricky," Lily said with a small frown. The guy hid his tracks deep. "Deep?" His face twisted. "You mean well hidden, right?" She looked unbothered. "Why split hairs? Okay. She kept working, looked like she was coordinating with some old contacts. After a while, Lily paused, turned slightly, and said seriously, "I don't know what tech he used, but he managed to wipe every trace of his IP and still leave a live presence online. We can definitely track him down, but it'll take time. Needs to be done step by step." Benjamin nodded, still totally lost. Lily gave him a once-over. "So I need you to take care of me for a bit." "Take care of you?" He blinked. 4 hours later, Benjamin Hart, wearing an apron, stood behind Lily and asked, "Want to eat anything else?" Lily hadn't left her chair the entire time. She'd been snacking, sipping drinks, and tapping away non-stop. Benjamin stared at the dense lines of code or whatever running on her screen until his eyes nearly crossed. But Lily, calm as ever. It was definitely hard work. Thinking about that made Benjamin feel like his sacrifices weren't such a big deal. "Any idea how much longer this is going to take?" he asked cautiously. Lily finally responded after a long pause, her voice raspy. "Depends on how many users posted during that time frame. Every click, every refresh, it all leaves traces. We've got to go through it bit by bit." Sounded like a total brain buster. Just hearing about it gave Benjamin a headache. He quickly stepped out, then returned with a large bowl of walnuts. "Here, brain food." Lily glanced at the bowl, completely unfazed. "Pretty sure it's too late for that." "Nah, you've got a quick brain, probably got fast metabolism too, should absorb faster." Benjamin grabbed one and tried to shove it into her mouth. Even in the middle of all that, Lily managed to send a message to a friend. The gist was, "When I get a chance, I'll introduce you to this incredible brain." Reply from the other side. Benjamin blinked. "Lily, you know I can read English, right?" "Yeah." Benjamin's expression turned blank. "So what was that? Ever think of talking behind someone's back when they're not around?" Lily slowly turned to him and asked seriously, "Why should I?" "It's just rude to say stuff like that in front of them," he gritted through his teeth. In a flat tone, Lily replied, "And what if I wanted your brain? Think you could dodge that?" Benjamin. This was a prime example of killer-level psychological pressure. Okay, you win," he muttered, backing off. All night, Lily didn't move once from her spot. Benjamin got sleepy again and again. By early dawn, he stretched and asked, "Don't you have to, use the restroom or something?" Holding it's not great, you know. Out of concern, he tried to check on her. Lily shook her head. "Just because your peripheral vision sucks doesn't mean everyone's does." "Peripheral vision?" Benjamin paused, took a breath, and corrected her. "That's called a bladder." "Oh," Lily replied, clearly uninterested. Benjamin pressed, "Come on, just take a quick bathroom break. It won't derail anything." "Nope. You're being ridiculous." "I don't have the urge. What would I do in there? Stare at the sink?" Benjamin stared at her in disbelief. "And all that water you drank tonight, it just magically evaporated? Are assassins built different or something?" Lily narrowed her eyes slightly. A few seconds later, she gave a small nod. "Yeah, we have 2 peripheral visions." Benjamin corrected her again. "You mean 2 bladders." Lily nodded obediently. "Right, 2 bladders." He squinted, eyeing her lower stomach like he was searching for a secret compartment, and asked seriously, "You for real?" Lily kept typing, didn't even lift her head. Also, we have a unique skill. That piqued his interest. Benjamin perked up and leaned in, completely forgetting his sleepiness. What kind of skill? After a few clacks on the keyboard, Lily shot him a side glance. We attract idiots like a magnet. Benjamin Hart. Benjamin zoned out for a second. Wait, what did you just say? To his surprise, Lily didn't even try to deny it. She answered honestly, you heard me right the first time. Huh? Benjamin leaned an elbow on the table and put the other hand on his hip. Lily, you've seriously become ruder lately. Since when did you start cussing? If someone else heard that, they'd think I raised you wrong. Lily kept tapping away at her keyboard. Oh, you mean how you taught me to break laws and... Before she could finish the sentence, Benjamin slapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide. You can't just say stuff like that. Lily's eyes dropped to his hand, staring intently. Benjamin instantly felt a chill shoot up his arm and pulled back like he'd touched fire. Okay, carry on. Don't mind me. Now fully awake, he dragged a chair over to sit beside her and absently fiddled with his phone. About 30 minutes passed, and by the 8th sneeze from Benjamin, Lily suddenly asked, So if you find that guy, what exactly do you plan to do? The question snapped Benjamin to attention. He scooted his chair closer with a loud scrape. That's what I wanted to ask you. Lily kept typing. Ask me what? He squinted at her and gave a sly grin. You're the expert when it comes to torturing people, right? Nope. Huh? Benjamin frowned. Aren't you, a hitman? Then maybe you'd know what hit actually means. Benjamin pressed on. That's basically the same thing. You kill people, you must know how to make them talk. Leaning back in her chair, Lily looked drained. My jobs were always clean kills, straight to the point. Torture? Never done it. Benjamin gawked at her. But what if, just hear me out, you come across someone who won't talk? You've got no info, nothing to go off. What then? Lily didn't hesitate. I kill them. But then you lose all the leads. He practically shouted. Well, if I can't get the answer, no one else should either. I'm good with that. Lily's calm was borderline unsettling. Benjamin stared at her like she'd just dropped an alien language. Seriously? She didn't even hesitate? He changed his strategy. All right then, what actually gets under your skin? While quietly cracking her knuckles, Lily looked pensive. Benjamin waited, hopeful, and then Lily spelled it out slowly and clearly. Dealing with idiots. Seriously? Who the hell taught her that word? He just wanted a name. He wouldn't actually beat them up. You could channel your talents a little more productively, Benjamin said, practically tearing his hair out. That's when Lily's tone turned cold. So I kill someone, and you're offering to do the time for me? She stared at him. Speaking of using your talents, aren't you supposed to be a lawyer? But look at your boss and his girlfriend's reputations now. Total mess. Shouldn't you be doing something useful? Honestly, law school was wasted on you. What you really needed was a course in resuscitating lost causes. Benjamin's eyes almost popped out of his head. You know I do already. Not bad, Lily. Benjamin clapped her shoulder like a proud dad discovering his kid just aced a math test. Lily shot a frown at his hand. Get that off me. So I'm disgusting to you now? Benjamin threw his hands up dramatically. Lily dusted off the spot he'd touched like it was contaminated, going back to her work. I heard the old-timers here say stupidity is contagious. I've worked too hard to let a fool mess with my progress. Bang! David had just come by to call them for breakfast, but the moment he stepped in, Benjamin slammed the door and stood outside the study, arms crossed, fuming. Mr. Hart, David called, confused. Benjamin turned around furiously and pointed at the closed door. That woman! Ugh! He was absolutely livid, but again she could kick his butt with one hand tied behind her back. David chuckled, lips twitching. Chill out. Come eat something. She's getting nothing. Let her starve. Benjamin stormed downstairs like a pissed-off kid. At the hotel, Lucas didn't take Claire back to Muhu Wanxiang. Instead, he booked them a room to avoid reporters swarming and stressing her out. As soon as the sky turned light, Lucas got up quietly to join a video meeting. The PR and tech departments had been working non-stop, still hitting dead ends. Even though the original post on Weibo was deleted, that recording had already spread too widely. People had saved it. He'd asked Claire last night about what exactly happened in that audio. Problem was, the voices were from members of the three main squads. Asking them to clear the air now? Yeah, fat chance. Instructor Mitchell had thought the same, so he called in the folks involved that day. Instructor Mitchell. They sat side by side on the couch while the instructor settled across from them. After a long moment of silence, he finally looked up. The audio clip is still blowing up. It's even starting to affect us. The press has been camping outside all day. No matter who started this, what matters now is, can you guys explain what really happened that day? Laura's expression didn't budge. She'd figured this was why she was being called in. As soon as he finished, she was the first to speak up. I can do it. I'll help set the record straight. Victoria opened her mouth, hesitated, clearly not too eager to get involved. Peter nodded. I'm in. Trevor also agreed to help. Then Laura added, but if we all talk, won't people just think we're trying to whitewash it? Could backfire badly. They might say we're covering for each other and bring more heat on the team. She had a point. Instructor Mitchell frowned, clearly stuck. They couldn't find the original posters, and now this plan was shaky at best. As silence hung over the group, Laura said again, at this point, we don't have many options. We're a team. I'm not just going to watch this go south. I'll speak for us. The others can sit this one out. The fewer people dragged into this, the better. You're right. Instructor Mitchell nodded, clearly impressed. You've really grown, Laura. Solid leadership. Laura smiled lightly. You're being too kind, instructor. 10 a.m. Instructor Mitchell let the reporters who had been waiting outside in. He and Laura walked out together and sat right at the front. The moment they did, questions flew from every direction, almost all about that recording. Laura raised her hand slightly to signal everyone to quiet down. Once the room settled, she spoke slowly. About that recording, since I was there when it happened, I think I've got a bit of say in it. Yes, the recording is real. I can confirm that. As soon as she said that, a reporter jumped in. So you're saying those intimidating things Claire Alton said, she really said them? Laura pressed her lips together for a second. Yeah. Click, click, click. Cameras flashed non-stop, capturing every word. She continued, but the recording is edited. It was chopped up. Parts were left out. Claire was arguing with someone who'd had a conflict with one of her teammates. That's the context. She wasn't bullying anyone like people are claiming online. Can you really be trusted? Another reporter shot back. You're her teammate, right? Isn't it possible you're just covering for her? Laura smiled calmly. We're not close. Honestly, I'd only known her for 2 days when it happened. I have no reason to cover for her. I'm just setting the record straight. Next question fired over. So you mean Claire's not actually that sweet and calm in private? Everything we believed was just fake? Each question was sharper than the last. Unfazed, Laura said, I'm not here to comment on her personality. I was there, and I'm just clarifying what was said in the recording. Another reporter kept pushing. Why are you avoiding the real issue? Are you scared of Lucas Dalton and the power behind Muno International? Did they offer you something? If not, why hasn't anyone else come forward? And who's that person Claire fought with? But no matter how the media poked and prodded, Laura ignored the noise. She cleared things up about the audio and ended the interview with, "That's all I have to say." Later, Instructor Mitchell had the media escorted out. He looked her way, a bit worried. "Laura, aren't you scared this might drag you in?" She gave a small smile. "I'm not afraid of the noise." Turns out, Instructor Mitchell's concerns hit the mark. And the worst part? The media twisted Laura's words, editing the footage to make Claire seem even more aggressive. They didn't care what Laura tried to clarify, never planned on reporting the truth either. Now they were speculating whether Laura had been bribed or threatened by Muno International into defending Claire. Sympathy poured in for Laura. People online figured she was just a pawn in all this. Even though the backlash didn't stop, no one blamed Laura. In fact, they thought she had done her best. Back in her room, scrolling through the snowballing chaos, Laura just sat there quietly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She picked up her phone and made a call. "Who's this?" Her lashes trembled slightly. "It's Laura Steele." There was a beat of silence from Lucas Dalton on the other end. "What is it?" This morning I did a media briefing with Instructor Mitchell addressing the recording, but it seems no one's buying it. What's your move now? This gave her a legitimate excuse to call him. Laura looked down, voice calm. I heard Muno International's shares have taken a hit. This won't blow over anytime soon. But there might be a way to fix it. Lucas Dalton let out a low chuckle. So, Captain Steele, got any brilliant ideas? Laura Steele didn't take offense to his laid-back tone. She replied calmly, right now, if we just put some distance between Claire Alton and Muno International, people will probably quiet down. You know how the internet is. They love drama. But once it stops being interesting and they see there's no real scandal, they'll lose interest fast. Someone on the other end whispered, Mr. Dalton, the meeting's starting. Lucas said, I've got something to handle. Then the call ended just like that. Laura sat there quietly, gripping her phone tightly as the silence on the line settled in. Her eyes slowly turned cold and unreadable. I heard what she said, Matthew White spoke quietly. Lucas was already headed down the hall toward the meeting room. Matthew hesitated, then muttered, honestly, sir, it's not a bad plan. Deal with the immediate issue first, and then we can keep looking into it and clear Alton's name. Lucas didn't even glance back as he walked through the meeting room doors. Right before the meeting started, he suddenly said, next time, don't let me hear nonsense like that again. Matthew's heart sank. He quickly lowered his head. At the hotel, Claire Alton took Lucas's warning seriously and hadn't stepped out, staying put. The doorbell rang. Who is it? She called out. She didn't open the door right away, worried the press might be lurking nearby. It's Laura Steele. A minute later, Claire handed Laura a glass of water. Laura was dressed in casual clothes but still looked sharp and put together. Her smile wasn't over the top, just enough to show friendliness. This whole thing has blown up way too much. The fallout's getting serious. Claire's expression was cool, the smile faint. Got some advice, Captain Steele? The team can't train properly anymore. So I was thinking... Laura looked at her. Maybe you could say something publicly? Clear things up? Claire's lips parted slightly, a flicker of something unspoken in her eyes. Me clearing things up? Sounds kind of pointless. Laura replied, not about the recording, just explain that you're not connected to Muno. That'd take away the heat. Right now, you're seen as Muno's lead figure. People who want to take Muno down think taking you down is the way. But if you step back, they'll likely back off too. That way, once things calm down, we get back to training. After time passes, the netizens will just move on. What do you think? Claire blinked a few times. You think that'll work? Laura's smile deepened. Of course, I heard you and your team are pretty close. All the more reason to think long-term right now. Makes sense, Claire said, a little absent-mindedly. Laura kept her gaze on Claire. So when do you plan on telling the public there's no link between you and Muno? When do you think would be best? The sooner the better. The fallout's pretty bad already. Claire looked thoughtful. All right, thanks for stopping by. No need to thank me. We're in this together. We're teammates after all. Laura stood up. I'll head out then. Claire walked with her to the door. Sure, if I get stuck, I might ask for advice. Hope you won't find me annoying. Laura smiled. Not at all. As soon as the door shut, Claire's polite demeanor faded instantly. She picked up her phone and recorded a voice message for Samantha. Sam, I'm seriously starting to question someone. The call came through almost instantly. Samantha jumped in. Who? Something sharp flashed in Claire's eyes. Her lips curled slightly. Laura Steele. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang again. Claire Alton didn't bother asking who it was. Samantha had already texted her on WeChat saying she'd be coming over. When she opened the door, it wasn't just Samantha. Katie Lane was with her too. Both of them had masks on and casual clothes. Once inside, they pulled off their masks and flopped down on the couch. So what's going on? Samantha jumped right in. Why are you suddenly suspicious of her? Claire handed them glasses of water and began to recount the entire conversation she'd just had with Laura Steele, word for word. Katie was the first to frown. Samantha crossed her arms and mulled it over. I mean, it doesn't sound that weird, though? Claire stayed quiet, but Katie shook her head. After what happened that day, and with Laura being the head of the other 3 teams, she should be the one most annoyed at you, right? team loyalty and all that. But instead, she goes to the media and tries to help you clear things up. You saw that press coverage. It may as well have just confirmed the whole mess. Samantha's frown deepened. Katie kept going. Claire's suspicions make total sense. Laura barely even knows you. Why go out of her way to run all this analysis for you? Why care about whether Wood Air International takes a hit from it? Samantha, picture this. If a pilot from National Air got caught up in something, would you be losing sleep over it? Definitely not, Samantha said immediately. Like, why would I? What's it got to do with me? I'm not out here saving strangers for fun. Katie shrugged. Exactly. So what's Laura after? What's the deal? Samantha blinked, clearly trying to catch up. Katie paused, glanced over at Claire, then hesitated before saying slowly, Claire, maybe you should ask Lucas if he knows Laura Steele. Huh? Samantha looked even more confused. How did this suddenly circle back to Lucas Dalton? She couldn't wrap her head around it. It didn't make sense. And it bugged her. She always prided herself on being smart enough to keep up. So how come every single word they were saying made sense on its own, yet nothing added up when all put together? Where exactly had she missed the memo? Claire leaned back in her chair, eyes drifting out the window. Never thought being a pilot would drag me into this much drama. Katie got it. Claire's tone was all tired and overwhelmed. She tried to comfort her. It's not really something that comes with being a pilot. It's just, you're not just Claire anymore. You're the face of Wood Air now. Everyone's watching you, your coworkers, your industry peers, and all those silent or not so silent rivals from Wood Air International. You've got a lot on your plate, so it makes sense you'd be under pressure. Comes with the territory. Claire understood that. Deep down, she really did. Her face was calm and neutral. But what if Lucas really does know Laura Steele? Katie just shrugged. Then things might be heading in a whole different direction, and it might finally point us to the person who's been stirring crap behind the scenes. Claire gave Katie a long look. It made Katie shift uncomfortably on the couch. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Claire just smiled faintly and picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and sent out a message. Then, she went back to chatting with them like nothing happened. Katie took a sip of her water and tilted her head. So you and Laura, have you guys ever talked before this? Claire Alton thought for a moment. We crossed paths a couple of times during the disaster relief, but that was it. Barely even spoke. After that, it's just that time we met together recently. Nothing private beyond that. That just makes it weirder, Katie Lane said, pursing her lips. Samantha tilted her head. How so? Katie shifted slightly. Let me give you an example. Go ahead. Say I get hired at Woodfield Airlines, and I could potentially shake your position, maybe even take over everything you've got now. Wouldn't you see me as competition? Of course. Samantha didn't even hesitate. You'd be a threat. Exactly. So would you really go out of your way to help someone you see as your rival? Samantha was silent. Katie gave a small smile and looked over at Claire. But honestly, I don't think this is just about work. That's when she suggested Claire ask Lucas Dalton if he knew Laura Steele. Because really, what business does someone completely unrelated to Woodfield International have, paying this much attention to a rival company's executive and his girlfriend's career? Doesn't make sense. Not emotionally, not logically. Lucas Dalton had just wrapped up a meeting when he saw Claire's message pop up on WeChat. His brows furrowed instantly. The thing he'd been trying to avoid finally surfaced. He stared at the screen, holding his phone for a long time, but had no idea how to reply. Mr. Dalton, everything okay? Need me to handle anything? Matthew White, who'd noticed the shift in Lucas's expression, asked gently. Back in the office, Lucas rubbed his forehead, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Claire asked if I know Laura Steele. Matthew blinked, adjusting his glasses. How come Captain Alton suddenly brought her up? Considering that Lucas and Laura didn't have anything going on now, Claire's question seemed out of left field. Matthew could read Lucas's mind like a book. After thinking it through, he said, most women do care about stuff like this. Captain Alton may be easygoing, but that doesn't mean her feelings should be overlooked. If she asked, it means she sensed something. You might want to just be honest. Also, better to clear the air now than have her hear rumors later. It'd just spiral. What do you think, sir? Lucas looked dazed. He was stuck wondering what Claire might have found out. Was she mad? And who had said something to her? Or worse, had Laura said something directly to Claire? Lucas cared too much about Claire, so he'd always avoided anything that could upset her, even by accident. "Book me a restaurant," he said finally. Matthew nodded immediately. Right away. Not only did he book a place, he also made sure there'd be fresh flowers and violin music too. That's what a good assistant does. Stays sharp, covers all the angles, and keeps the boss out of trouble. Claire agreed to the dinner. But she kept her emotions in check. Nobody looking at her would have guessed anything was up. Not even Lucas. When she arrived at the restaurant right on time at 7, Lucas couldn't detect any trace of frustration, and neither could Matthew, which felt off. Claire glanced around. "Wait, did you book out the whole place? There's no one else here." "I did," Lucas nodded. Claire raised an eyebrow. "Why go that far?" He answered, "Because I want to give you a serious answer to the question you asked me today." Claire Alton set her chopsticks down, locking eyes with him. "All right, go ahead and talk." Lucas Dalton's voice was low, echoing slightly in the quiet of the dining room. "I did know Laura Steele." There was no visible change in Claire's expression, not a flicker of surprise. She looked calm, almost too calm, but no one could see how her heart clenched from the inside out. Sometimes women's intuition hits scary levels of accuracy. No science can explain it. "We met a long time ago, back then." Lucas paused, clearly trying to get his words right. He was planning on being honest, though he knew that even between lovers, full transparency wasn't always possible. He hesitated. "At that time, I was still pretty immature, not working yet, kind of clueless about relationships." He was laying groundwork, and Claire could tell. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she listened. Lucas blinked. "Wait, are you smiling?" His palms were sweating from nerves, and she was smiling? Claire leaned her hand against her mouth. "Why? I'm not allowed to smile?" "Why are you smiling?" No need to explain. Claire waved her hand, still smiling. "I've already guessed it." "You guessed?" Lucas looked genuinely confused. Claire took a few bites, then put down her fork and gave him that unreadable look that always made Lucas a bit nervous. There are really only two possibilities. It's either she liked you, or you had feelings for her. Lucas felt his chest tighten, like someone had grabbed hold of his heart. He couldn't help but once again admire how sharp she was. Claire went on. "But judging from how awkward you're being, I bet it's the second one. You liked her." He was about to speak, clearly wanting to explain, but Claire lifted a hand to stop him. "Because if it were her who liked you, you wouldn't be this hesitant. You're scared telling me might upset me. You're trying to say you kept it quiet so it wouldn't mess with what we have now. Because it's in the past, right?" Lucas felt like she'd looked straight into his soul. Claire met his gaze and said, slowly and clearly, "Lucas, I'm not mad." That one line hit like an earthquake. "Everyone has a past. You used to like someone. It's fine. Why would I care? It's like how you've never held my past against me, even though I've been married before." She glanced down and chuckled softly. "As long as you two don't have anything going on now and you're not still into her, we're good. Just don't pull a stunt like what Kevin McPherson did. That was gross." "I swear I'm not," Lucas blurted out. "We only talked that one time when we ran into each other, and even then, barely. We haven't had any contact all these years." Claire wasn't naive. From the time they'd spent together, she knew he wasn't holding anything back. Lucas asked hesitantly, "Claire, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" "What made you bring her up all of a sudden?" Claire chewed slowly, swallowed, then said, "She came to see me today, said she wanted to help by analyzing that whole audio thing." Lucas's eyes narrowed, the look in them chilling a bit. And I'm suspicious." Claire dropped her gaze. "I think that recording was her doing." Lucas froze for a second, and right then Claire's phone buzzed. She picked it up, checked the screen, and stared at it for a long while. Still, her face stayed perfectly calm. Like it was no big deal, she casually asked, "Let's say she really did it. What would you do then?" Lucas didn't hesitate. "Let's just do what needs to be done." "You sure?" Zzz. His phone buzzed. It was Benjamin calling. Lucas answered. Benjamin got straight to the point. "Lucas, we traced the person who leaked the recording. It's an IP from Air Nation, and when we tracked it further, we found it had been in contact with a number. One you know. Lucas tensed. Who? Laura Steele. This kind of dig wasn't exactly legal. It relied on Lily's overseas methods, so there'd be no way to use it in court. But for Lucas, just knowing the person behind it was enough. The second those 3 words left Benjamin's mouth, Claire looked up and gave him a knowing smile. Lucas glanced down. Got it. He ended the call and then let out a quiet laugh. A moment passed. Lucas lifted his hand and gave Claire a thumbs up. He was starting to believe that when Claire played the mind game, she was definitely not some ordinary chess piece. Claire gave a small nod and just moved on from the topic. They sat together for a long meal. Once they were done, Lucas drove her home. The next day, Katie and Samantha dropped by. They didn't bring Gabriella along because, well, her temper was a bit too explosive. Last thing they needed was her flying off the handle. Lucas had already left for work, and Claire welcomed the girls to the second-floor balcony. It was warm out in Pingsong Port, perfect for sweet treats and some tea. David brought up the food and drinks, then left them to chat. So Lucas does actually know Laura Steele. Samantha looked stunned. Katie just chuckled. And Katie raised an eyebrow, calm as ever. Claire met her gaze. Yeah, just like you guessed. Huh. Katie gave a small nod, still smiling. Claire said slowly, I think maybe Lucas used to like Laura. She probably turned him down. Now she regrets it and wants in again, so she's trying to mess things up between us. Samantha, who was always the sharp one, sat there looking like a shocked puppy. Wait, who liked who? Who turned who down? She almost choked on her dessert. Katie snapped her fingers. Makes sense. Otherwise, why would she target you out of nowhere? She tried to hurt you? Samantha asked, clearly confused by the whole thing. Claire looked out past the vast landscape stretching behind Lake Mulak peaks, her eyes glinting cold and sharp, so different from before. Some people just weren't made to stay grounded. Sooner or later, something would push them to fly higher, toward the widest sky. After a few days, the buzz started to die down. Instructor Mitchell sent everyone back to regular training. Claire made her way to the training base and went straight to find him. He'd said he needed to talk. But when she stepped into the office, the first person she saw wasn't him. Laura Steele was sitting right on the couch. Instructor Mitchell wasn't there. Their eyes locked for a split second. Claire shut the door behind her, turned with a small smile. Early today, huh, Captain Steele? Laura stood to and reached out a hand. Captain Alton. Claire glanced at it briefly before shaking it. A quick shake, then she let go. Maybe she was just imagining things, but Laura swore Claire's grip had a hint of force, enough to make her hand ache. Laura Steele glanced back at Claire Alton, who had just taken her seat. When it came to looks, Claire was undeniably attractive, the kind of beauty that stood out in every crowd. She had that rare mix, cool elegance at first glance, then this surprisingly warm and gentle vibe once you looked again. The kind of woman most guys probably couldn't say no to. But in Laura's eyes, Lucas Dalton being with Claire wasn't all that complicated. Claire just fit the wife material mold. That thought alone eased Laura's mind quite a bit. After spending time with Claire, she had come to believe that Claire seriously lacked any sense of strategy. Taking her down? Piece of cake. Laura smiled and sat down across from Claire. This whole thing lately must have really messed with your focus in training, huh? If you're not up for it, I can totally talk to Instructor Mitchell for you. A few more days' break won't hurt. Hearing Laura's so-called concern, Claire looked up. Her usually gentle gaze had lost its friendliness. Thanks, Captain Steele, but really I'm fine. My fiancé and I don't pay attention to that kind of gossip. Laura leaned in a bit, keeping it casual. Sounds like you and your fiancé are really close. Even someone as non-confrontational as Claire wasn't blind to how pointed that comment was. She shifted slightly, resting against the armrest of the chair, a faint shift in her usual soft smile. Captain Steele seems really invested in my relationship with my fiancé. Laura's expression froze for a split second. No, I just meant we're teammates. I was just saying I admire you. Admire? What exactly? Claire asked like it was no big deal. You've got everything going for you. Surely you've got tons of admirers. Not every guy counts as a real admirer. Gotta be someone you actually have a connection with, right? Laura gave a breezy laugh, like they were just two pals chatting. Claire smiled back, just as warm as before. So what type do you go for? Me? Laura looked genuinely surprised by the question. After thinking a moment, she answered, someone dependable, you know? At least someone with a real career and some accountability. Claire's smile cooled a few degrees. I heard someone mention that you trained in Pingsong port when you were younger. Yeah. Laura didn't bother hiding it, though I left for a while later on. Just as the topic was gaining weight, Laura steered it elsewhere. By the way, about that idea I mentioned to you earlier, have you given it any more thought? She was referring to her suggestion that Claire publicly clarify she had nothing to do with Lucas or Muno International. Claire, completely unfazed, replied, I have, but my fiancé's not really on board with it. He thinks gossip like this isn't even worth addressing. We both agree that strangers' opinions have nothing to do with our life, so it's really not affecting us. The whole time she spoke, Claire steadily watched Laura's expression. She caught it, that flicker in Laura's eyes, her eyelids tightening. It was subtle, but there. Tension, annoyance, maybe even a tiny bit of hurt. Claire had always been sharp. Nothing got past her, not even the tiniest twitch in someone's face. Laura's smile was already starting to look a little forced. Hey, you both got here early? Instructor Mitchell pushed the door open just then. Seeing them both, he waved them over. The two women stood and made their way toward his desk, one behind the other. Instructor Mitchell noticed that Claire Alton's posture had changed lately. She used to sit up rigid and proper, always by the book. Now, though, she leaned back against the armrest, legs crossed, giving off a calm confidence. It was the kind of presence that carried authority. Right next to her, Laura Steele had her head slightly bowed, lost in thought. Instructor Mitchell cleared his throat, breaking the silence. I know all the recent stuff has been a bit distracting. Totally understandable, but things seem to be settling down now. So, settling down? Laura suddenly looked up. Right after speaking, she seemed to realize her tone was a bit too sharp and quickly added, I mean, that's great. If everything's calmed down, that means we can focus back on training. Instructor Mitchell gave a small nod. Claire, on the other hand, shot Laura a look, one that had more meaning behind it than words could say. Instructor Mitchell caught it. He lowered his gaze, eyes darting slightly. If those two were really butting heads, well, he'd rather not get caught in the middle. Better to play dumb. Ahem. He sat up a bit straighter. Anyway, back to the point. We've lost some training time, so we'll be ramping up the intensity. Also, Central Command sent down some feedback. As they say, every team needs someone to steer the ship, right? Laura straightened up, her instincts already telling her this wasn't going to be good news. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Instructor Mitchell confirmed her fears. Once this training cycle ends, we'll be selecting a new official team leader and deputy. A soft laugh drifted across the room. Laura's heart skipped a beat. She glanced left, straight at Claire. Claire looked completely unfazed. She just turned to Instructor Mitchell and said, Got it. If there's nothing else, I'll head out and talk to my team. Sure, go ahead. They both watched Claire leave. Then Instructor Mitchell frowned a little and asked Laura, Did you talk to her about anything? Laura didn't respond. After a pause, she asked, So this leader selection thing, is Central picking them, or is it a team vote, or are the instructors the ones deciding? Instructor Mitchell shook his head. I don't know yet. Central just sent the announcement over. I still need to give everyone a heads up. Though this team setup was temporary, the news still rattled Laura a bit. If someone else got picked, what did that mean for her future in the group? Would people start questioning if she was even capable? Her mood plummeted. She stood up. Okay, got it. Watching her stomp off with clear frustration, Instructor Mitchell opened his mouth to call out, then hesitated. In the end, he just let out a tired sigh. What did Instructor Mitchell say? The dining hall was full, everyone already halfway through their meals. Claire had just arrived and sat down when Samantha leaned over and asked. Claire split apart her disposable chopsticks. Said we'll be voting for a new team lead after training wraps. What? A vote? Gabriella Reed scooted closer, clearly curious. Like a competition? No idea, Claire replied, not sounding the least bit interested. But deep down, she realized that staying indifferent might not be the best choice anymore. Lucas Dalton was exceptional. It made sense that other women would be drawn to him, especially since, back in the day, he even had a thing for Laura Steele. A faint sense of unease crept into Claire's chest. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Samantha nudged her arm. Pulled from her daze, Claire Alton put down her chopsticks and looked seriously at the three women next to her. "Let me ask you something." The trio immediately quieted down, eyes fixed on her, waiting. "Do I seem like someone easy to push around?" All three instinctively leaned back a bit, clearly needing a little distance to get a good look at her. About 10 seconds in, Katie Lane was the first to respond, nodding slightly. "You do look like a nice person." Then Gabriella Reed chimed in. "Yeah, honestly, when I first met you, I only dared to go toe-to-toe with you because you seemed super approachable. Not scary at all." Samantha, arms crossed, added, "Been friends too long, hard for me to say now. But I do remember thinking you looked like a soft little lamb back when I first saw you at the office." All three responses were more or less the same. Claire just didn't give off a tough girl vibe. Claire started to get it. No wonder Kevin McPherson, Olivia Brooks, and Isabella Ross had all tried to mess with her in turn. It's probably this face of hers, makes people think she's a pushover. Whatever she suddenly thought of, she pushed her plate away. "I'm done eating. You guys go ahead. Meet me at the training field when you're finished." As she walked out, holding her phone, Gabriella stared at the pristine chopsticks Claire had just snapped open. Did she even eat anything? The other two shook their heads. "Hello, Claire?" Sophia McPherson sounded surprised. "What's up? You're actually calling me?" They usually just texted or chatted in the girls' group. Claire said, "You free this afternoon?" "Yeah," Sophia replied. "Lucas hasn't scheduled any flights for me and Emily lately, probably waiting for you to be done with training. I'll swing by and get you after." Sophia blinked. "Wait, pick me up?" "Yup, gotta go train now. Talk later." Claire hung up before she could say more. Sophia was getting her nails done with Emily. Emily asked, "What'd my sister-in-law want?" "No clue, just said she's picking me up later." Sophia looked confused. When they finished their nails, it was already after 3. Emily said, "I'm heading home first. You wait for her." "Okay." Sophia shot Claire her location pin. About 30 minutes later, a car pulled up outside the nail salon. Sophia blinked a few times, momentarily stunned to see Claire pulling up in a Rolls-Royce. "Get in," Claire said, rolling down the window. Sophia quickly hopped in, buckled her seatbelt, and took a deep breath. "Sue, what's going on?" This was the first time she'd seen Claire this serious. It was low-key intimidating. While they were waiting at a red light, Claire rested one hand on the steering wheel. "You've got style, right?" Sophia blinked again. I guess. Help me change my look." It wasn't until they'd been driving a while that Sophia processed what she'd just heard. Wait, what? You want me to give you a makeover?" 15 minutes later, after hearing Claire explain everything, Sophia slapped her thigh. "Damn, what's that woman think she's doing, trying to swoop in on Lucas again?" Claire said, "Don't panic. I just want to ask you for a favor. Are you free now?" Sophia flipped her hair back. "Super free. Let's go to Mingdu Styling Studio. No time to waste." The Rolls-Royce roared down the street. Mingdu Styling Studio. Claire got shoved into a chair by Sophia, who, as some ultra VIP here, even had the manager personally greeting her. With arms crossed, Sophia stood behind Claire, staring into the giant mirror. Then with a decisive wave, she said, "Start with her hair. Total makeover." The stylist didn't even hesitate and followed her lead completely. Claire closed her eyes, looking like she was ready to just go for it. Sophia gently patted her shoulder. "Relax, sis. I'd never let you lose to that old hag." Claire laughed. "She's not even that old. No need to call her that. When it comes to rivals, being nice is a big no-no. Got it?" Half an hour later, the makeup artist showed up. Sophia had already picked out a look. "Okay, let's make my girl shine." After layers of foundation, contouring, shadow, and whatever else, Claire hadn't even had a chance to see her reflection before Sophia dragged her upstairs. "Time to pick out an outfit." Sophia started explaining like a pro. To have that boss lady vibe, you've got 2 routes. 1, go full-on sexy and glamorous. 2, icy cold and keep people away type. You looked badass before with leather jackets and boots, but people still thought they could mess with you. You know where the issue is?" Claire shook her head. "That's why I asked for your help. I've got no clue." Sophia pushed her into a couch upstairs and sat across from her, suddenly very serious. "It's that face of yours, that's the problem." "Huh?" Claire blinked, confused. Sophia pointed at her face. "This face plus your smile and the way you talk, even a random stray dog would feel safe with you. You don't give off any intimidating vibes, like zero. You need to work on your expression. Ever wonder why some people just look approachable and others seem hard to get close to?" Claire finally got it. "But that's not something you can just fake, right?" Sophia shrugged. "Exactly. But that's why you came to me, isn't it? We're faking it just enough to scare off your enemy. What's a little acting if it works?" Lucas knew Claire was with Sophia after training, but he didn't push her to come home yet. He just waited quietly. "Mr. Dalton, about Laura Steele, do you have a plan?" Matthew finally asked after catching another look from Benjamin. Lucas didn't look up. "Yeah, but I need to know if Claire's willing to go all in. Raising a fuss might attract more unwanted attention, and I've got a feeling she's pretty over all that." Benjamin slapped his thigh. "Told you. Anyone dating you is bound to run into trouble. Claire's too soft. No way she can keep this up forever. 1 or 2 times is fine, but this many, I'd be fed up too." Just then, the front door opened from outside. All 4 people in the living room, including David, looked over in sync and froze. David squinted, then quickly walked to the entrance. "Miss, may I ask who you are? This is a private residence. How did you get in?" Claire stood there in a long wavy hairstyle, tight winter dress hugging her figure, high heels clicking lightly on the floor, draped in a white coat. Claire's whole look was like night and day compared to before, especially her new hairstyle, which totally changed up her vibe. She looked a lot more fierce and bold now. No wonder David didn't recognize her at first glance. It wasn't until Lucas took a second look that he stood up, sounding unsure. "Claire?" Claire set her bag down. "What's going on here?" Benjamin blinked a few times and sized her up from head to toe. "Wait, seriously? Claire?" Just then, someone popped up behind Claire. Sophia had her hands behind her back, grinning like a kid. "So? What do you think of my design?" Lucas walked over and pulled Claire into the living room. The way he looked at her, amazed and a little stunned, he didn't even try to hide it. Claire felt a little nervous. "Do I look weird or something?" "You look amazing," Lucas said quickly. "Really, really beautiful. Then why do you look like that?" "I'm just surprised, that's all. Why the sudden change?" Heading toward the bathroom, Claire replied, "I just felt like the old me was too boring. Wanted to switch things up." In the mirror, her lowered eyes and lazy tone made her look and sound almost like a completely different woman to Lucas. Even after dinner, after Claire had taken her makeup off and changed into pajamas, Lucas was still staring at her from the desk. He hadn't even changed clothes. He was leaning back in the chair, holding a half-smoked cigarette, the soft lamp lighting up his side profile. It gave him this calm, quiet vibe. Claire sat on the edge of the bed. "Can you not look at me like that?" Lucas flicked off some ash. "Aren't you going to sleep?" she asked. He took a drag, straightened up a bit, and said seriously, "You sure this is just about wanting a new look?" He wasn't trying to be dramatic, it's just that her change really was huge. She used to be soft and gentle. Now, she gave off this cool, intimidating aura. Especially when she spoke in a lower tone, she totally had that boss lady energy. When they finally turned off the lights, Claire looked over and asked again, "Why aren't you in bed yet?" Lucas stubbed out the cigarette. After a long pause, he said quietly, "Looking at you now, kind of feels like I'm with someone else." Claire froze. Then she pushed herself off the bed, walked over, and straddled his lap. The move knocked the breath out of him. His eyes darkened. Wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her forehead against his, she spoke softly, like she was coaxing him. "Lucas, do you not like me anymore?" Lucas instantly wrapped an arm around her waist. "Don't talk nonsense. I just wasn't used to it at first, but I'm used to it now." Right after saying that, he stood up with her still in his arms. He paused by the light switch and told her, "Turn it off." Claire reached out to switch off the light. They fell onto the bed right after. That night nearly killed her. She had no idea Lucas could be this relentless. The next morning, when she woke up and saw him walking out of the shower, she called, "Lucas Dalton." He leaned down, kissed the corner of her mouth, and smiled, voice soft and warm. What's up?" "Looks like you're into this kind of thing too," Claire Alton teased as she lightly pinched his chin, grinning playfully. Lucas Dalton looked a little awkward. "Nah, just when it's you. If you're tired, take a break from training." Claire raised an eyebrow. "What now? Trying to turn me into a lazy bum again?" Lucas shifted his eyes away, silent for a beat, then mumbled, "I just don't feel great about you going out dressed like this." His voice was too soft to catch. "What?" Claire frowned. "Didn't catch that." "Nothing." He brushed it off, not repeating himself. Just as he turned to get changed, his wrist was tugged back. He looked over his shoulder. "Yeah?" Claire pulled him closer. Sitting up, she grabbed her phone and opened the camera. "Let's take a picture." It was the first time she'd ever asked. Lucas wasn't about to say no. But before the shutter clicked, he gently tugged up the neckline of her sleepwear. Claire gave him a sidelong glance, smiling sweetly. A few seconds later, the camera captured the two in an unmistakably affectionate pose. "Send it to me," Lucas said. "Sure." Claire never used to care about flaunting their relationship. But now, Laura Steele had just finished getting ready to hit the training center when a photo popped up on her feed, posted just 5 minutes ago by Claire. They'd added each other on WeChat after that unexpected run-in at the hotel. Laura stared at the photo, Claire and Lucas looking way too close for comfort. Her grip on her phone tightened slightly, fingertips trembling. She'd never once seen Lucas smile like that before. That kind of smile, like someone who's completely drunk on love. A hint of unease crept into her chest. Maybe she'd been wrong all along. Was Claire not just a replacement? No way. Lucas wasn't the type to change his taste so easily. Falling for someone else just like that? Impossible. Frowning, Laura turned, phone at her ear, and walked off to find somewhere quiet. "Man, I swear the news cares more about your love life than you do." Benjamin Hart was hitching a ride in Lucas's car on the way to the office, thumbing through his phone and shaking his head. Lucas was zoning out, replaying all of Claire's changes from last night to this morning in his head. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious. He was just seriously worried something had happened to her. "What news?" Ben held out his phone. "Look, someone just published a piece saying the CEO of Muno Corp had a first love, and his current girlfriend is just a stand-in." Lucas's head snapped up. He snatched the phone right out of Ben's hand. Most of the info in the article was factual, all except the part about the replacement. That was pure crap. His expression darkened. "Which outlet? Send them a lawyer's letter." Ben blinked. "Wait, really? Thought you never gave a damn about gossip like this." "Just do it," Lucas said, voice low and firm. Ben shut up and got on it. Not far away, a car with hazard lights on pulled over to the side of the road, just outside the training base. Claire sat quietly, staring at the article. When she refreshed, it was already gone. Must have been taken down, but those words burned into her mind. Replacement? She suddenly remembered how Lucas had taken such an interest in her right from the start, helped her out for no clear reason. Is this why? Her hands tightened on the steering wheel, jaw set tight. Even though the original news got taken down pretty fast, there were still people who reposted or screenshotted it and threw it up on Weibo. Trouble really doesn't come alone. For real? In the training squad room, Victoria Shaw's facial bruises had just started to fade. Hearing the gossip about Claire Alton, she looked super eager to catch the drama. Luna whispered, "Quit talking about this, they're going to be here soon." Victoria scoffed, "I'm not the one gossiping. It's all over the internet. I mean, come on, she's divorced and somehow scored the president of Woodwild International? Now it makes sense. It's because she's just a stand-in. What a twist. A stand-in acting all high and mighty. Wonder where the original went. Hey, I heard that the true love in that news? Supposedly, it's our very own Laura Steele." "For real?" Someone looked stunned. "No joke. Some netizens who know stuff said back when the Woodwild guy was still in flight school, Laura was there too. Apparently he chased her, but she left." "Watch it. Don't go spreading nonsense. I'm not making it up. It's what people online are saying." Shh, what?" Victoria didn't bother lowering her voice. Bet Claire doesn't even realize she's just someone's substitute. Still acts like she's hot stuff. Hilarious. Hey, Laura's here. Laura Steele walked in right then. Victoria immediately trotted over. Laura, that thing online about Mr. Dalton chasing after you back in the day, is it true? Laura shot her a look and replied coolly, Don't bring that stuff up. I'm just curious. Laura didn't care to whisper either. Whatever happened before, let it stay in the past. We're here to train, not chat about personal drama. Well, that pretty much confirmed it. So it was true. Laura used to be Lucas Dalton's crush. When the civil flight team showed up, the vibe shifted. You could feel the mocking looks aimed their way, especially when Claire Alton walked in. It was like the tension just cranked up a notch. Well, doesn't even realize she's just a backup? Victoria couldn't resist, smiling all fake and smug. Claire paused mid-step but didn't respond. Of course, Victoria didn't stop there. If it was me, I'd be too embarrassed to even show my face. Then Claire turned to her, smiling like nothing was wrong. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Or are you still looking to get smacked again? Smiling while threatening someone. That was classic Claire. No one expected her to come back swinging like this. Victoria choked on her words immediately. Today, Claire had gone for a new look. Soft waves teased up, that stunning face brushed with just the right amount of boldness. Even her glance carried a sharp edge, like a pretty blade cloaked in ice, especially right now. She strolled 2 steps closer until she was standing just in front of Victoria. With the height difference, Claire looked down on her, cool as ever. If I catch you trash-talking me again, my pilot hands might just land another imprint on your half-healed face. Got it? The confidence in her tone left everyone speechless, including Samantha and the rest in the back. Holy crap. What's gotten into her? Victoria was totally thrown off by Claire's sudden chill and dominance, so much that she didn't even respond. Only after Claire walked off with the civil flight team did Victoria finally snap out of it. Claire turned back to the dazed team behind her and said bluntly, If anyone from their team mouths off again, just deal with it however you see fit. No need to hold back. Gabriella swallowed hard and was the first to respond. Got it. Claire came to a stop, slid on her sunglasses as she turned sideways, her gaze skimming past the trio from the other squad in the distance. Her lips moved slightly. Just 2 words, let's train. Mid-training, Laura came over on her own. Claire was busy and didn't even look at her. You seem off today, Captain. Something wrong? Laura's tone had a subtle cheer to it. Nothing much. Claire got up from the ground, taking her time. Just saw a dog. Kinda made me sick. Laura's face twitched for a split second, but she kept it composed. A dog? Don't tell me you're scared of them. Claire tilted her head, the hint of a smirk on her lips. Depends on the breed. For some reason, Laura got this feeling Claire was low-key throwing shade at her. I'm busy, Captain Steele. Gotta get back. All right. Laura watched Claire walk away, irritation bubbling up in her chest. How come she'd never seen Claire lose her cool? Her phone rang, an incoming call. Laura glanced at the number and instantly smiled. Hello? When are you free? Let's grab a quick meal. Her voice softened immediately. Sure, I'm free this afternoon. I'll pick the place. Sounds good. Hanging up, Laura couldn't hide her excitement. Lucas finally reached out to her. That post must have reminded him of her. She always knew Lucas wasn't someone who'd forget a person so easily. The guy was loyal to a fault. Early afternoon. The Civil Aviation Squadron had just finished a tough round of drills and were taking a breather. As they passed by the cafeteria, chatter drifted from inside. Captain Steele never skips shifts. Why'd she leave so early today? Heard Lucas Dalton invited her out for lunch. For real? So the online rumors might actually be true? That she's his first love or something? Every word floated straight into the civil aviation team's ears. Claire, don't listen to that crap. No way it's true. Samantha jumped in first. Gabriella nodded hard. My cousin even said Lucas isn't the playboy type at all. Katie paused, then said thoughtfully, If you're really unsure, Claire, just ask him directly. Don't let this mess get between you two. It's not worth it. Claire didn't respond to any of it. She headed back to her room and checked her phone, only to spot a new post from Laura on her feed. In the photo, Laura was sitting in Lucas's car, the same one Claire had ridden in too many times to count. She'd recognize that interior anywhere. And to top it off, Laura had captioned it, "The world's round, what's meant to be mine will always come back." No matter how composed someone is, this kind of thing was bound to get under their skin. Claire included. Tightening her grip on the phone, she dialed Emily. "Where's your brother having lunch?" Emily sounded confused. "Hang on, I'll check." About 5 minutes later, Emily sent an address her way. "Not totally sure, but it looks like that's the restaurant he booked." Claire memorized it, then turned to Samantha and said, "You take the lead this afternoon. I've got something to handle." As she walked away, Gabriella muttered under her breath, "She kind of looks like she's off to commit a crime or something." Samantha and Katie fell silent. Murder? That's not something Claire Alton could ever imagine herself doing, no matter how furious she got. But being overwhelmed by emotion? Yeah, that was totally happening right now. Driving along, she couldn't even pinpoint what exactly was ticking her off so badly. What was weird, though, she didn't feel that mad at Lucas Dalton. Her foot was nearly flooring the gas pedal, yet the answer to her frustration still didn't show itself. Was it Laura Steele she was pissed at? Probably. Just thinking about what happened made Claire first stew in anger, then she actually chuckled. She thought she'd grown past feeling this way. As the speedometer crept up, traffic lights just seemed to fall in her favor, and somehow, not a single traffic jam the whole way. It wasn't until she pulled up in front of a restaurant and switched off the engine that she finally paused, sitting silently for what felt like forever. She stared at the restaurant door, zoning out, who knows for how long, inside one of the private dining rooms. Laura Steele sat stiffly across from the man, palms slightly sweaty from nerves. Funny how times had changed. There was a time when Lucas Dalton used to be the one all jittery around her. Now, though, Laura knew exactly what she wanted, the version of Lucas as he was now. Composed, successful, totally in control, not the bright-eyed kid he used to be. She always hated people accusing her of reaping what she didn't sow. But honestly, if she hadn't turned him down back then, would he even have turned into the man in front of her today? "So what made you suddenly want to have dinner with me?" Laura's tone stayed pretty neutral, not overly warm. The guy across from her, decked out in a sleek black suit, had broad shoulders, long legs, and a posture that screamed casual indifference. One arm lazily dangling over the armrest, he really didn't look like he was taking this seriously at all. "Mr. Dalton, shall we start serving now?" the restaurant manager asked politely, stepping in. Lucas gave a slight nod. After the man left, he pulled something from his pocket and laid it on the table. "Listen to this first." Listen? Laura instantly recognized the object, a voice recorder. Her pulse spiked as she picked it up and played the recording. Barely 5 seconds in, right after hearing her own voice, she slapped the stop button. And right then, the food arrived. Through the servers weaving in and out, Lucas kept his sharp gaze trained right on her. It was so direct, so cutting, Laura couldn't even look up. Once the dishes were all laid out on the table, the manager and the servers quietly left. Clutching the recorder like it might blow up, Laura struggled to figure out how this even existed. Her chat with Andrew Robertson, how was that recorded? Did Andrew do it? No way. That guy wasn't the kind to throw people under the bus. "This recording," she started to say, voice tight. But one look from Lucas made whatever excuse she had stuck in her throat. His eyes, once icy, now shifted into something bordering on amused condescension, like he was silently teasing her. "Go on, I'm all ears for your little story." Laura thought her heart might actually be skipping beats at this point. Still, she forced herself to say, "I think I'll pass on listening to that. Stuff like this? Seen it too many times? Not gonna explain." Lucas raised his teacup and took a slow sip. "I haven't said anything yet, and you didn't even listen to the whole thing. How do you know it's something you need to explain?" Laura grabbed her own cup and downed the drink in one go, almost like she could wash the nerves away. She said, "Lucas, there's really no need for us to do this." Lucas gave a small nod. "That's why I didn't bring this up in public." Laura Steele frowned. "So why did you ask me to come here? Do you really think I had something to do with that recording?" Lucas Dalton didn't bother arguing with her. He just said, "Your actions have seriously messed with me and my fiance's life. I need an explanation." "Lucas, we've known each other for years. You really see me like that?" Laura tried to look innocent and helpless. Lucas lightly tapped his phone on the table. "I still have Andrew Robertson's number. Do I need to call him myself?" "You." Laura's emotions spiked. Her eyes went red, tears welling up as if she'd just been wronged deeply. She lowered her head, trying hard to keep it together. After a while, she forced a smile. "I thought we were at least still friends. I figured you called me to catch up, talk about old times, maybe see where things stand." That tone, that look, exactly like the Laura from years ago. More specifically, exactly like how she acted when she turned Lucas down back then. Lucas hadn't forgotten that Laura. Not because she was unforgettable, but because he remembered all too well the kind of person he was at the time. Laura thought maybe Lucas would soften a little. Wrong call. She never expected that even with tears ready to fall, Lucas didn't flinch. Not a single word of comfort. So she leaned even harder into that pitiful act, eyes glistening with unshed tears, hoping he'd cave like he used to. But instead, Lucas picked up his phone. "Want to cry for a bit first? I'll go call my fiancée. We can keep talking when you're done." Matthew White, who had been lurking by the door, nearly choked when he caught that line. Legend. Lucas had nerves of steel. Matthew hurried off to the restroom, not wanting to ruin Lucas's serious moment. Laura saw Lucas actually about to head out and suddenly stood up, grabbing his wrist. Lucas reacted fast, trying to pull his arm back, and with their little tussle, Laura ended up bumping right into his right arm. That's when Claire Alton walked up and looked up at the noise, catching the scene perfectly. Her face didn't even twitch. No shock, no anger, nothing. And Laura, from where she stood, saw her clearly. Maybe it was nerves, maybe she was just being petty, but instead of letting go, she doubled down and wrapped her arms around Lucas's waist. Lucas hesitated for a second, thrown off. Laura was sure Claire would be furious and just storm off. But she clearly got Claire's personality wrong. Claire was calm, always was. So no, she didn't walk away. She actually walked over. Slowly, unbothered. Lucas heard her footsteps and instinctively shoved Laura away, turning to look, before he knew it was her. The moment he saw Claire, even though he hadn't done anything wrong, there was a slight flicker of guilt in his eyes. His hand probably pushed harder than he meant to. Bang! Laura stumbled into the door. The impact made her grimace, but Lucas didn't even glance at her. Claire? Any guilt that had flashed across Lucas's face a second ago disappeared. Now he just smiled like nothing had happened. "How did you find this place? Have you eaten yet?" Lucas Dalton walked over to greet her. Claire Alton stepped up the stairs, her eyes never leaving the woman standing by the private room door, holding her shoulder, Laura Steele. Matthew White had just come back from the restroom, and the scene before him nearly gave him a heart attack. What the? Before the well-trained secretary could even react, things got worse in the next second. Not just Matthew, Laura was stunned too. She was a beat too late to cover her face. Claire slapped her. She actually slapped her? Just like that? And she didn't even look the slightest bit rattled, like slapping someone in public was just a casual thing. Claire took another step forward. "Surprised? Shocked I'm the one who hit you?" "You, why would you slap me?" Laura glanced over at the man beside her. That one look nearly made her explode. Lucas was standing there, calmly telling Matthew to get the manager and shut off the surveillance cameras. He was letting her hit her? Laura couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Don't look at him. Stopping me or not, I'd still slap you." Claire stood right in front of her now, radiating nothing but fury. "That first slap, that's for all the sneaky crap you've been pulling while pretending to be some kind of saint." Laura tried to defend herself. But smack! The second slap landed hard. It echoed through the whole hallway, and even Matthew winced. That hit was brutal. And this one, this is for laying your hands on someone who was never yours to touch. Claire's voice was sharp as glass, each word slicing into Laura's pride. Lucas stayed a few steps behind Claire, just watching, completely detached. Laura felt her face burn with shame. Her pride? Crushed. Claire lowered her hand. "I'm not here for explanations. Do what you need to do. Defamation?" She turned back slightly and looked at Matthew. He blinked, then quickly nodded. "Got it. Benjamin can file a suit under that charge. Claire smiled faintly. Tell Benjamin I owe him one. Before leaving, she did look back one final time, pointing at Laura's already swollen cheek. If there's a next time, it won't just be your face. Standing closest, Lucas noticed the redness in Claire's eyes. She'd held back a lot more than just slaps. She walked down the steps. Lucas immediately followed her. Laura leaned against the door, feeling a chill spread through her, inside out. What shook her even more was that Lucas didn't say a word. But why? He used to really like her. How had things flipped so fast? How did another woman now have all his attention? It didn't make sense. Laura clenched her fists. This wasn't the way it was supposed to go. Lucas was the mature, level-headed type. Someone like her matched him. Claire, with all her messy emotions, how could she be the one? Her mind spiraled, everything out of sync. Claire? Lucas caught up and got into the car she had just started. Claire fastened her seatbelt, dead silent, and hit the gas. The sudden speed made Lucas grab onto the handle, his gut twisted with unease. Claire, come on, slow down. Just talk to me. Whatever it is, we can talk. She stared ahead, unflinching, not saying a word, and the speed kept climbing. Behind them, Matthew broke into a cold sweat. Captain Claire can't actually treat a car like it flies, right? Up ahead. Lucas finally yelled out, Claire! Screech! The sound of the sudden brakes was jarring, like it snapped Claire out of her daze. The car pulled over in the middle of the bridge with hazard lights blinking. Both her hands clutched the wheel tightly. Her breathing wasn't shaky, but her heart clearly was. She wasn't spiraling because Lucas met with Laura, not even because of that awkward hug that wasn't really a hug. What threw her off was the sudden realization. She wasn't that scared or surprised about the idea of Lucas being with another woman. But why? Did she trust Lucas that much? Nope. If she really did, she wouldn't be here now. It was more like, deep down, Claire knew she didn't love Lucas as much as she thought. And somehow, part of her always expected guys like Lucas to have skeletons in the closet. Which, to be honest, wasn't a healthy mindset at all. Lost in thought, she didn't even notice Lucas was calling her nonstop. Not until he reached over and turned her face toward him. She snapped back. Huh? Her voice came out hoarse. Lucas's heart clenched. You're mad? Is it because I saw Laura? I swear, I didn't meet her for fun. We were talking about the recording incident. He knew Claire was caught up in emotion, so he didn't push for a reply, just kept going. I didn't go through official channels because Andrew Robertson from Global Air is tangled in this too. I'm not sure what else might be hiding underneath. But Claire wasn't paying attention to any of that. Lucas, do you think I'd ever betray you? His answer came quick, no. Why not? It was a weird question. Lucas paused. No reason. I just believe in you, and in myself. Why are you asking this? Claire didn't respond. Now Lucas looked genuinely shaken. Claire, don't tell me you don't want to marry me anymore. Still nothing. I'm talking to you. Lucas raised his voice in panic. Is there someone else? Given all the weird shifts in Claire the past couple of days, anyone would have felt suspicious. And judging by the way she was acting now, I have to meet Sophia about something. I'll call you later. Claire unlocked the car. Get out first. Lucas stood frozen as her car disappeared down the road, feeling completely thrown. Mr. Lucas's brows furrowed. Reach out to Andrew Robertson through Woodwild International. I want this in the media by tomorrow. Have Benjamin personally handle it. Matthew hesitated for a second. Sir, Andrew works for Global Air. Laura's currently training with the national team under Central Aviation. Doing this means, yeah, he'd be pissing off both sides big time. My hesitation already made Claire upset. Didn't you see that? Lucas's face darkened. Matthew knew he couldn't say a word more. He just nodded and got to work, also texting Benjamin to try calming Mr. Dalton down. After reading Matthew's message, Benjamin sighed. How am I even supposed to talk sense into him? Lily, what's your take? Still chewing on some ribs, Lily didn't even blink. I'm talking to you. Benjamin raised his voice. Lily finally put her food down. If you're scared to offend people, then don't get into a relationship. Benjamin, in the States, a woman like this, done for. No second chances. Benjamin corrected her quietly. No, it's done for sure. You guys always this extreme? Someone does the tiniest thing wrong and it's a death sentence? Benjamin Hart sat there staring at Lily, feeling like they lived in completely different realities. Lily calmly picked up another rib. Death's the easiest way out. One goodbye, and it settles everything. Benjamin blinked a few times, mentally replaying her words. Wait, is that a quote? Who said it? I did. He slapped his palm on the table. Come on, I'm being serious here. What am I supposed to do about this? Should I stop him? Problem was, Lily wasn't one for overthinking. She lived in black and white, strike or don't strike, no gray area. Been here all this time without throwing a punch. Her hands were itching. My advice, stay out of it. Benjamin stared at her face, dead serious and stubborn as ever. Thought long and hard, then finally let it go. Let Lucas do what he wants. Honestly, who hasn't been hot-headed when they were young? Claire Alton stood alone in the open field by First Flight Academy, completely zoned out. The buzz from across the fence pulled her into memories. It all started after she turned 18, learning to fly, joining the national airline as a co-pilot, meeting Kevin McPherson, the divorce, meeting Lucas Dalton. Everything just piled on. And for a second, just a quick moment, she hated this job. The sky outside was getting darker, but the academy lights across the way were slowly flicking on. Claire? The voice hit her nerves like a jolt. It was too familiar. She turned slowly towards the voice. Of course, Kevin McPherson. Like some cosmic joke, there he was, stomping over like she owed him a lifetime of debt. What, got dumped? The first thing out of his mouth, full of bitterness. He just handled that mess with Isabella Ross. His company was on the edge, and now he had to sell off planes to the academy just to stay afloat. And now, here she was. Claire didn't even blink, barely glanced at him. Kevin leaned on a car, starting to spit more poison, but the moment he really looked at her, really saw the tired lines on her face, his mouth froze. You brought this on yourself, you know. Call it karma or whatever. Got tossed aside already, huh? Thought you'd found a fairy tale. He kept talking, but his volume dropped with every word. Under the academy's lights, he bent down a bit to see her face clearly. She looked blank, drained. Not like you, he mumbled. What's going on with you? Claire didn't answer, just stared into the dark field ahead. Kevin looked just as wrecked as she did. He slid down to sit on the ground, forearms resting on his knees, like he just didn't care anymore. Men with money, always the same. And you thought that was love? Wake up. All that exists is long-term deals, not long-term love. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, then offered the pack. You smoke? Claire glanced over, eyes cool and sharp. Kevin's lips twitched. I'm just trying to talk. No need for the frost. Can you shut up? Claire snapped. She was really at her limit. Hearing her talk, Kevin McPherson suddenly let out a laugh. God knows where that petty side of his came from. Come on, tell me what happened. I need a good laugh. Like Claire Alton would actually open up to Kevin about her life, though Kevin had a decent guess. Is this about the news lately? Some stuff about that Laura chick too? At the mention of Laura Steele, Claire gave him a rare glance. Kevin exhaled smoke, eyes on the horizon. Heard of her before, kind of thing that pops up in business talk. Apparently, she only likes people stronger than her. Also, she's tight with the folks running Airlink. All just idle chatter. So tell me straight, did Lucas dump you? His eyes cooled. Didn't I warn you? But no, you just had to. Before she could think, Claire cut him off. I'm starting to wonder if I even know what love is. That one hit pause on Kevin. Ash fell on his pants, not that he noticed. Wait, what did you just say? Don't know if you've ever loved. He was a jerk, sure, but not dumb. You're saying you're not sure if you love Lucas Dalton? Silence from Claire. Kevin didn't speak either. The wind scattered the smoke. After a long beat, his voice came low and rough. Then tell me this. Did you ever love me? Her lashes gave the slightest flutter. Kevin glanced at her, brow creased, like he smelled something unpleasant. When we were together, that wasn't love. You just hated your life back then, wanted a change. You thought throwing yourself into me would fix things, but ever stopped to think it wasn't about me? It was about you trying to make me fit into the life you wanted. That's not love. It took Claire a beat before she looked at him again. So you've loved someone then? Never. Kevin scoffed. I don't love anyone. I only care about myself. Never in a million years did she think Kevin would be the one dropping truth bombs like this. Wasn't he supposed to be the emotionally stunted one? I'm just saying, Lucas not loving you, that's the norm. Him loving you, that'd be some miracle. It's not a big pill to swallow. Men are all the same. What happened to that fire you had when you dealt with me? And now you're folding just because some random girl stirred the pot. He spat on the ground, voice sharp. You really haven't changed. Still the same pitiful version of yourself. Claire frowned, but she didn't argue. Kevin stood, dusted off his pants. We were married once, so let me give you a pro tip. Don't get too hung up on love or whatever. Besides, love's not something you think about. You either feel it or you don't. And you really gotta ask yourself whether you do. Come on, get real. With that, he grabbed his blazer and turned to leave. But after a couple steps, he doubled back, gesturing around. It's wide open here. Don't stick around alone, especially at this hour. Claire watched his back as he walked off, and only then did it hit her, how fast time had flown since her and Kevin's chapter closed. Mr. Dalton, don't overthink it. Pretty sure they just bumped into each other by chance. A car sat parked across from the flight academy. After combing the area for over 2 hours, Lucas Dalton finally spotted Claire Alton's car parked there. But he soon realized there was a man on the other side of the car, and it was Kevin McPherson. Lucas's expression sank. A heavy silence filled the air, so thick even Matthew White felt uneasy sitting beside him. Why was Claire meeting Kevin? Was she thinking about him? Did she still have feelings for him? Then, what did that make Lucas? When footsteps echoed again, Claire was holding the engagement ring Lucas gave her, rubbing it quietly between her fingers. The engraved design on it was intricate. It was something she kissed almost every day. Then a pair of leather shoes came into view. She froze, slowly looking up. Lucas was tall enough to block the light coming from the flight academy behind him. For some reason, Claire's eyes started to sting. The frustration burning inside Lucas vanished the second he saw her tear up. He sighed silently and wrapped her in his arms, gently rubbing her back. I'm sorry, I didn't handle this well, and it ended up hurting you. Claire shook her head against his chest, her choked-up voice tugging hard at his heart. It's my fault. Don't be upset anymore, okay? She reached up and hugged his waist tightly, her tears scorching hot. Why are you crying? Lucas was caught off guard. Claire never cried like this before. Lucas Dalton. Claire looked at the plane just lifting off in the distance, her vision blurred with tears. Let's go home. Lucas let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Okay, let's go home. At Muhu Vientiane, once they were back, Lucas soaked a towel himself to wipe her face. He crouched by the bed while Claire sat still, letting him wipe her down. You're not a kid anymore. Crying like this? Look, anytime you feel something, just tell me. It's always better than bottling it up alone. But she hadn't been alone. Lucas stopped himself before finishing the sentence. Her eyelashes were still sticky with tears. After some thought, she murmured, You won't get mad if I say this? Just say it. Lucas braced himself for the worst. I don't know if I love you. What? He thought he misheard her. Say that again? Claire pressed her lips together and didn't respond. Lucas, trying to make sense of it, echoed, You're saying, you're not sure if you love me? She kept her head down, silent. Lucas let out a breath. He'd been scared she was about to break up. Taking her hand in his, he spoke like he was teaching a toddler how to take their first steps. Not knowing if you're in love? Totally normal. Same for me. At first, I didn't know if it was just a fling or something real. You don't have to know for sure if you love me right now. Just be clear about one thing. Do you want to stay with me long term? That's what matters, got it? He ruffled her hair gently. I accept that some people just aren't naturally good at figuring out feelings. Claire tilted her head slightly. Lucas Dalton, aren't you angry? Why would I be? He looked genuinely confused. Love isn't some static thing. It's happening in real time. Maybe I just started walking faster than you. It's okay. I'll slow down and we'll figure it out together. Claire nodded wordlessly. Take a break. I'll have the kitchen send something up, all right? Okay. Lucas quietly closed the bedroom door behind him as he stepped out. The moment it clicked shut, that gentle, caring look disappeared from his face completely. Matthew White was frozen in place on the second-floor living room, staring blankly as Lucas Dalton stormed past, yanking off his tie in frustration and heading down the stairs with a dark expression. Matthew quickly followed. "What happened, Mr. Dalton?" Lucas didn't respond. He walked straight to the wide balcony, letting the cool night breeze hit his face, trying to calm the storm churning inside him. Claire didn't even know if she loved him. How could he not be mad? Truth was, he was absolutely fuming. But seeing Claire on the verge of tears back there, he couldn't bring it up. Not now. And tonight made something even clearer. Claire wasn't okay emotionally. She didn't seem to know how to deal with how she felt. All she ever did was bottle it up. Like keeping it in had become second nature to her. Lucas took a breath, forcing himself to swallow the frustration. "Find a psychologist," he said, voice low, "and have the kitchen fix something light to eat." Matthew didn't ask anything else. Right away. Upstairs, Claire had just finished washing up. She was about to check her phone for missed calls when the bedroom door creaked open. She looked up, confused, only to see Lucas pushing a large item into the room. "You're planning to box in the bedroom?" she asked, baffled. He moved the equipment to one side and held out a pair of gloves toward her. "No, you are." "Me?" Claire blinked. Lucas stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Claire, do you ever feel like when something happens and you get overwhelmed, you just freeze up? You don't know how to respond or what to feel?" She opened her mouth. You don't have to explain." He slowly slid the gloves onto her hands himself. "Next time you're feeling bad, don't hold it in. Just hit something. Forget about processing or suppressing. Just let it out." Claire raised an eyebrow. "So what? I get mad and punch stuff? Isn't that a bit feral?" "Let it be." Lucas didn't even blink. He walked over to the hanging bag and nodded. "Try it. Throw a few punches." "For real?" Claire asked, doubtful. Lucas nodded. "Go all in. Think of the bag as someone you absolutely can't stand right now. Just swing. Let that anger out." Claire clenched her fist, eyes locking onto the heavy bag. Suddenly, faces started flashing through her mind. All the pent-up stuff in her chest surged up fast, like someone just hit the launch button. Then, ah! Downstairs, Matthew had just taken a bite of dinner when the blood-curdling scream made his chopsticks fall. Alarmed, he bolted upstairs. But he couldn't just barge into the bedroom. He knocked frantically. "Mr. Dalton, are you okay?" Not really. When Matthew rushed in, he found Lucas lying on the floor, one hand clutching his left cheek, completely still. Next to him, Claire was kneeling, panicked, trying to check if he was conscious. What the heck just happened?" Lucas forced himself up. "Hospital. Take me to the hospital." Matthew didn't even hesitate. He scooped Lucas up and dashed out. At the ER, while a doctor worked on Lucas's injuries, he tsked dramatically. "Boxing this late at night, seriously? And you really went for it, huh? Lost a tooth and loosened another." Claire stood nearby, guilt written all over her face. She hadn't expected that one punch to launch the bag back with that much force. After treatment, seeing half of Lucas's face swollen up, she was beside herself. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean." "It's not your fault," Lucas cut her off. "Seriously, I'm just weak. Has nothing to do with you. So stop blaming yourself." Matthew stood in the corner, deadpan. Yep, his boss was gone, head over heels and totally whipped. That punch from Claire Alton? Yeah, it landed hard. Matthew White had worked with Lucas Dalton for years, and not once had he seen the man looking this beat up. Half his usually sharp face was swollen, a tooth had been knocked out, and another one looked ready to give up too. Just seeing him like that made Matthew wince. Claire, on the other hand, looked like she wanted to disappear. She gently helped Lucas out of the hospital and into the car, her hands barely daring to touch him. "Mr. Dalton, I'll have your private doctor wait at home. No need to keep running back to the hospital," Matthew offered. Lucas didn't usually get sick, so his personal doctors had long found other gigs. Now he was leaning back in his seat, eyes closed, trying to rest. "I'm so sorry, Lucas. Really, I didn't mean it," Claire said, her guilt practically spilling out. Lucas cracked an eye open and reached out to mess up her hair with a tired smile. "Didn't think you could hit that hard. Where was this strength when someone actually needed a punch from you?" He wasn't mad, not even a little. All he could think about was, how much must she have held in to pack that much fire into one punch? She'd probably swallowed more frustration than he could imagine. That idea hit him harder than her fist. Looking at her guilty little face so close to his, Lucas said, "If you really feel bad, then you're in charge of taking care of me. Ride to and from work with me?" "Of course." Claire jumped on it without missing a beat. Lucas chuckled, but the moment he did, his expression twisted in pain. "I probably can't show up at the office looking like this, though, right?" From the front seat, Matthew silently handed him a compact mirror. Lucas took one look at his reflection, face all puffed up like a cartoon, and nearly passed out from the shock. Sure, he normally didn't care much about how he looked, but still, he sneaked a glance at Claire. She had her head down, clearly feeling terrible. Lucas forced a smile through the pain and joked, "Kinda works. Looks like I've put on some weight. A bit chubbier, maybe even cuter." Claire glanced up and gave him a look. "Sure, but who gains weight just on one side of their face?" Lucas blinked. "Should I let you punch the other side? For balance?" "Absolutely not." Claire waved her hands quickly. Lucas winced from the motion, passed the mirror back to Matthew, and sighed. "Let's go home." Matthew gave a gentle reminder. "Boss, we've got that important meeting today." Lucas paused, then let out another sigh. "Move it to tomorrow." Next morning, outside the Muno International headquarters, Lucas hesitated in the car, clearly struggling with the idea of stepping out. "Wait," Claire said, remembering her promise. "How about a mask?" Given Lucas's high-profile role in the company, there was no way he could walk in looking like he just came from a boxing match. Matthew also jumped in, pulling out a fresh mask. "Here, Mr. Dalton." Lucas frowned at it like it had personally offended him. Matthew coaxed, "Come on, at this point, it's not about looks, it's about appearances. What if someone snaps a pic? People might start thinking you got jumped by a rival company or something. That wouldn't look good, right?" As he said this, he gently helped Lucas put on the mask like he was dressing a grumpy kid. "Easy." Lucas Dalton winced the second someone brushed his cheek. It clearly still hurt. Okay, sorry." Matthew White quickly apologized. Even with the mask on, anyone could tell Lucas's face was visibly swollen on one side. It was kind of ridiculous. Even the chauffeur couldn't help muttering, "Mr. Dalton, that bruise near your eye. It's really obvious. Looks like someone punched you." "Sunglasses," Matthew suddenly said. "Yeah, let's throw on some shades." Once everything was in place, hat, mask, sunglasses, Lucas looked like he was about to sneak past paparazzi at the airport. "I swear I look like some movie star trying to go incognito," Lucas muttered, adjusting his gear. "Watch your step, sir," Matthew fussed over him, worried the sunglasses would throw off his depth perception and he'd miss a step. At first, none of the employees at Muno International recognized their boss, but once they saw Matthew beside him, it clicked. As the three of them entered the private elevator, gossip started buzzing. "Was that Mr. Dalton?" "Pretty sure." Assistant White was glued to his side. "Why's he all covered up, though?" Their CEO wasn't exactly the flashy type, no pointlessly wearing sunglasses to try and look cool. A mask and shades, though? That was a whole new level. Did he get plastic surgery? Seriously? Why would he need surgery with that face? Yeah, true. Weird, though. Maybe he broke out from stress. Company's been busy lately, someone guessed. That actually sounded plausible and the chatter died down. Inside the elevator, Lucas tugged at his mask to breathe. "Do I look that bad?" He liked to pretend appearances didn't matter, but deep down he cared. "You're totally fine," Matthew quickly assured, nodding way too hard. "But seriously, Mr. Dalton," Matthew leaned in, grimacing, "your gums are swollen." No wonder he was slurring a little. Lucas's face looked like it belonged to two different people, one side gloriously handsome, the other not so much, kind of uncanny. A quiet chuckle broke the silence. Lucas turned his gaze. Claire Alton was trying not to laugh but failing and quickly said, "Babe, I'm so sorry." Lucas blinked. "What did you just call me?" Matthew grinned. "Mr. Dalton, she called you babe." "Not allowed?" Claire batted her eyes. Before Lucas could respond, the elevator dinged. "Mr. Dalton?" "Sir?" A few other assistants had been waiting for their boss as the elevator rose. Lucas straightened up, tightened his grip on Claire's hand, and walked out. Though everyone noticed his unusual getup, no one dared say anything. "Your morning meetings are set," said one assistant. "Everything you need to sign is on your desk." "Sir," another spoke up, "China National's office called last night asking to meet with you." It was late, so I didn't want to bother you. Should I arrange it? China National? Lucas repeated. They said it's Mr. Robertson. Lucas was about to agree, but a sharp throb in his face stopped him. Hold off for now. No way he was going to show up in front of the competition looking like this. Want me to put the meds on for you? Claire Alton asked. Lucas Dalton forced a grin. Sure. Claire bent down slightly as she brought over the antiseptic, but seeing her hunched awkwardly like that, Lucas didn't like it, so he suddenly grabbed her under the arms like picking up a kid and plopped her down on the desk in front of him. She stared blankly at where she was now sitting. Lucas leaned closer. Go ahead. Matthew White, who was helping sort through urgent contracts nearby, pushed up his glasses with a knowing smirk. Eventually, unable to hold back his curiosity, Matthew asked, Captain Claire, are you seriously good in combat? Like, to what extent? If we compare you to Lily, how do you think you'd do? Claire hadn't fought Lily before, so she honestly didn't know, but she did think about it seriously. Not sure about Lily. It's her job, after all. But if you're asking about your regular bodyguards, that pause made both Lucas and Matthew look at her. Claire said calmly, They probably couldn't take me. Lucas blinked. So I should be grateful you didn't come at my face yesterday full force, huh? Claire looked a bit embarrassed. I'd never hit you. Matthew got curious. Captain Claire, where'd you learn this stuff? Self-taught? A relative taught me, she replied, screwing the cap back on the bottle. Boxing coach or something? Matthew asked. Claire took a sip of water and didn't hide anything. I used to be special forces. Cough! Lucas, who was also drinking water, nearly choked. A strong wave of relief washed over him. Thank God Claire wasn't the hot-headed type who'd swing at him when mad. Otherwise he'd be long gone. Then another thought hit him, and he frowned. If you know how to fight, why always hold back? Why not just let your anger out sometimes? I learned it for self-defense, Claire said. Not to hurt people. No wonder. The only 2 times he'd seen her throw a punch were when something serious happened. She never used it to bully anyone. Matthew now genuinely respected her for the restraint she had. If it were anyone else, who knows how many people would have collapsed under that strength. Seeing how straightforward and calm Claire was, Lucas felt like he'd hit the jackpot. He blurted out, Once my face heals, let's get married! Cough, cough, cough! Matthew, carrying a stack of documents, coughed. Mr. Dalton, I should get back to work. Once it was just the 2 of them left, Claire tilted her head and smiled gently. I'm good with that. Lucas reached out and she walked over, taking his hand. What's up? I must be really lucky to have you. He rarely said heartfelt stuff like this. Usually he was the one guiding her, helping her manage her emotions. But Claire suddenly hugged him and said sincerely, Nah, I'm the lucky one. Then next time you're upset, can you please talk to me first? Don't run off on your own. Do you know how scared I'd be if I couldn't find you? Claire was touched, but when she looked directly at his bruised-over face, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lucas. Claire, you... Sorry, I couldn't help it. I'll stop laughing, go on. Lucas Dalton felt his ego take a slight hit. Forget it, I'm done talking. Ah, don't be mad, Claire Alton cooed playfully. Lucas looked up at her. Do I look awful right now? She answered without hesitation. Nope, still handsome as ever. But that answer came off way too fake. Lucas didn't argue. He went back to focusing on work. Guohang Tower. Andrew Robertson wasn't surprised to see another visitor dressed to the nines. Laura Steele took off her sunglasses and mask, her face still a little puffy. Clearly, Claire hadn't gone easy on her yesterday. How the hell did someone get a copy of our phone call? Laura cut straight to the point. Andrew didn't flinch. There's no such thing as a secret. If someone really wanted to dig, they could. But still, it shouldn't have been so easy to find. If that recording leaks, then Most of that call had been her talking. Andrew barely chimed in. If it got out, she could kiss her career goodbye. No way. We have to contain this now. Calm as ever, Andrew said. We can't. Laura's face dropped. What do you mean? We can't. It was just one recording. Embarrassing, yeah, but not unrecoverable. Lucas tracked you down because he wanted this settled. Clearly that didn't happen. His eyes landed on the side of her face. So now, he'll probably take matters into his own hands, and he won't mind going toe-to-toe with Guohang. Laura was starting to panic. He'd really go that far? I don't know the old Lucas, Andrew said plainly, but the version of him I know now, when it comes to his fiancée, he won't back down from anything. That line cut deep. The one thing Laura never wanted to face, Lucas had completely moved on from her. Wasn't your first love supposed to be unforgettable? So why was he treating her like she never existed? Only now did she realize maybe she never really knew Lucas at all. Maybe she'd let a truly amazing guy slip through her fingers. Andrew had known Laura for years, and the second he read the look on her face, he knew. Jealousy had sunk its claws in. Just a word of advice, don't do anything reckless right now. Even after my assistant reached out to him, we've had radio silence from Lucas. It's possible he's holding a grudge against Guohong too. He was still calm, like always. Laura blinked. You too? You're actually worried about Muno International? Finally, Andrew cracked a small smile. Muno's growth lately? They're about to overtake Guohong. And it's all because of Claire Alton. I'm sure you've heard of her? She just never took her seriously. Big mistake, apparently. Turns out Claire wasn't just talk. So what now? Laura asked, clearly rattled. Andrew paused for a second, then said coolly, make peace. Own up to your mistake. Laura shot up from her seat, beyond shocked. You want me to apologize to Claire? If not? Andrew Robertson looked at Laura Steele for a moment and let out a quiet sigh. He spoke plainly. I think you've always had the wrong idea about Lucas Dalton. What kind of wrong idea? You still see him as that inexperienced, straightforward guy. No tricks, no edge. Andrew didn't hold back his words. Laura's brows creased slightly. You think when he sees you, he'll smile like before, go along with you, maybe even do the stuff he once did for you. In your head, you think you still have some kind of hold over him. Noticing her expression darken, Andrew gave a small laugh. Laura, be real. These days, when people talk about Lucas Dalton, they're saying President Dalton. Muno International is serious business now, on par with the national airlines. You've been overestimating yourself. That's why Laura was bound to lose. She took herself way too seriously. Truth is, nobody's beyond replacement. No one. Even people you once cared about deeply, with time, they fade away. That's just how it is. Laura dropped back onto the couch, her heart burning with anger and humiliation every time she remembered those two hard slaps. What right did Claire Alton have to hit her? Who gave her that kind of permission? I'm heading out. Andrew looked at her, turned back, and offered one last piece of advice as an old friend. Sometimes leaving some room isn't about others, it's for your own good. At the door, Laura's steps paused, but she didn't say anything. Andrew shook his head lightly. Yeah, this wasn't over. Knowing Laura, this was going to get messier. Training base. Captain Steele, where'd you go? You? Captain? Laura walked into the dorm with that controlled, blank face. She barely responded to the greetings tossed her way by the other team members, but they all noticed her swollen cheek. They exchanged a look, but tactfully kept their mouths shut. As soon as word got out that she was back, a small group of female team members headed over. Captain Steele? Victoria Shaw knocked and stepped in, the others close behind her. Laura was seated at her desk, head slightly bowed, completely silent. Victoria came closer and frowned the second she saw her face. Captain, what happened to your face? Why is it so swollen? The rest quickly gathered around, asking questions, throwing out suggestions for how to bring the swelling down. Seriously, what happened? Victoria sat beside her, her tone gentle but direct. Did something go down? You can tell us. Laura sniffled suddenly and turned her face away. It's nothing. Yeah, like anyone was going to buy that with how choked her voice sounded. The girls who'd stuck with her through thick and thin all instantly turned serious. Come on, Captain, just tell us. We've always got your back, whatever it is. Yeah, we're here for you. Laura lowered her gaze, eyes narrowing slightly. She reached for a tissue and wiped at the tears that had snuck out. It's really nothing. I mean, to be honest, it makes sense. Claire had every reason to be mad. Claire? The moment she mentioned that name, Victoria caught on fast. Hold up, don't tell me Claire Alton hit you? The others froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Laura pressed a hand to her forehead, looking like she was barely keeping it together. She muttered to herself, Claire hitting me makes sense. Those news articles were enough to piss anyone off. She clearly minds me being around, Mine's Mr. Dalton reaching out to me. So her losing it isn't entirely out of the blue. My fault was pretending I never knew Mr. Dalton in the first place. Seriously? Victoria exploded. Wait, Mr. Dalton reached out to you. She paused. Laura, was it because he wants to get back together with you or something? Laura let out a bitter laugh. No, of course not. He just asked about the news stuff, that's all. I didn't even get the chance to say much before Claire showed up out of nowhere. I guess it's on me. I should have kept more distance. Victoria slammed the table. Claire has some nerve. What, she can't keep a man so she takes it out on you? That's just pathetic. If she's got a problem, go confront Mr. Dalton, not raise a hand against you. The rest of the team nodded along, silently fuming with agreement. Laura let out a long sigh. It's fine, really. My face is already looking better than yesterday. Trust me, it looked even worse then. No need to be mad. Yesterday? Victoria gawked. She hit you yesterday, and you're only saying something about it now? Does she think we're pushovers or something? Let's go. Laura, we're going straight to Instructor Mitchell. Others chimed in. Someone like her doesn't belong in our team. She's stirring up drama all over the place. What on earth does the chairman of Muno International even see in someone like that? Laura gave a helpless smile. She's young and pretty. What can I say? And me, I'm not getting any younger. I really don't want to squabble over stuff like this. Let's just drop it. No way. Victoria already had major beef with Claire. Now this, she was hell-bent on getting Claire into trouble. Does that woman seriously think she's untouchable or something? Dragging Laura along, a few of them headed straight out, dead set on confronting Instructor Mitchell. Just past the lunch break, Instructor Mitchell plopped down behind his desk, still feeling half asleep. Instructor Mitchell! Instructor Mitchell! The door burst open. A bunch of women stormed in, didn't even bother knocking. He almost spilled his water. The moment he saw this group of hot-headed pilots, he felt a headache brewing. They were just too much to handle sometimes. Laura looked awkward, trying to back out. Victoria, you guys, drop it already. I've told you it's nothing serious. Just let it go. Don't trouble Instructor Mitchell for no reason. No way. Victoria tugged her forward again, turning right to Instructor Mitchell. Look at Laura's face for yourself. Squinting, Mitchell observed her carefully. It's swollen? Didn't sleep well? Victoria barked. Not a sleep issue. She got punched. She what? Mitchell put down his cup. What happened? Claire Alton hit her. Victoria's voice rose a few decibels. Instructor, we need you to step in. Claire didn't just hit Laura. This feels like a targeted move against the rest of us too. What is she trying to do? Intimidate the whole team? First fights on base, now ambushing her afterward. This isn't just about some bad attitude. We're talking serious misconduct here. She has to go. Listening to Victoria go off, Instructor Mitchell felt his head throb. Women in drama, he should have become a lawyer instead of a flight instructor. Laura, sit down. He cleared his throat. Is what Victoria said true? Claire really hit you? Laura Steele hesitated for a moment, lips parting like she was about to say something, then paused again. After a long breath and clear struggle, she finally said, Instructor Mitchell, Claire didn't mean to. It was just a heat-of-the-moment thing, not that serious. Laura, seriously? You're still speaking up for Claire? She just slapped you. Aren't you being way too forgiving? Victoria snapped, her face full of disbelief. Laura gently tugged her arm, giving her a look that clearly said, Stop stirring things up. To anyone looking on, that one move screamed silent endurance, and Laura looked exactly like the one being bullied. It tugged at the heartstrings of the people just outside the office, especially their teammates. In no time at all, the group piled into the office. Instructor Mitchell jumped at the sudden influx. What the hell are you all doing? Trevor hesitated, then finally spoke up. Instructor, to be honest, ever since we joined the Civil Aviation Squad, there's never been a moment of peace, and every single issue seems to trace back to the same person, our team leader. He paused and added, Once or twice you can call coincidence, but it's been going on for months. Now there's even conflict with Laura. Isn't that taking it too far? Exactly. Totally. So just because she's got backing, she gets to treat people like crap? Laura is the calmest and kindest person here, and even she got slapped? That says enough about Claire's attitude. How can we trust someone like that to lead any group? There's always drama, and how the heck are we supposed to train like this? Someone piped up, trying to rally the group. You know what? I say we file a formal request to HQ, have the Civil Aviation Squad removed from the training program. Who's with me? Victoria instantly backed it. I'm in. And right behind her, voices joined, one after another. Kick them out of the program. Yeah, get them out. Up front, Laura subtly turned her head, and the corner of her lips curled up ever so slightly. Andrew told her to stay out of it, as if. There was no way she'd let someone hit her without consequences. Claire needed to go down, and hard. Whatever the news said, she didn't care. Because if HQ kicked the Civil Aviation Squad out, the blame would fall squarely on Claire. Laura would be the one left standing, the poor victim. She suddenly lifted her head, let out a fake sigh of frustration. Can you guys stop? Seriously. We're all on the same team, and now we're making a huge scene. What do you think outsiders are going to say? But the more she tried to play peacemaker, the more sympathy she got. Laura, you don't have to hold it in. Your face is still red. Yeah, we've got your back. This isn't just about Laura anymore. This is about all of us. We're a team. Claire came in from somewhere else and started acting like she owns the place. How can we just sit back? Now all three squads were fired up, ready to push the Civil Aviation Squad out. Enough! Instructor Mitchell finally exploded. The room fell into dead silence. All of you, get the hell back to your posts, he barked, pointing at the door. Laura glanced at him from the corner of her eye, her expression wavering. If anyone could shut this down, it was him, and that worried her. Everyone reluctantly filed out, all grumbling under their breath, except for Peter, who looked like he wanted to speak up but stayed quiet the whole time. Outside, Victoria whispered, Instructors not letting us speak up? Fine, we can just write complaint letters and send them to HQ. If we all voice it together, they can't ignore it. Good idea. Let's do it. All of us, let's go. Start writing. In the office, Instructor Mitchell stood there, clearly fuming, his eyes locked on Laura. Why did Claire hit you? He asked, brows furrowed. Laura Steele kept her head down, voice tinged with sadness. Lucas Dalton contacted me that day. I went to meet him, and Claire Alton showed up too. Barely said a word before slapping me twice. Maybe I gave her the wrong idea. You and Lucas, Instructor Mitchell looked at her suspiciously. Laura quickly waved her hands. No, it's not like that, Instructor. Lucas and I, we just knew each other from before. That's it. Just knew each other? His tone cool and pointed. From what I've seen, Claire doesn't blow up like that without a reason. Laura's heart skipped a beat. This was the part she dreaded. Instructor Mitchell digging around. She let out a nervous laugh. To be honest, a while ago, Lucas and I, we had some history. The instructor raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Laura dropped her gaze again. But it's in the past, really. Claire must have misunderstood. She didn't breathe a word about how she'd deliberately hugged Lucas in front of Claire. After all, no one had proof. Even if Claire brought it up later, she could just deny it outright. What could they do? Instructor Mitchell rubbed his temples, clearly exhausted. This is your personal drama. It didn't happen during training, so I can't exactly step in, he said. Laura's brows furrowed briefly before smoothing out again. She gave a calm smile. Others insisted on telling you. I didn't want to make a fuss. You don't have to worry about it. I'll talk to them. Instructor, I should get going. He nodded silently. Watching her walk away, his gaze darkened. Something about Laura rubbed him the wrong way. Too calculating. He'd seen stuff like this before. In big teams, these mind games were nothing new to him. If she really didn't want to stir up trouble, she wouldn't have said anything about the slaps. Even if she had to mention it, she didn't have to bring it to him. What, were her teammates going to drag her over here by force? Ugh, what a mess, he muttered. Is yours done yet? Victoria Shaw walked around with a full page of handwritten notes, checking on each room. Some were still writing, others were just copying from someone else. Luna, did you finish? She asked. Sitting on her bed, Luna looked down. I hurt my hand yesterday. It's still sore. Haven't written anything. Victoria frowned. Then I'll do it for you. Luna quickly stopped her. Don't bother, Victoria. What's that supposed to mean? Victoria snapped. You siding with Claire? Don't want our team gone? Haven't had enough of their crap? Then go join their team. Coward. That hit hard, and a few others tugged at Victoria's sleeve, trying to calm her. Luna, always the soft-spoken one, looked Victoria in the eyes. You ever notice how it's always you starting something? I'm not writing, and here's why. I'm not letting anyone use me to fight their battles. With that, she stood up and walked to the door. Just as she stepped outside, she bumped into Laura coming toward their room. Their eyes met. Laura's gaze flashed cold for a split second. Luna didn't flinch. She passed by calmly, with no hesitation. But to Laura, that look meant something else entirely. She wasn't angry at Luna. All this, in her mind, was Claire's fault. If it weren't for Claire, Luna wouldn't have backed away from supporting her. Instructor Mitchell wouldn't have started second-guessing her. And Lucas wouldn't have stopped looking at her the same way. Laura bit her lip so hard her jaw clenched. The flying goddess, huh? That's what they called Claire? A goddess? Ha! She was going to make sure Claire crashed, hard, from admired to destroyed. Because of Luna's recent attitude, Laura Steele was on edge. Everyone who submitted the complaint, a little slower than the rest, made her wonder if they too had started thinking like Luna. She used to be really popular before. Even as just the acting commander, most people respected her and what she said went unquestioned. She'd been in charge for half a year, and not once had anyone doubted her. That is, until Claire Alton and her civil aviation crew showed up. Since then, it felt like everything started drifting out of her control. The more Laura thought about it, the more it irked her. Still, she had to keep up appearances, so she sighed and said hesitantly, "Maybe you guys should stop writing it? I mean, if they find out, it could blow up into something we really don't need. I don't want everyone getting dragged into another mess." But Victoria Shaw didn't budge. "This needs to blow back on Claire. Captain Steele, let us handle it." "Yeah!" The others chimed in. Seeing that most were still on her side, Laura finally felt a tiny bit relieved. Luna left the dorm by herself and headed to the cafeteria for a quick meal. Before long, someone sat across from her. She glanced up surprised. "What are you doing out here?" "Shh, I snuck out," Sierra Bennett grinned. Luna kept her eyes down, continuing to eat. Sierra grabbed her own tray and leaned in, whispering, "You're acting weird today." Luna was known for being easygoing, pretty much the calmest one on their team. Seeing her act so distant today threw Sierra off. Being teammates for so long and hanging out a lot, Sierra felt something must have happened. Luna gripped her chopsticks tighter, but didn't say a word, just shook her head. "All right, fine, I won't pry." "You done writing it?" Luna asked. Sierra sighed. "Didn't write it. Victoria said she'd do it for me, so I ducked out to find you." Luna took a few more bites, then suddenly paused, looking right at Sierra. "What do you really think of Captain Claire?" Sierra thought for a second. "She's solid, cool-headed, not flashy, definitely competent, and yeah, she's gorgeous." "Why?" Luna couldn't help but replay what she saw yesterday. She'd watched Laura suddenly hug the chairman from Muno International, and then Claire had walked in right after and slapped her. Luna saw the whole thing from the third-floor lounge. Yet now, Laura was conveniently leaving all that out and pushing the blame on Claire, nudging everyone to turn against her. Luna didn't know Laura well anyway. They weren't even in the same unit. If Claire had really been in the wrong, she probably would have backed Laura. But the truth was, Laura twisted everything, using everyone like pawns. Luna might be mild-mannered, but that didn't mean she was naive. Come on, how could a pushover even make it as a pilot? "Do you know something?" Sierra asked carefully. Luna hesitated. "Come on, spill," Sierra said as she set her chopsticks down and glanced around. Once she was sure no one was nearby, she slid into the seat next to Luna. "You can tell me. You know I don't blab." Luna had been thinking it over again and again before finally mustering the courage to speak up about what she saw yesterday. "Yesterday, Voices echoed closer and closer, and soon a group entered the cafeteria. Luna and Sierra turned to look. It was the civil aviation team members. They walked in together, and when they spotted Sierra and Luna, Samantha gave them a polite nod. Honestly, only a few of them had issues. Most of the civil aviation team didn't really hold grudges. "Just the two of you? Want to eat together?" Samantha offered. Luna smiled. "Nah, you guys go ahead. We're pretty much done anyway." "All right." They weren't sitting close, so Sierra urged Luna silently. Luna nervously fidgeted with her fingers, then blurted out, "What Laura said, it's not even true." "What do you mean?" Sierra looked confused. She pinned all the blame on Claire, but actually... Luna bit her lip. Actually, it was her who messed up. Sierra instantly covered Luna's mouth, eyes wide. "You can't just say stuff like that. If anyone hears you, they'll think you've got it out for Laura, and this whole thing will blow up." Luna pushed Sierra's hand away as Reyes, unusually composed. "Well, after this, I kinda don't like her anymore." "Still, you can't say it aloud." Sierra looked grim. "Luna, we're just small fry pilots, but she's seriously well connected. We can't go head on with her. You think everyone's as tough as Claire or Gabriella? We got no one backing us. So we're just supposed to play along? Let her use us like pawns?" Luna's expression turned cold. "I'm not okay with that." Okay, don't do it if you don't want to. Let's just eat and stay out of it. If it doesn't affect us, no need to get involved." Sierra quickly scooped some food into Luna's plate. "Come on, eat up. You eat. I'll go check what those guys are up to." Sierra stood and left. Luna barely touched her food after that. Her mind was a mess. Eventually, she got up and walked out. "You okay?" She passed by Gabriella, who asked casually. Luna blinked, then gave a quick smile. "I'm fine, thanks for asking." "All right." Luna took a few more steps, then suddenly paused. Seeing her turn back, Gabriella met her gaze. "Yeah?" Luna frowned slightly, then said lowly, "You guys might be in for some trouble soon, especially Captain Claire. Word is the training squad's planning to file a joint report to headquarters trying to get her kicked out." With that, she left quickly. The civil aviation captains were frozen, totally baffled. "Fired? They're trying to get us fired, together? What the hell?" Gabriella let out a disbelieving laugh. "Did I hear that right?" Samantha slowly shook her head. "Nope, you heard it right." They definitely heard right. But seriously, what were those people trying to pull now? Claire wasn't around today, so no one knew what was really going on. Samantha immediately stepped aside to call Claire. "Hello?" "Claire," Samantha lowered her voice as she moved to a quiet spot. "Someone from the training team just told us that a few of their squads are getting ready to file a joint complaint to headquarters. They want HQ to kick our team out, especially you. What's going on?" Claire went quiet for a moment on the phone, her voice hoarse as she muttered, "Don't bother with it. Let them do whatever they want." She had a pretty good idea who was stirring up trouble again. Had to be Laura Steele. Just thinking about it made Claire regret not hitting her harder that day. She didn't need to dig for details. She could easily guess what Laura had been feeding those pilots. It was classic Isabella Ross kind of manipulation. After hanging up, Lucas looked over and asked, "Something up?" Claire let out a sigh. "I slapped Laura twice, and now she's gone back to the training team to stir the pot. Apparently, they're thinking about sending a joint complaint to headquarters asking for our team to be disbanded." Lucas frowned, though there was a smirk playing on his lips. He clearly didn't take it seriously. "Let 'em. They can clown all they want." Claire raised an eyebrow. "I'm just wondering, with everything blowing up like this, how are we supposed to keep working together after this? As long as we deal with the root of the problem, the rest doesn't matter." Lucas gave her head a light tap. "You don't need to overthink it. Just fight back, however you want." Claire blinked, a little surprised. "You don't think headquarters will take their side?" "I'm working on a deal with them. Unless they're looking to shoot themselves in the foot, they won't mess with me. And anyway, what legit reason would they have to kick our team? Personality clashes? That doesn't cut it. You think I should head back for a bit?" "No need." Lucas shook his head. "Didn't they say they're submitting complaints? Let them. The worse they blow it up, the harder it'll be for them to back out later." "You almost sound like you're hoping it turns into a circus," Claire said with a helpless smile. Lucas chuckled. "It's a non-issue. Just keep doing what you're doing." He had stuff to work on, so after he left, barely 2 hours passed before Claire, half asleep in his office, got a call from headquarters. "Hello, Claire Alton?" She sat up instantly. "Yes, speaking. Is this Mr. Murphy?" Mr. Murphy sounded cheerful. "That's right. Is there something I can help with, sir?" she asked politely. "Well, something's come up. Are you free to come over for a chat?" Claire had a pretty good idea what this was about. "Sure, I'm on my way now." Great, I'll be waiting. About 30 minutes earlier, Mr. Murphy's assistant had come in, saying the feedback inbox at headquarters had suddenly exploded with nearly 100 emails, and they were all about one person, Claire. Mr. Murphy skimmed through a few of them, then made the call. Once he hung up, the deputy director came rushing in. Mr. Murphy, what's with all these emails from the pilots? It's all written in them, isn't it? They want headquarters to step in and disband Flight Team A. Mr. Murphy chuckled, shaking his head. These kids have clearly had life too easy. So, what do we do now? The deputy rubbed his temples. Still handling paperwork, Mr. Murphy said calmly, Well, since they want to make it a big deal, let's hear them out. I'm curious what kind of basis they think justifies firing a whole team. Honestly, I've heard whispers before, fights between teams, clashes here and there, but I had no clue they'd escalate this to us. Do we have someone lined up to speak for them? Mr. Murphy capped his pen. I'll go make a few calls, said the deputy. Back at the training team, the phone was on speaker when the deputy asked if they had a rep, and Victoria Shaw jumped in instantly, voice clear and confident. We do. Any of the 3 teams can speak on this. Just one representative will do, the deputy replied. We need the rundown on exactly what's going on. The pilots standing around the phone glanced at each other, none of them saying a word. Laura Steele stayed quiet too, clearly not wanting to be the first one to speak up. If someone from headquarters got mad, she didn't want to be the scapegoat. As the silence dragged on, Victoria Shaw suddenly blurted out, I'll do it. One of the deputy directors asked, What's your name? Victoria Shaw. All right, Victoria, he replied. Come to headquarters in a bit. We'll talk about this face to face. Got it. As soon as the call ended, Victoria started rallying her teammates to go together. Most of them agreed to tag along, but just then Laura finally spoke. Maybe we should drop it. If HQ wants to keep the peace, we might end up pissing them off. Keep the peace? Victoria scoffed. We've got a whole group of people demanding to kick Claire Alton's team out. Not exactly something they can just sweep under the rug. Exactly. Some looked like they were just there for the drama, clearly hoping the whole thing would blow up. At the aviation headquarters. Mr. Murphy, all the pilots are here, the deputy director announced with a troubled look. Send them to the main conference room. I'm heading over now, Mr. Murphy said. Understood. The pilots from the 3 different divisions followed the deputy to a tiered conference room and slowly settled into their seats. Just as they got comfortable, someone else walked in. The moment they saw Claire Alton, the room fell dead silent. Some glared at her with clear hostility, some avoided eye contact altogether, and a few just looked neutral. Most of them had no stake in this at all. They were just following the crowd. They knew going against the group would only paint a target on their backs. Victoria shot Claire a dirty look, then turned and glared at Luna, who had chosen to sit away from the group, clearly distancing herself from them on purpose. Noticing Luna's choice, Claire gave it a bit more thought and then took a seat by the window. Right then, Mr. Murphy walked in. Good day, Director Murphy, everyone greeted him in unison. Always the friendly figure with quiet authority, Mr. Murphy sat down with a warm smile. Long time no see, everyone. Didn't think our next meeting would be under these circumstances. There was something in his tone that made a few pilots uneasy. Was he displeased? Some who had only come to avoid trouble began to second-guess their choices. Still, there was no backing out now. It all depended on what Mr. Murphy was going to say next. Since you're all here, let's get to the heart of it, he said. Who's Laura Steele? Laura, seated in the front row, jumped up instantly. Director Murphy, that's me. He nodded. All right, then tell us what exactly happened between you and Claire Alton. Laura froze, clearly caught off guard and unsure of what to say. She hadn't expected to be the one forced to explain everything, especially with Claire right there. How was she supposed to twist the story? Seeing her hesitate, Victoria stood up. Director Murphy, I can explain. But Mr. Murphy raised a hand with a calm smile. Let's hear it from the one involved. Since this seems so serious to you all, I'll treat it just as seriously. Laura, don't worry. Just speak truthfully. I'm here to make sure this is handled fairly. For some reason, Laura felt as though Mr. Murphy's gaze was a little too sharp, weighing heavily on her. Laura Steele was stuck in a mess she couldn't climb out of now. On the other side, Claire Alton looked like she was just chilling, genuinely curious about whatever nonsense Laura would come up with next. Leaning back in her seat, legs crossed, she looked relaxed to the point of being smug. That made Victoria Shaw grit her teeth in frustration. She was dead set on making Claire pay, no matter what. Honestly, Victoria didn't care what really happened. She just wanted Claire to get screwed over. Everyone else held their breath, waiting to see who'd speak first. After mentally weighing her options, Laura finally opened her mouth. Her voice was calm, drawing everyone's attention in the echoing, tiered conference room. 2 days ago, the chairman of Muno International contacted me. He wanted to discuss the recent news thing, the audio recording. So I went to meet him. We chatted a bit, she said, casually looking over at Claire. But just as we were about to leave, Claire showed up out of nowhere and slapped me across the face. Twice. Claire turned her head sharply, eyes wide in disbelief. She wasn't shocked, Laura bent the truth. She was floored by how shamelessly and confidently she did it. What kind of person could pull this off without even blinking? For a brief second, Claire almost admired her. Almost. Mr. Murphy narrowed his eyes. She just hit you like that? For no reason? That simple question shoved Laura right into a corner again, since Mr. Murphy was clearly trying to figure out whether Claire had actually lost it or not. Laura felt a twinge of fear, but she quickly reminded herself that Lucas Dalton had turned off the security cameras that day. Even if he tried backing her up now, people would just assume he was standing up for Claire. No one had actual proof, so what could they do to her? With that in mind, Laura's eyes welled up. She nodded slightly, voice soft and tinged with helpless confusion. I was honestly stunned, sir. Claire and I never had issues before. Maybe it's because I met her fiancé in private, and she took it the wrong way. I should have let her know ahead of time. That's my bad. Then she actually turned to Claire and bowed a little. Sorry, Captain Alton. Her move was clever, dropped the guilt bomb before Claire could even react. Now, no matter what Claire said, she'd look unreasonable. It flipped the room's mood instantly. To them, Laura looked honest and vulnerable, while Claire suddenly seemed like the villain. Several squad members started shooting Claire dirty looks. After all, if Laura had the guts to say all that in front of Mr. Murphy, it had to be legit, right? Victoria's tone was downright nasty. Claire, got anything to say? Maybe apologize or something? Someone else tugged gently at Laura's arm, whispering, Captain Steele, you didn't do anything wrong. Why'd you even apologize? Laura just kept her head down, eyes red, lips trembling, like she was holding everything in and barely keeping it together. That made the onlookers seethe even more, furious on her behalf. The room buzzed with voices, everyone talking over each other. It was utter chaos. Mr. Murphy cleared his throat loudly a couple of times, and finally the room quieted down. He glanced at Claire, then said, Claire, tell us your side of what happened. That got people whispering again. Clearly unhappy. Hadn't the whole thing already been explained? What was Mr. Murphy trying to say? That he didn't believe Captain Steele? Victoria was the first to speak. Mr. Murphy, you seriously don't believe Laura? Claire totally bullied her. Yeah, she slapped her in public, no less. Mr. Murphy stayed calm and countered, and why exactly should I believe her? That one question shut everyone up instantly. All based on just one person's side of the story? Or is it because you have more people backing her, so I'm supposed to take your word for it? Or maybe, since Laura plays the victim so well, I should automatically trust everything she says. Mr. Murphy smiled faintly as he spoke. Victoria was tongue-tied. Whatever really happened, I still need to hear Claire's version. That's what fairness means, right? Isn't that what you've been shouting for? No one had a comeback. Then he looked at Claire, his tone now steadier. Claire, go ahead. Claire shifted in her seat, sitting up straighter. She said, Laura wasn't wrong that I showed up at that restaurant. It's true. I was there because I found out she was with my fiancé. So you admit it? Victoria's voice shot up, clearly agitated. Mr. Murphy immediately shot her a sharp look, though his tone stayed even. Is this how a member of the flight team should act? Claire didn't interrupt when Laura was talking. That was a slap in the face for the entire team. Peter quickly pulled Victoria back down into her seat and whispered, "Can you stop being such an idiot?" Victoria opened her mouth but didn't manage to say anything. Claire went on, "When I got there, Laura and my fiancé were at the door of the private room. They weren't just talking." She straight up threw her arms around him. My fiancé pushed her off right after. She knew he was engaged to me, but she still ignored the line. "That's why I hit her." Claire added, "Yes, I slapped her. Twice, to be exact." As her words hung in the air, everyone instinctively turned their eyes to Laura. Doubt and surprise flickered in their expressions. Laura felt her cheeks heat up. Her heart raced, but she still kept up the fragile act. I didn't. Claire, you hit me and I didn't even get mad. I let it slide. Why are you flipping the story like this?" Her emotional performance swayed a few of the team members back toward her. Some of them started glaring at Claire again. Claire just chuckled dryly. "Laura, I've always believed people have their limits, but wow, you really changed the game. You look all righteous on the outside, but your actual behavior, it's disgusting." "You?" Laura's face turned scarlet. "You hit her and now you're talking trash?" someone snapped. "Yeah, just 'cause someone's backing you now, you think you can do whatever you want. Never seen someone this arrogant." The crowd grew louder, the insults piling on. Watching the scene unfold, Laura gently dabbed at a tear she forced out, but inside she was sneering. Let's see how Claire plans to climb out of this. Just as Laura was about to play the victim card again in front of Mr. Murphy, a firm voice cut through the noise. "That's enough!" Everyone turned toward the voice in shock. Luna stood up from her seat. "Mr. Murphy, I'm Luna Lockhart, part of the team. I saw everything that went down between Laura and Claire that day." Hearing that, Laura Steele looked over at Luna like she'd seen a ghost, panic flashing through her eyes before she could hide it. Mr. Murphy glanced at Laura with a subtle, knowing smile. "All right then, let's hear your version." Luna spoke calmly. "It's not like what Captain Steele said. I was upstairs when I noticed her down below. I thought about going down to say hi, but then I saw her suddenly hug the chairman of Dalton International. Before I could react, Captain Alton showed up. To be honest, it was Captain Steele who crossed the line, throwing herself at a man who's already engaged. And yes, Captain Alton did slap her. Twice. You?" Laura totally lost it. Tears began streaming down nonstop. "Luna, how could you do this to me? If you've got a problem with me, just say it. Why backstab me like this and side with her?" She was shaking all over, looking like she'd just been wronged big time. "Don't be mad, Laura. Luna's clearly in on it with Claire." Victoria Shaw jumped in, now glaring at Luna too. Watching this squabble get messier, Mr. Murphy looked amused. He leaned over and whispered a few words to his assistant. The assistant then called Luna out of the room quietly. No one knew where they went. Meanwhile, Laura sat back down and buried her face in her hands, crying like she'd taken the fall of the century. Victoria turned to Mr. Murphy. "Sir, please give us justice. What Claire and Luna are saying, there's no proof." And Mr. Murphy interrupted him. "Then where's your proof?" Victoria trailed off, completely stumped. Laura's crying had turned into straight-up despair. She never expected someone else had seen what happened that day. Damn Luna Lockhart. What now? How was she supposed to get out of this? Mr. Murphy clearly wasn't buying her side of the story. "Laura Steele," he called her name plainly. She looked up with red, tearful eyes. "Mr. Murphy." He smiled, but his words were anything but comforting. "Just answer me this. Are you absolutely sure you didn't get anything wrong?" Laura froze. She'd already said everything. If she backtracked now, what would the rest of the team think? There was no turning back. "No," she said with certainty. "I didn't get anything wrong." So what if Mr. Murphy didn't believe her? He had no hard evidence. She could still stir things up, get the others on her side, keep painting Claire as the villain. Public opinion was a powerful weapon. Mr. Murphy narrowed his eyes. "You don't want to think this over one more time?" Laura started to get a seriously bad feeling. Why was he asking the same question over and over? Still, she nodded again. "I'm sure. Nothing to rethink." "All right." Then he said nothing more. The silence was heavy and tense. No one dared to speak. The air in the conference room grew colder by the second. "Mr. Murphy." Instructor Mitchell came in out of breath. Mr. Murphy gestured to the seat beside him, smiling. "Have a seat." Right after Instructor Mitchell sat down, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Collins arrived, greeting Mr. Murphy one after the other. About 10 more minutes passed, and the reps from National Airlines showed up too. Now everyone from all the airlines was here. It was officially a big deal. Laura's heart sank when she saw the National Airlines rep walk in. But even as her nerves went haywire, part of her thought, maybe it's good this is blowing up. Maybe this way, Claire really won't have a way to come back from this. Everyone had taken their seats. Mr. Murphy was chatting casually with a few of them, smiling as if nothing big was about to happen. The pilot seated in front stayed silent, and even Victoria Shaw kept her mouth shut. Around 20 minutes later, his assistant came back holding a USB drive. Murphy nodded at him. The assistant plugged the drive into the laptop and connected it to the big screen. Laura Steele had no clue what was going down. She was still soaking up the comfort from her teammates. But then a voice from the screen made everyone turn their heads. The video started playing. The camera had a clear shot of the private room's doorway. Laura was totally in her own little world, seemingly tuning out whatever sound was coming from the footage. But the moment the others saw what was on screen, their jaws dropped. Because there it was, undeniable. The door opened and Laura clearly reached out and hugged Lucas Dalton, the CEO of Muno International. "Captain Steele?" Victoria's voice trembled a little. Laura froze, her eyes lifting slowly toward the screen. A loud buzzing filled her head like someone just hit a gong in there. She couldn't hear anything anymore. Her ears had gone numb. How was there a recording? How the hell could there be a recording? Lucas Dalton had clearly instructed his assistant to turn off the cameras to protect Claire Alton. Laura clenched her fist so tightly her nails bit into her palms. "Captain Steele, what's going on?" Victoria asked in a low voice. Laura's face drained of color in an instant. She felt like running. Every glance thrown her way was sharp as needles. And this wasn't just her training teammates watching. Pretty much every regional aviation official from Civil Aviation, National Air, and even HQ were all here. Mr. Murphy watched the video calmly, like none of this was unexpected. He didn't even spare Laura a second glance. He just looked over at Instructor Mitchell and said casually, "This is the person you had in mind for team lead?" Vince Mitchell broke into a cold sweat, his anger rising fast, all directed at Laura. "I'll find a replacement as soon as we're back," he said firmly. Mr. Murphy stood up. "Only the ones who take responsibility for their actions are fit to lead," he said, glancing in Claire Alton's direction. That glance said it all. Instructor Mitchell paused for a second, then nodded. "Got it." Without another word to the pilots, Mr. Murphy left with his assistant. The National Air delegates followed closely behind. That left just Instructor Mitchell, along with Mr. Wilson and Mr. Collins from Civil Aviation. After understanding what had really gone down, Mr. Collins's expression turned stormy, as if his face alone could forecast rain. Instructor Mitchell went to apologize. After all, Claire worked under Mr. Collins, and she'd clearly been wronged here. But Mr. Collins waved him off. "This isn't on you, so you don't need to be the one apologizing either." Then he turned right to Laura, who still looked like she had no idea what hit her. "Captain Steele, anything you want to say about all this?" No one in the training team said a word anymore. Everyone's faces looked grim, and a few even scooted their chairs farther away from her. Laura looked like a ghost, eyes bloodshot, her breathing shallow and fast. After staying silent for a while, she suddenly snapped, her voice rising. "You guys made that video, didn't you? You're all backing Claire Alton just because she's more valuable to you, right? She's got more visibility online, right? Brings you more perks, huh? So no matter what she does, you all just back her up? And the rest of us, what, we're just collateral damage?" Laura Steele's voice was quivering with frustration, her words tumbling out like she'd finally snapped. The whole room of flight team members froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Was she serious? Had Laura finally lost it? What really burned them up inside was realizing they'd been played, falling for her act and making the wrong call. And even worse, they might have just pissed off Mr. Murphy from head command. All this chaos because of one Laura Steele. If Mr. Murphy had actually pushed the issue, they could be packing their bags and walking home without a job. At this point, no one was willing to speak up for her anymore. Victoria Shaw had wanted to back Laura up, question the surveillance footage a bit. But Peter Warren didn't give her the chance. He locked her arm in a tight grip, keeping her glued to her seat. Peter nearly exploded. "Victoria, could you not lose your mind right now? Still don't get what's going on? You want to lose your job that bad? If you were my sister, I'd smack some sense into you." Victoria looked taken aback, clearly thrown off by his outburst, but her tone still held a hint of defiance. "Why can't we question the footage, though? Just because it's from head command doesn't make it automatically legit. What if they actually have it out for Claire?" Peter's head was about to pop off. He didn't know what recycled garbage she was storing in her brain. You trust them enough to lead a protest and demand justice from Mr. Murphy, but the second it turns against you, now it's all rigged. Seriously? Who even are you? His voice was shaking from pure frustration. Victoria went silent. Sure, deep down she knew Peter had a point, but admitting she was wrong, especially if it meant siding with Claire Alton? Not a chance. Just thinking of Claire made her blood boil. So she sat there, fuming quietly. Meanwhile, Laura was still shouting like the whole world owed her. "You can't do this to me. I demand fairness. That video doesn't prove anything. They're framing me." Mr. Collins just frowned, clearly over it. The more she spoke, the less decent she seemed. Even Claire felt a chill run down her spine. Sometimes human nature is just straight up ugly. Greed can seriously warp someone, case in point, Laura Steele. Claire stood up and turned to Mr. Collins. "I've got something to take care of. I'll be heading out now." He gave her a look and nodded. "Go ahead." She got to the door, paused, glanced back at Laura and said plainly, "I won't let this slide." She'd let things go too many times, but no more. Time to stop playing the saint. Laura's eyes were bloodshot, burning holes in Claire's back. Then, out of nowhere, she bolted after her. The others scrambled to follow. No way they were letting this spiral even more out of control. As soon as Claire Alton stepped out of the conference room, a burst of hurried footsteps echoed behind her. She turned just in time to see Laura Steele lunging at her, hand outstretched, aiming for her hair. Claire dodged quickly and reflexively jabbed her elbow into Laura's side. With a sharp gasp, Laura doubled over, clutching her ribs, her face twisted in pain. It all happened so fast. When the other pilots rushed out, what they saw was Laura slumped against the wall, holding her side, about to sink to the floor. But the real curveball came right after. Laura turned to the crowd and burst into panicked tears. "She hit me! She actually hit me! Someone stop her! Call the police!" Claire froze. Seriously? Was she really pulling this stunt? Claire stared at her. "Are you out of your mind? How are you even allowed to fly like this?" She swept her gaze across the others. "Do none of you take psych evals before graduating?" Everyone. Peter Warren sighed like someone who hadn't slept in years. He stepped over to help Laura up. "Knock it off, will you? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Before, he wouldn't have dared talk to the acting squad leader like this. But now, Laura smacked his hand away and glared at him like he'd just betrayed her. "Oh, so now you're with her too? She's been beating me up this whole time. Weren't we supposed to get Civil Flight Squad kicked out of the program together? Well, back me up then." Suddenly, she grabbed Victoria Shaw's arm. "Victoria, you're on my side, right? Go grab her. Do it now." Unhinged. Completely losing it. That's when more than 20 captains from the Civil Flight Squad arrived, suits crisp and professional, practically flooding the hallway. Gabriella Reed marched forward, yanked Laura by the collar, dragged her up close, and slapped her. Hard. And then again, a crisp, brutal backhand right after. The sound snapped through the hallway like gunfire. Everyone was stunned. Gabriella stared Laura down, towering over her collapsed form. "I just slapped you. Twice. In front of everyone. The cameras got it too. Call the cops, or the media. Go ahead," she said coldly. She'd just watched the whole mess unfold in the surveillance room. They caught everything. Laura jumping Claire, then pretending to be the victim. The audacity of it had nearly made Gabriella throw something at the screen. How did someone end up with skin that thick? Laura's face was already swollen from the 2 slaps. Her ear throbbed and blood traced her lip. The shock stunned her into silence, momentarily. But then that twisted rage started boiling over again. She stood up and sneered. You guys are just ganging up on me. Using your numbers and your rank to bully me, huh? Katie Lane, standing nearby, felt her stomach drop. If Laura really ran with this angle, even if nothing big came of it, it could still stir up a storm, enough to cause trouble for Claire and the squad. Gabriella, over here, Katie beckoned, pulling her quietly to the back. Why are you pulling me back? Gabriella Reed pouted. She clearly hadn't finished venting. Katie Lane warned her, if Laura Steele loses it, what's Claire Alton supposed to do? Anything you do now, she'll just assume Claire told you to. She'll dump all the blame on her. Get it? Gabriella blinked, a little confused. You really think so? Don't you? Katie shot back. Look at her, she's basically unhinged. Somehow Laura Steele caught that last sentence. She spun around, furious. Who are you calling unhinged? Is this how low you stoop? Seeing her ready to lash out at anyone who spoke, Katie sighed. Claire, let's just go. No point wasting time with her. Laura still wouldn't let it go. Enough. Instructor Mitchell walked over, face like a thundercloud, and stared her down. You trying to destroy your own career? He asked coldly. That one line snapped Laura right back to reality. Her tears started pouring, her whole body shaking. Shock, panic, fear, everything hit her at once. Too overwhelmed, she passed out on the spot. Instructor Mitchell closed his eyes, visibly frustrated. Get her to the hospital, now. Even if everyone was fed up with her, they couldn't just ignore this. Soon, a whole crowd had cleared the area. Claire. Instructor Mitchell approached her, voice serious. I'm apologizing on their behalf. I'm sorry. Watching him bow slightly, Claire Alton felt a strange calm settle over her. There's always a boundary between people, some clear line that defines distance. Despite everything, Instructor Mitchell still sided with Laura and apologized in her place. Claire lowered her gaze, gave a faint smile. It's okay, Instructor Mitchell. He let out a heavy sigh. There was nothing more he could say. I'll make sure this gets handled properly. Claire nodded, not being overly polite. Then I'll wait to hear from you. Later, she took the civilian flight team to see Mr. Murphy. You go in by yourself. We'll wait out here, said Mr. Thompson. Everyone else nodded. All right, Claire replied. She knocked on the door, and once Mr. Murphy told her to come in, she stepped inside. Claire, sit down. Facing Mr. Murphy, Claire spoke sincerely. Thank you for giving me the chance to explain. He paused, slightly frowning. Why did she thank him for something that should be standard procedure? Isn't it normal to hear both sides before deciding who's right or wrong? Her reaction could only mean one thing. She probably hadn't been given that chance before. Mr. Murphy folded his hands on the desk, his tone gentle. Must have been a rough road, huh? Claire felt a sharp sting behind her chest. He said a few more warm words. If your grandpa were still around, who'd dare treat you like this? That mention stung even more. The rumors had weighed her down for so long, dragging her away from valuable training time. She felt like she'd let her grandfather down. Don't worry, Mr. Murphy said. That's how the world works. But Claire, if you ever need anything, I'm just a call away. Claire Alton looked up, her eyes a little red. Thanks, Uncle Murphy. Mr. Murphy chuckled. Come on now, no need to thank me. This what you came here for? Not exactly, Claire said, steadying herself. I want a request for the civil aviation team to pull out from the training squad. But of course, if we're ever needed again, we'll still be the first ones to show up. Mr. Murphy totally understood how Claire and the team captains felt. They'd been pushed aside enough. How could anyone expect them to still work alongside the training squad? Honestly, it was a miracle no one had thrown punches yet. All right, I'll get the paperwork started, Mr. Murphy nodded. Want me to sort out a separate training site for you guys? No need, Uncle Murphy. We're good using the one at Muno International, Claire replied. As he started working on the forms, Mr. Murphy gave her a teasing look. So, how's that guy of yours? Any wedding plans yet? Claire grinned. We're doing just fine. Don't worry, you'll get an invite when the time comes. I'll be waiting then. Now head downstairs and get the stamp. Then you're good to go. He handed her the printed document. Claire stood up and took it, saying sincerely, Thanks again, Uncle Murphy. Train hard, Claire, he said with a serious tone. Ignore the gossip. Just remember, real skills shine no matter where you are. We'd never doubt someone's professionalism just because of a few haters. Getting stronger is the only real way to silence them. Claire's eyes brightened and she smiled. I'll remember that, Uncle Murphy. Good. Off you go. The team left headquarters and took the bus from Muno International back to the company. By the time they strolled into the Muno Aviation building, everyone couldn't help but sigh with relief. Man, it feels good to be home. Even the air here smells sweeter. What are you, a bloodhound? Smelling sweet air now? Oh, shut it. They all laughed and joked around. Claire said, head back to your teams and check the schedules. No training this month. We'll pick back up next month. Got it. Captain Claire, Manager Ryan's looking for you. A secretary from the flight department called out. Claire turned and headed that way. As soon as she walked into the office, she saw Ryan Carter hanging up a call, looking slightly annoyed. You don't need to deal with the Laura Steele mess anymore. Muno International's handling everything. Focus on your job. Get back to flying the A380. Claire gave a sheepish grin. Is the passenger flow picking up lately? You have no idea. Ever since the A380 got grounded, passengers have been flooding the website saying you've gone AWOL. Claire blinked. Seriously? Check it yourself. Ryan added, I already scheduled your flight. It's the morning after tomorrow. Get some proper rest. You'll be flying international. Oh, right. Mark Olson's out sick. Do you want to pick a new co-pilot or should I assign someone? Claire thought for a moment. Can we switch things up a bit? Ryan raised a brow, interested. What are you thinking? Let's hear it. I'll be Gabriella Reed's co-pilot, and I want to put Samantha and Katie Lane on the A380. Ryan chuckled. Trying to give everyone a fair shot, huh? Soon after, the others found out and came rushing over. Samantha and Katie's eyes practically lit up. Samantha looked unsure. Claire, you sure you're letting the two of us take the A380? Claire raised an eyebrow. What, you don't want to fly? Then I can just... No. Samantha quickly grabbed her arm. Since it's all been switched around already, let's not bother Manager Carter again, okay? After that, Samantha looked off at the two parked A380s that had been grounded for a while. Her excitement was written all over her face. Katie swallowed hard and said seriously, Claire, thank you. Claire gave a light smile. What are you thanking me for? Just fly it well. Got it. The four women were buzzing with energy as they got ready for takeoff. Claire had always been the type to share good things with everyone, and after this, Samantha was completely sold. She was sticking with Claire no matter what. Of course, that included Katie too. News that all four female captains would be flying an Airbus A380 together spread like wildfire, and it became a bit of a spectacle. The other male captains in the company were all eager to see it for themselves, but Ryan Carter wasn't having it. What, none of you have work to do? What's there to gawk at? If you don't scram, I'm kicking you all out. The others knew he was joking. Laughing, they playfully roughed him up a bit while crowding around, eyes all locked on the A380 about to take off. As the plane, piloted by Claire and Gabriella, began to taxi and then sped down the runway, lifting into the sky, a collective sigh echoed through the terminal among the watching captains. Jealousy. Pure jealousy. Hey, Manager Carter, why'd you pair Captain Alton with Captain Reed on the same flight? Someone asked curiously. Ryan replied, I didn't. Claire volunteered to be Gabriella's co-pilot, but honestly, I would have arranged it that way even if she hadn't. Why's that? Ryan sighed. Gabriella's got that fiery temper. Only someone like Claire can keep her in check. Especially overseas, if something goes sideways, you need someone who can take control. If it were Samantha instead, those two might end up getting into a scuffle with someone. Ha! Everyone burst out laughing. Yeah, Samantha doesn't take much to go off either. Another captain nodded in agreement. You know what, though? Ever since Claire joined the company, things have felt a lot more chill between colleagues. Totally. Way more relaxed now. Before this, everyone was so uptight and competitive. It was exhausting. Now, it actually feels like a team. Just goes to show how important the right person at the center of a team can be. Not every corps is a good one, though, like one captain lowered his voice. That guy leading the training squad, total jinx. Another round of laughter broke out. Ha! Ryan shook his head with a smile. All right, get going with your trainings. You've all been grounded so long. Bet you've gone rusty. Roger that. On it. We're out. The group cracked jokes as they scattered. Back in his office, Ryan was smiling, but his mind had already shifted. The plan to select an instructor for the International Captain Training Program now felt like the right time to move it forward. And then there was the matter of the squadron leadership. Ryan Carter figured there was absolutely no need to report this to Lucas Dalton. He could handle it on his own. Still, when HR director walked in with a promotion and salary adjustment form in hand, they hesitated long enough before deciding to check with Ryan directly. "Mr. Carter?" Ryan looked up. "Hey, come on in." The HR director sat down, holding the form tight. "So, is Captain Alton officially the chief of the flight squad now? Has Mr. Dalton signed off on this already?" They hadn't seen Lucas Dalton's approval and didn't want to make any unauthorized moves. Ryan said, "Don't worry. I gave Lucas a heads up about this earlier. Besides, Claire's already been functioning as the team lead. This is just getting the admin stuff caught up. No way I'm letting her shoulder all that without getting the pay to match." He lowered his voice. "You know how close she is with Lucas. Doing her a solid never hurts." Suddenly it all clicked for the HR director. Right. Makes total sense. I'll get on it." "Thanks. Appreciate it. No trouble at all. It's my job. I'll leave you to it, Mr. Carter." As soon as they got back, the HR director filed the paperwork and got it stamped. The finance department logged it, and her salary bump would show up next month. Claire Alton had no clue this was happening. At the time, she was chatting with Gabriella Reed on the plane, listening to Gabby go on about how great things were. "You have no idea how pumped I am," Gabby grinned. "The legendary Claire Alton flying as my co-pilot. I'm set for life with this bragging material." Claire just shook her head, amused. "As long as the passengers get where they're going safely, the job title doesn't matter." "But seriously," Gabby asked, "don't you feel weird being the co-pilot instead of flying this thing?" Claire thought for a moment. "Back before I became a captain, I really wanted that left seat. But once I got here, that urgency kind of faded. I'm confident in what I can do, so the title doesn't define me anymore, I guess." They shared a laugh. Gabby gave a thumbs up. "Respect. I like that." After they touched down in another country, Gabby went off to fill out the flight report, while Claire waited in the terminal for Samantha and Katie Lane to arrive. They'd already agreed to grab dinner together once everyone was in. Half an hour later, Gabby came back looking like her soul had left her body. She dropped into the chair next to Claire and sighed loudly. "Claire, I should have let you captain this one." Claire raised an eyebrow. "What happened?" Gabby looked exasperated. "Their requirements for the flight report here? Ridiculously strict. Miss even one tiny detail and they'll have you rewrite it. What's the point? We already landed safe and sound. It's overkill." Claire chuckled. "That's just how they do things here, especially with a big jet like the A380. They really don't skip on the paperwork." "I'm so done." And it wasn't just Gabby. When Katie and Samantha landed later, they ran into the same thing. Thank goodness Katie had the patience of a saint. If Samantha had been in her place, she probably would have exploded on the spot. Once the whole crew met up, Samantha didn't waste a second. "Good thing I had the brains to put Katie down as captain before takeoff. I would have gone full meltdown dealing with those report-checking robots." Katie laughed. "Oh, it wasn't that bad." "You call that reasonable?" Gabriella Reed looked pissed. "I just wrote that we passed through the airspace and now they want me to change it to say we flew over it. Seriously, that's ridiculous." Katie Lane chuckled, trying to calm her down. All right. Just think of it as training your patience. Let's go. It's my treat today. Time for a proper meal." "Let's go." Samantha pulled Claire Alton along, quickening their steps away from the airport. Just as they stepped out the terminal, 3 men started trailing them quietly. They hopped into a local cab. Katie slid into the front seat and readied to pay. "So, what are we eating? Local barbecue?" "I'm in," the 3 chimed in without hesitation. Katie talked to the driver in the local language, and he nodded, then started heading in the direction of what was apparently a pretty popular barbecue joint. Since the driver didn't understand Chinese, the women chatted without worry. "I heard the security here isn't that great," Gabriella mentioned casually. Samantha glanced out the window. But not, like, super dangerous or anything, right? I wouldn't say super dangerous, Katie replied. Just kind of a lot of street punks, maybe. Wherever they flew to outside of China, they always kept their guard up. Katie checked the rearview mirror again, her gaze lingering longer this time. After another 20 minutes or so in the car, a weird gut feeling started creeping in. She quickly sent a message in their work group chat. Katie, I think there's a car tailing us. You serious? The three women in the back each looked behind them, but at that moment, the road behind them was pretty much empty. Gabriella sighed. Captain Lane, your paranoia's showing again. Maybe, Katie said. Still, better safe than sorry. This spot's kinda out of the way from the airport. Soon, the driver said something in the local language and gestured they'd arrived. Katie paid, and they all hopped out. The Baku place was no joke. 4 full stories, and the interiors looked super fancy. Inside, it was packed with tourists, all kinds of hair and eye colors. The second they appeared, 4 women in captain uniforms, they turned heads, especially from male customers. There weren't any private rooms, just an open-air terrace on the top floor. They picked a cozy corner. A round iron grill was already burning hot, and the meat started arriving plate by plate. This is the real deal, Gabriella said as she eyed the meat. You can tell it's not some fake processed stuff. Katie gave her a light tap. Cool it with that talk. Fine to say it here, but don't go blabbing once we're back home. People love to twist your words nowadays, Samantha added as she sat down. One wrong quote, and you're suddenly trending for the wrong reasons. As they started grilling, the restaurant filled up fast. Their neighboring table got taken by 3 men. Samantha shot them a quick glance, just in case. They chose to cook their own meat rather than have the staff do it. Claire took over the grill. She had experience cooking and was good at nailing the timing. Claire, you're amazing at this, Samantha said, holding her thumb up. This meat, perfectly seared, crispy on the outside, juicy inside. Honestly, you could open your own barbecue spot. Totally! Gabriella winced at a hot splash, but still managed to give a thumbs up in agreement. Samantha wiped her lips and leaned back in her seat, watching Claire work the grill with effortless ease. Seriously, what the hell was your ex thinking? How does anyone let a gem like you go? Katie chuckled. So we just happened to run into our dear Mr. Dalton, huh? He treats Captain Alton like she's made of gold. Talk about blessings in disguise. Samantha grinned. You really know how to say the right things. The ladies burst into laughter. After grilling plenty of meat, Claire shut off the burner and joined them at the table. They had a return flight the next night, so alcohol was off the table. Right then, a man from the next table walked over with a drink in hand. He didn't exactly scream trustworthy. The 4 women just glanced at him, saying nothing. Speaking the local language, the man said, "Hey ladies, how about we have a drink together?" Katie set her chopsticks down, giving a polite smile. Sorry, we've got work tomorrow, no drinks for us, but thanks anyway. The man stroked his scruffy beard and pulled up a chair, helping himself to their table. Uninvited and shameless, the vibe immediately soured. Claire eyed him steadily. Sir, you're interrupting our dinner. He locked eyes with her, flashing a wide grin. Just trying to make some friends, miss. We're good, thanks. Katie answered coolly. Then the man nudged the table with his foot, hard enough to jostle their chopsticks onto the table with a clatter. Silence hit the group like a wall. The women's smiles vanished. Claire casually picked up the meat-cutting knife and leaned toward him ever so slightly. Her voice dropped. Do you think just 'cause we're women we wouldn't dare? The man froze. That cheeky grin evaporated like mist. Claire smiled faintly. I heard around here, when a foreigner's safety is at risk, it's perfectly legal to eliminate the threat. Those last words made the man grit his teeth. Seconds later, he stood, shook his head slightly, gave them a once-over and slunk back to his table. As soon as he left, Claire said, Let's go. I lost my appetite. The others silently agreed and stood up to leave. No sooner had they exited than the trio of men got up and followed. I need the restroom. Wait for me by the door, Samantha said. Got it. She went in and was out again shortly, pausing at the sink to wash her hands. But just as she turned toward the door, 2 bulky men appeared on either side, smothering her mouth and dragging her out the back. "What's taking her so long?" Gabriella muttered. Claire felt a twinge of concern. "I'll go check." Her pace quickened. On the other side, Samantha was fighting like hell, grabbing at anything she could reach, trying to stall. Claire spotted her just as the bearded guy pried Samantha's grip off the doorframe. "Samantha!" Samantha's eyes lit up with desperation. Claire sprinted forward, shouting, "Gabriella! Katie! Get over here!" The three men hoisted Samantha up toward a car parked by the rear exit. She kicked and flailed, refusing to give in. One of them socked her in the nose, dazing her just enough for them to shove her inside. They piled into the car, ready to bolt. Bam! The car jolted hard. The bearded man looked up in horror. A woman had just leapt onto the damn hood. He cursed under his breath. Gabriella and Katie were right on her heels, sprinting full speed toward the car, aiming straight for the doors without hesitation. They clearly didn't expect those Asian women to actually have the guts to chase them like this. Weren't they supposed to be screaming and running away in panic? Especially the one who literally jumped onto the hood and started bashing the windshield with her elbow. She was completely unhinged. "Fuck!" The bearded man smacked the steering wheel hard. Inside the car, Samantha, still a bit dazed from the blow she took earlier, started coming to. Her eyes shot to the windshield, spotting Claire Alton smashing away with bloodied determination. Her heart sank. And in her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of one of the men watching her. Tucked behind his waist was something dangerous. Judging from the shape, it looked like a club or bat. Outside the vehicle, Katie Lane and Gabriella Reed weren't just pretty faces, they had that pilot reflex speed drilled into them. Gabriella bolted toward a nearby door on the back street, spotted a rusty machete on the ground, grabbed it and ran back toward the van. Katie went straight for the driver's side, trying to mess with the driver's view, anything to stop them from getting away with Samantha. Gabriella was hacking away at the front left tire like her life depended on it, just trying to pop it. Inside the van, the three foreign men mumbled something to each other. And then, screech! The tires screamed as the driver floored it, the rubber skidding. Instinctively, Gabriella jumped to the right. Ah! She hit the pavement hard, her palm scraping against gravel until it bled. When she looked up, the van had already roared off. Claire was clinging to the hood. Katie was still hanging from the side mirror, both of them dragged along with the moving van. "We're screwed." Gabriella scrambled for her phone with trembling hands. She called the local police. Then she dialed her airline. Back in China, the aviation contact she reached snapped to attention. "Captain Reed, stay calm. I need your exact location right now." Gabriella got up despite the burning pain in her palm, tiny rocks still embedded, and sprinted after the van, reading the road signs out loud while running. Once she was off the call, she chased on down the same street, following the tire marks gouged into the asphalt. Meanwhile, Claire's elbow was numb and bleeding, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. If they got away with Samantha, who knew what would happen to her? Back on the mirror, Katie felt fear knotting in her gut, but her grip didn't loosen. The bearded guy kept trying to scrape her off using walls or poles, but Katie held tight each time, and every time he tried, Claire did something on the hood to mess with him and throw him off balance. Katie fought her way up to the roof, clinging to the cargo rack with everything she had. "Claire! Claire!" she shouted. Next thing they knew, the van slammed the brakes in a sharp, sudden stop. Both women were flung off instantly, hitting the pavement hard. The bearded driver didn't even glance back before throwing it in reverse and spinning the van the other way. Claire and Katie lay there for a split second, stunned and scraped, then pushed themselves up and ran again, broken but not giving up. This used to be a residential street. Though it was long deserted, the road was crazy narrow. No way a big vehicle could turn on either side, so it had to go straight to hit the main road before it could turn. Beard Guy glanced in the rear-view mirror at the two women getting smaller in the distance, sneered and cursed under his breath. But before the curse was even out, one of his buddies suddenly pointed ahead and yelled, "Someone's there!" Beard Guy's eyes jolted wide and his foot slammed the brakes. Screech! Right in front of the car, Gabriella Reed was standing there, panting hard, still gripping that rusty machete in her hand. She hadn't expected the car to actually turn around. But where were Claire Alton and Katie Lane? The unease creeping up her spine got worse. Just as Gabriella took a step forward, two of the men inside jumped out. They were big guys, built like tanks, each holding a telescopic iron rod that looked like it could light up, maybe even electric. Gabriella narrowed her eyes, her heart pounding in her ears. Running wasn't an option. Hiding wasn't either. If she bailed now, Samantha would be doomed for sure. In the car, Samantha, half blind from a swollen eye, was breathing fast and shaky. She couldn't believe Gabriella was just standing there. Why wasn't she running? Run, please. But Samantha couldn't say a word. Duct tape sealed her mouth, and her whole body was strapped to the seat. The guy assigned to watch her had also stepped out, clearly planning to take care of Gabriella blocking their way. Gabriella gripped her machete tight, rust and all. It still looked scary enough. Beard Guy stared her down, his face full of menace. Three musclehead men were closing in. Gabriella didn't budge, though. She met their eyes head-on, voice shockingly calm as she spoke in rough, local lingo. You need to understand something. The four of us, if any harm comes to even one, you're not getting away with it. This isn't your usual business messing around in the neighborhood. Our jobs, you saw for yourself. This is international level crime. Can you even deal with the fallout? If you want something, just say it. They only pulled this off because they were after something. Money? Maybe. Something else? Possibly. She frowned. Beard Guy hesitated for a second, slowing down, but the man closest to him bit back bitterly. Women in their line of work are all con artists. Did you forget how that female pilot from Africa ruined your whole damn life? They lie through their teeth. All of them deserve to die. And there it was. Gabriella felt her stomach sink. Not good. Not good at all. If it was just robbery or worse, they might still have a shot. But revenge? She called out louder now. No, we're not scammers. You can't judge everyone by one job or one person. Like, look at your brown cloth shoes. I hate brown cloth shoes. They remind me of some awful person. But does that mean I should assume you're like that too? Come on, think about your parents, your family, your kids. Don't be rash, okay? She kept talking both to stall and to give time for the police or rescue crew to show up. But the last man who stepped off the car muttered coldly, any more delay and the cops could show up. And just like that, Beard Guy's face turned from uncertain to full-on sinister. Right then, the sharp wail of police sirens sliced through the quiet residential area. Gabriella closed her eyes in despair. The bearded guy and his crew panicked. They didn't bother stalling Gabriella Reed any longer. They spun around, shoved Samantha out of the car, and dragged her straight into a rundown building nearby without a second glance. Gabriella didn't chase immediately. She fixed her eyes on the door they'd just disappeared through. Only after they were out of sight did she rush forward. Just as she reached the entrance, a familiar voice called out from the side of the street. It was Katie Lane. Gabriella's face lit up. She waved hard to get their attention. The three women regrouped in seconds. Gabriella pointed upstairs. They went up. Without a word, Claire Alton darted in. Gabriella and Katie exchanged a quick look, clenched their jaws, and followed behind. Claire, wait up! Katie hissed. Don't just rush in like that. Claire came to an abrupt stop, turning around to glare at them. You two go wait outside. I'm going in alone. Katie grabbed her wrist. And what? Get yourself killed. You'll only make things worse. Listen, Katie, Claire said, eyes dark with intensity. We're not home. This is a foreign country, and things can go south real fast. They panic. They might take someone down with them. I brought Samantha here. It's on me to get her back. The intensity in her eyes even made Gabriella freeze against the wall, too shaken to move. Claire yanked her arm free, grabbed the machete from Gabriella's hands, and headed upstairs on silent feet, alone. To everyone's surprise, Katie followed without a word. Gabriella stayed behind to speak with the police and guide them over. Claire and Katie shared a quick glance. At that moment, Claire felt a surge of warmth. She wasn't alone. They were a team. Together, the two made sure their footsteps were barely audible. Claire breathed heavily, touching the bleeding scrape on her elbow, then paused to listen closely. The whole building was eerily quiet. They had to tread carefully. No one knew where the kidnappers were hiding. In a tiny room, The bearded man turned to his comrades. "Think those women outside will come in after us?" The man on lookout shifted slightly, peeking through the window. "Haven't seen the damn cops yet." The guy in the brown canvas shoes stepped closer to Samantha, his gaze cold. He crouched and gripped her face. Samantha didn't flinch, didn't cry, just eerily calm. He asked in English, "Where are the four of you from?" There was a pause before Samantha replied, "Country Z." "What?" The lookout and the bearded guy exclaimed in unison. Even the man questioning her looked stunned for a second. They'd assumed the women were from Country R or maybe Country H, somewhere closer. There weren't many direct flights from Country Z to this side of the globe. This changed everything. What now? The lookout guy muttered to the bearded man, suddenly uneasy. People from Country Z were the last you wanted to mess with. Their police didn't play games. The man with the brown shoes clenched his jaw. "Kill her. No loose ends." Samantha didn't catch the exact words, but she read his expression loud and clear. Her heart should have been pounding in terror, but strangely the fear faded. At that moment, she genuinely hoped the other three wouldn't burst in. In English, she spoke calmly. "I don't know what you guys are going through, but if you tell me, maybe I can help. If you hurt me and get caught anyway, then what? All risk, nothing gained. Doesn't seem worth it, does it?" The man in the brown shoes gave a dry chuckle, plopped down in front of her, and casually pulled out a can of beer from his pocket. Guess by now, there wasn't much left to be nervous about. He stared at Samantha and asked, "You really think your friends will come for you? We're hiding in here. Would they really have the guts to show up?" Her eye was swollen and her cheek was bruised. She spoke slowly. "My friends will never leave me behind, but they won't hurt you either unless they have to." The guy in the brown shoes squinted suspiciously. "They'd take that kind of risk for you? In a place this dangerous?" "You wouldn't get it," Samantha said softly. "If it were them in my shoes, I'd do whatever it takes to save them too. People need something to believe in. If you stop believing, if you think there's no good left in the world, then what's even the point?" He gave her a vicious look, growling, "You really make me want to kill you." Samantha coughed weakly and said, "Your daughter's adorable." That hit a nerve. The man's hand shot to her throat, squeezing tight. Still, Samantha didn't flinch. "She's going to be stunning when she grows up. Her eyes look just like yours." She'd noticed the tattoo on his arm, a little girl's portrait inked into the skin. She really was beautiful. "She's gone. Some trafficker snatched her up. I've looked everywhere," he shouted, cracking. Samantha jumped in while she had the chance. "We can help you. My friends and I, we can help find her." He hesitated. Meanwhile, Claire Alton and Katie Lane had already picked up on the conversation inside. Creeping silently to the door like they were trying to rob the place, they pressed close and listened carefully. "You really think you could find my girl?" "You know how many people live in Z country, and most of them are super kind-hearted. If she's still alive, we'll find her. We work in aviation. We know tons of people, way more than you do. More eyes, better shot." Samantha coaxed gently, "But if you do something stupid now and get arrested, and she comes back only to find out her dad's a criminal, those pretty eyes of hers aren't meant for tears, are they? Wouldn't it break your heart?" The man in the brown shoes seemed to falter. Slowly, he eased his grip on her neck. But just then, the lookout exploded in rage and kicked Samantha square in the face. "Shut it, you lying bitch! Don't listen to her trash. She's full of it." Samantha choked on the pain, spit blood from her mouth. "I'm not lying. Even if you want to treat it like a deal, spare my life and I swear I'll help you find her. My name's Samantha. I'm from Z country. I'm a pilot. I've kept so many people safe. I'm not turning my back now." The last part she practically screamed. The man in brown shoes stood still, too quiet. The lookout guy wasn't done. He lunged again, ready to finish her off, until Brown Shoes stepped in front of him, stopping him cold. Fury twisted the lookout's face. His eyes were wild as he yelled, "You idiot! You're really falling for this crap? Kill her! I'm done waiting!" He grabbed a bottle from the floor and smashed it against the wall, clutching the sharp end as he charged at Samantha. Boom! Crash! The door flew open with a bang. All eyes turned as two women barged through, radiating a deadly kind of presence. Everyone froze. Then a blade appeared. resting clean against the lookout's throat. Claire held the sword steady. Katie stood behind her, gripping a giant piece of wood studded with nails, glaring at the other two men like they were already dead. Claire's voice was ice. "Drop the bottle." That 1 second held everyone's breath. Samantha, still trembling, finally broke down with tears streaming across her bruised face. Her lips were shaking. Just moments ago, she truly thought she wouldn't make it out alive. They really came. They actually came to get her out of this mess. Even the bravest pilots couldn't keep completely calm when facing death. It just wasn't possible. And for women, it often hit even harder. Samantha was gasping, struggling to catch her breath and squash the panic crawling up her chest, trying hard to keep her mind clear and steady. The man who'd been tailing them stood frozen, eyes locked on the rust-covered machete now pressed against his neck. After that flash of panic, something darker surfaced in his gaze. He didn't flinch. In fact, the colder it got, the more twisted he seemed. He shot a low laugh. "Go on then, do it." Claire Alton's arm didn't budge. Her grip on the machete stayed firm, unwavering. Their eyes met, his full of menace, hers calm and dead steady. A few seconds ticked by before Claire spoke, her voice cool and unshaken. "If I kill him now, will it get us into trouble?" Everyone in that tiny, cramped room understood her perfectly. Katie Lane blinked, startled, but answered quickly. "Nope. We're the victims here." "Got it." Claire dragged out the word deliberately. And then, just like that, she swung the blade down straight toward the guy's neck. Only then did real fear finally crack his poker face. The bearded guy lunged to push him out of the way, and the man in brown cloth shoes stumbled back in panic, yelling, "No!" Last second, Claire flipped the blade. Instead of slicing, the blunt side slammed right into the guy's shoulder. He crashed to the ground with a howl, clutching his arm. Without missing a beat, Claire's foot slammed into his crotch. A tortured scream tore through the empty, crumbling building. Even Samantha, holding her injured eye, winced at the sound. Gabriella Reed arrived that exact moment, just in time to see it all unfold. She gasped, slapping a hand over her mouth. "Oh my God." Police burst in seconds later, charging in and quickly cuffing the assailants. 2 officers had brown cloth shoe guy shoved against the wall, arms behind his back, but his eyes stayed locked on Samantha. Someone helped Samantha to her feet. She turned to the officer closest and said, "Can you keep him here for a bit? There's something I need to talk to you about." The local police were being extremely respectful. They'd been under intense pressure from higher-ups back home to keep these 4 women safe no matter the cost. Not just that, but folks from Z Country's Police and Aviation Authority had flown in. The whole town was practically swarmed. Any screw-up, and the local department would be lucky to still have jobs by tomorrow. So when she said she needed a word in private, they were more than happy to comply. "No problem, we can do that," the guy clearly in charge nodded quickly. Once they'd cleared out that wreck of a floor, a doctor who had come along started checking Samantha's injured eye. Samantha took the chance to explain the story behind the man in the brown shoes. The police captain blinked in surprise. "He kidnapped and hurt you, and you still want to help him find his daughter?" Samantha answered, calm but firm. "That's 2 separate things. He broke the law, and he'll pay the price. But his daughter being trafficked? That's not her fault. She deserves help." The group of officers exchanged stunned glances. Then, one by one, each gave the 4 women a solemn salute. A salute of respect, of real admiration, inside the police car. The man in brown cloth shoes sat slouched, wrists cuffed, looking utterly drained. The van door swung open, and a bulky police captain stepped up with a folder in hand, eyeing the man from head to toe. Just as the man braced himself, thinking they'd start questioning him, the captain surprised him with, "Describe your daughter's appearance. Age, name. Tell me everything." He froze, jaw slack. What did you just say?" The captain didn't look pleased. "You lot held them hostage, and now they're offering to help you find your daughter, and you don't even feel ashamed?" The man turned toward the window, just in time to see Samantha walking by, shielding her eyes from the light. The guilt on his face deepened, until he couldn't hold it in anymore. He broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Agents from international law enforcement had arrived alongside the local embassy officials, immediately taking over the aftermath and expressing sympathy for the victims. "We're deeply sorry. We failed to ensure proper security," the embassy official said sincerely to the women. Claire Alton, who was clearly taking the lead, replied, "This wasn't on you. You're not security forces, and honestly, no one could have seen this coming. The good thing is, we're all okay, and thank you for stepping in now. Please, everyone, let's get you inside the car." They were escorted to a hotel arranged by the embassy leader. As soon as Claire stepped out of the car, someone grabbed her wrist. She blinked in surprise when she saw who it was. "You! What are you doing here?" Lucas Dalton scanned her quickly, even spun her around to make sure she wasn't hurt. Meanwhile, Gabriella Reed felt a hand tap her shoulder. She turned around sharply. Julian Hart stood there, looking like he'd just gotten off a red eye, yet still carried that detached, can't-be-bothered expression of his. The air around them fell quiet. Suddenly, the lollipop in Gabriella's mouth didn't taste so sweet. She chomped it down with a crack and said flatly, "You human or ghost?" The guy didn't even blink. Her eyes narrowed. "If you're human, you got no reason to show up here. If you're a ghost, well, that's even weirder. This ain't the place for you, pal. Wrong side of the afterlife." Julian knew it. All the anxiety, all the hopelessness he had felt, utterly pointless. "Hey, why are you leaving?" He didn't look back as he climbed into a car. "Airport, I'm flying back." His secretary looked confused. Mr. Hart, we're just leaving?" Staring at Gabriella's dumbfounded face in the rearview mirror, he muttered, "I should have known. Anyone else would have been shaken. But her? Not a chance." "I'm still lost here, sir," the secretary admitted. Julian pinched the bridge of his nose. Honestly, it's a miracle the thugs didn't run screaming from her nonsense. He shook his head. "Forget it. Find us a hotel." "On it." The secretary quickly shifted gears and drove off. Back at the hotel entrance, Lucas's eyes were bloodshot. "When I heard you were in danger and couldn't get through to you, I just came." A flicker of warmth lit up in Claire's chest. She smiled, did a little spin. "See? Totally fine." "Oh, totally," Samantha chimed in with a half-smile, half-grimace. "Guess who actually got grabbed?" "Yeah, me. Guess who has one working eye now?" "Again, me. But hey, don't worry, your future CEO's wife, not a single scratch." She offered a sarcastic thumbs up. Lucas Dalton couldn't help but chuckle. Then he gave Matthew White a knowing glance. He let it go, took Claire Alton's hand, and led her right through the front doors of the International Embassy Hotel. Claire turned back, shot a hand gesture at the three women behind them, mouthing something like, "Catch you later for midnight snacks." The three of them all returned a cheerful, "okay" sign in sync. When they walked in a few steps later, Matthew caught up to Samantha and handed her a check. "This is $5 million. When you're back home, you'll get a month of paid medical leave, and the company will cover all your treatment, exams, counseling, whatever you need." Gabriella Reed, walking ahead, whipped around at that. "Damn, if I'd known, I'd have volunteered as a hostage," she blurted out. Samantha's face twitched, clearly holding back a reaction. And Julian Hart, who was walking back to the hotel to stay the night, nearly twisted his ankle. Thank goodness for his quick-thinking assistant who caught him just in time. He let out a long sigh, grinding his teeth. What does Gabriella even have in that head of hers? Seriously. His assistant was trying really hard not to laugh. Inside the hotel, after being thoroughly checked by Lucas, Claire was finally allowed out of the room. She'd made plans with the rest of the girls to meet up at the restaurant. The staff had gone all out, prepping a full spread of late-night dishes just for them. "Huh? Wasn't it supposed to be just the four of us?" Gabriella asked, loud and casual. The restaurant manager, also from their country, smiled and said, "Captain, it's not only the four of you. There are 3 gentlemen joining you." As he spoke, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Lucas, Julian, and the embassy's director walked in. The director was updating 2 airline execs on today's incident, looking fairly awkward. Lucas and Julian, though, seemed calm enough, just vaguely expressing that it was fine, as long as it didn't happen again. "This way, please," the director said politely. He really didn't have to be overly courteous, but Lucas's heavyweight status made it kind of necessary. After all, for any high-profile visitors the embassy had to deal with, Muno Airlines handled all their flights, totally free in and out. So yeah, he had to lay on the politeness thick. "No need to stand. Director Yue, Please, have a seat, Lucas said, pulling out a chair for him. Director Yo was flattered, chuckling as he sat down. Everyone dug in. As they ate, Director Yo kept apologizing to the 4 female captains. He felt bad the embassy hadn't stepped in sooner. Claire reassured him, "It all happened so fast. We didn't even have time to contact you. Honestly, you not knowing right away is understandable. No need to blame yourself. You came all the way here for us tonight. We should be thanking you." That made Director Yuo feel really seen. His tone became warmer, more respectful, more open. Even though it was late, it was still early evening back in Z country, so no one was sleepy thanks to the time difference. They ended up chatting quite a bit. Julian sat next to Gabriella. He didn't say much, just the occasional word to Lucas or Director Yu. One word, max. If he could say it in one, he wasn't wasting 2. When Gabriella Reed sighed for the 4th time, Samantha finally turned her head. "Seriously, what's with all the sighing? Julian Hart is such a freaking wallflower. Just sitting next to him stresses me out," Gabriella muttered under her breath. Samantha glanced over at Julian, deadpan. "Girl, this is just the beginning. You're in for the long haul." Gabriella hesitated, words stuck in her throat. A few seconds later, a low voice chimed in from her right, calm and teasing. "So, you're saying you don't want to spend your life with me?" Gabriella flinched like she'd been poked with a needle, shot him a deadly glare, and went back to eating with vengeance. Jerk. He came all this way and couldn't even say one damn nice thing? What was he made of, concrete? Who'd want to spend forever with a guy like that? Might as well date a statue. No way. After dinner, as everyone started heading back to their rooms, Julian, who'd barely spoken all night, suddenly broke the silence. "If you're feeling shaken, maybe take a break and fly home. I'll talk to Lucas about it." Gabriella blinked a few times, looking around in disbelief. "Wait, are you talking to me?" Julian shot her a straight-faced look. "Nope, I was talking to the ghost behind you." Reflex had her spinning around instantly, only to meet her own reflection in the mirrored elevator wall. She gritted her teeth. "Julian Hart, are you freaking insane?" He nodded slowly, dead serious. "Probably. I mean, I came all the way here for someone who doesn't even have a heart." He was dead tired. "By the way," Gabriella suddenly remembered, "it took us forever by plane. How did you guys get here in just a couple hours?" They stepped off the elevator, and Julian replied, "We were originally headed somewhere else, already on the plane with Lucas. The captain got word to us, so we rerouted with emergency clearance. You and Lucas work together now?" He swiped his card and opened his door. "How is that your business?" Gabriella stood there, expressionless, watching him disappear inside and close the door behind him. What a piece of work. Complete trash. Unbelievable. Katie Lane was about to fall asleep from listening to Gabriella's rant for the last 30 minutes. Gabriella cracked sunflower seeds while going over everything Julian did wrong. No repeats. Every 5 minutes, a new complaint. Katie lay wrapped in her blanket, nodding tiredly as her eyelids threatened to shut for good. "Hey, are you even listening?" Gabriella yelled. Katie's eyes barely opened. "Girl, let's just pray nothing like this ever happens again, okay? And come on, the guy came here for you. That's gotta mean something, don't you think?" "But he said he was here with Lucas," Gabriella argued. Katie finally looked up. "Okay, but seriously, how did someone with your IQ make it through pilot school without cheating?" Gabriella launched herself into Katie's blanket fort. "You can insult me all you want, but don't you question my flying skills. Take it back." "You're still not that bright," Katie said, stubborn as ever. "I swear I'll strangle you," Gabriella shouted, mock wrestling her friend. The two rolled around laughing and half fighting. Suddenly, Gabriella froze. "Wait, what's that sound next door?" Katie paused, then quickly covered Gabriella's ears. "You're hearing things. Shut up and get some sleep." If she remembered right, didn't Claire Alton have the room next door? Ahem. Middle of the night and all. Next door. "Lucas Dalton, I'm serious. Keep this up and I'm gonna be pissed." The dim moonlight couldn't break through the curtains, leaving the room shadowy and quiet except for their voices. Claire Alton's breathing was a little uneven, like she was trying hard to keep it together. Lucas's voice was low and breathless. "Oh, you mad? Show me what that looks like. You." And just like that, they were wrapped up in the dark again. The next day, Gabriella Reed walked out of her room, still groggy with light bags under her eyes. Just as she turned the corner, she bumped into Julian Hart. He shot her a glance. "Stayed up late?" "Humph, not your business." Gabriella huffed past him without missing a beat. Julian followed behind at a lazy pace. His assistant asked, "Mr. Hart, should I arrange your flight back?" "Check hers, I'm taking the same one." The assistant got the message and immediately started booking. "The original schedule?" "Scrapped, of course." "I'm flying back on your plane." Claire raised a brow. "Not going to finish your business trip?" "Too much got delayed. I'll just reschedule everything," Lucas said while gently ruffling her hair. "Claire, seriously, no more of that. My heart can't take it." She smiled weakly. "It's not like I planned for this to happen. Can't you think about yourself and maybe me just a little more?" His tone turned serious. Claire paused. "Samantha's my teammate, my colleague. How could I possibly look the other way if something happened to her? You can still help without putting yourself at risk. You going in like that. What if something happened to you? What would I do then?" Lucas was firm. Claire frowned. "So what? You're saying if Samantha, or anyone else I work with, is in trouble, I should just stand by and watch? There are other ways to help. Just don't throw yourself into danger, Claire." "How is that any different from doing nothing? It was just the three of us at the scene." Silence settled between them. This was probably their first real disagreement. After a brief deadlock, Claire said, "I've got a flight to catch. I'll head out first." Watching her walk away, Lucas clenched his jaw and yanked off his tie, tossing it at Matthew White without a word. Matthew glanced around awkwardly, having no clue what just happened, but ended up following Lucas out. On the plane, Claire leaned against the captain's seat, spacing out after checking everything was set for takeoff. Once all passengers were on board, it was wheels up. "What's going on with you?" Gabriella studied her face. Claire snapped back. "Nothing worth mentioning." Gabriella was surprisingly sharp for once. "Had a fight with Mr. Dalton?" Claire didn't respond, and Gabriella respectfully gave her a small bubble of silence. After liftoff and switching to autopilot, Gabriella spoke up again. "Why not talk it through? If there's something up between you two, better sort it early." "It's not a misunderstanding," Claire said with a wrinkle between her brows. "Might just be a clash in how we see things." "Like what?" Claire thought for a second, then looked over. "If Katie got into serious trouble one day, wouldn't you do whatever it takes to save her?" Gabriella nodded without hesitation. "Of course. Yeah. Sometimes feelings really just don't translate the same between people. It wasn't like she and Samantha were that close. More like they just had enough of a bond that she couldn't just stand by and do nothing." But Lucas Dalton wasn't exactly wrong either. If you don't know how to keep yourself safe, how are you supposed to look out for anyone else? Maybe what he cared about most was her safety. "Claire, did Mr. Dalton tell you to take better care of yourself from now on?" Gabriella Reed chuckled and said, "Honestly, it's pretty normal. Imagine it the other way around. If he risked himself for a buddy, wouldn't you be worried sick too?" It clicked for Claire Alton, like someone flipped a switch in her brain. Love always comes with a little bit of selfishness. They both just wanted the other to stay safe and sound every single day. That didn't mean they didn't care about others. They just hoped their partner would remember to consider them before jumping into danger. If he didn't care, he would have never said anything in the first place. The guilt in Claire's chest tightened. She'd totally misunderstood Lucas Dalton. Okay. Don't overthink it now." Claire stood up. "I'm going to step out for a minute." It's rare for the cockpit door to open mid-flight, so a few flight attendants shot surprised looks their way. Claire made her way straight to first class. Lucas had his eyes closed like he was napping, but maybe sensing something different nearby, he opened them slowly. The moment he saw her, something flickered in his eyes, though for once he didn't speak first. Claire crouched down beside his seat, leaning on her knees. Lucas was slightly taken aback and instinctively reached out to help her up, but then stopped himself. "Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant at first. It was my bad," Claire said softly, her voice clear and sincere. Lucas's lashes quivered a little, and his fingers curled slightly on his lap. He was genuinely pissed off this time. pissed that she didn't care enough about her own safety, and more than that she didn't stop to think about how he felt. When he didn't respond, Claire finally realized, yeah, he was legit mad at her this time. Not caring that there were other passengers around, she gently tugged his hand. Don't be mad, okay? I get it now. I promise I'll be more careful so you won't have to worry, please. Lucas kept his eyes shut, not saying a word. Claire started to panic a bit. He'd never ignored her like this before. How was she supposed to make it up to him? Something just snapped in her brain. Without really thinking, she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. That little peck made Lucas's eyes fly open, full of shock. Claire finally broke into a grin. Come on, don't stay mad. I've learned my lesson. Lucas frowned. Claire, seriously? You're playing dirty now? How am I playing dirty? So if saying sorry doesn't work, you just jump to kissing? He huffed. Claire bit her lip and pinched his pinky. Well, help me out here. If you keep ignoring me, I can't even concentrate in the cockpit. She leaned closer to his ear for that last part, and dang, that one line hit him right in the chest, like his heart just skipped a beat. I get it. Go back to work, Lucas muttered awkwardly, ears turning pink. Claire caught it and a glint of mischief appeared in her eyes. Then, I'll wait for you after we land. Lucas glanced at her side and waved her off. Go, now! Yes, sir! Beaming, Claire skipped back toward the cockpit. Lucas was left alone, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. After chatting with Gabriella Reed the entire flight, Claire Alton was definitely in a better mood. A genuine smile kept creeping onto her face. It was a long flight, over 10 hours, and they took turns napping. Claire even tucked a blanket over Lucas Dalton once, and at another point, went out of her way just to check on him. Honestly, it was clear who was living rent-free in her mind. Gabriella couldn't help but tease her along the way. Claire didn't mind at all. Once the flight finally touched down at Pingsong International Airport, Claire walked straight off with the perfect excuse to go find Lucas, only to realize he was already gone. Wait, what? He didn't so much as say goodbye before ducking out? Claire stood there, arms crossed, fuming. Gabriella dragged her suitcase over. What's up? Claire didn't answer, just grabbed her suitcase and started walking out. As two female international captains walked through the terminal, it naturally drew a lot of glances. But Claire's frosty, distant expression kept any would-be photographers at bay. Expressionless, she headed toward the exit. The flight report wasn't her responsibility this time, so she could leave ahead of the rest. Hey, sis-in-law! Claire turned toward the voice and spotted Sophia McPherson waving at her from a distance. She paused, brow furrowing at Sophia's outfit. How come you're not in uniform? I took a day off. Took a day off? Sophia sighed. My mom's sick. I need to be with her. Claire hesitated for a moment, then asked, what happened to her? She passed out at home yesterday. The hospital said it was a cerebral hemorrhage, Sophia explained with a dry laugh, thanks to her wonderful son stressing her out. Even though Sophia didn't exactly enjoy being at home and had her own issues with her family, she couldn't just ignore her mom when something this serious happened. As they exited the airport and Sophia was about to get into a cab, Claire turned to her. If there's anything I can do, just call me. Sophia nodded with a faint smile. All right. Once the cab drove off, Gabriella slowly caught up. Heading home? Claire was about to respond when her phone rang. Hello? It's me. Claire blinked. What's wrong? It was Kevin McPherson. Do you know where Mom's insurance card is? His voice was a bit rushed. I think, Claire frowned, trying to remember. Try the third drawer in her room. There was the sound of some rummaging over the line, then Kevin's excited voice. Found it. Claire chuckled. Good. For a beat, neither of them spoke. Then Kevin quietly said, Claire, thanks. No problem. Just take care of Auntie. I will. At the hospital, Sophia's mom had been admitted. Sophia and Kevin were both there, discussing surgery plans with the doctor. They settled on Monday for the operation. I'll cover the cost, Kevin said. Sophia kept peeling an apple without looking up or saying a word. The tension between them hadn't changed one bit. They could barely have a single conversation. Their dad sighed. Maybe the two of you could take shifts taking care of her? But with how the siblings clashed at every turn, he didn't hold out much hope. Sophia didn't even lift her head. There's nothing to rotate. Mom's sick, and as her daughter, it's only right that I stay. But your precious job. If you're so busy, no one's forcing you to hang around. Kevin let out a sharp breath, clearly irritated. Sophia McPherson, must you go on like this? Yup, she replied lazily, finally glancing his way. You seriously just asked that? What you think if you don't snap at me for once, I should fall on my knees in gratitude? Kevin clenched his teeth so hard you could hear it. Enough. Your mom's in the hospital and the second you two meet, it's bickering, all over again. Their dad rarely raised his voice, but now he did. Both of them shut up for a bit. Later on, when their dad was called away by the attending physician, Kevin started again. So, are you and Claire Alton close now? What's she like? What's it to you? Kevin almost lost it. Sophia, we're siblings. Do you have to be this hostile? Absolutely. Sophia set the fruit knife down. From that day on, you stopped being my brother. You really think you can patch things up just like that? Not with me, not with Claire, not with anyone. She couldn't stand being under the same roof as Kevin. If it weren't for their mother being sick, she wouldn't even be here. She said nothing more, just stood up and walked out of the room. Irritated and distracted, she wasn't paying attention and bumped into someone coming up the stairs. She looked up to apologize, but when she saw the man's face, the words got stuck in her throat. Andrew Robertson. He hadn't expected to bump into Sophia either. The sight of her stirred something gentle, almost nostalgic in him. What really surprised Sophia was that Andrew actually greeted her first. Miss McPherson. Miss McPherson. She almost laughed. Looking up, she met his eyes calmly. Mr. Robertson. How formal. Andrew glanced at the door she'd just come from. What brings you here? Visiting someone. Sophia sat down on one of the hallway chairs, making it very clear the conversation didn't need to continue. Andrew got the hint. He nodded and turned to walk away with his assistant. Only when they'd gone did Sophia look back. All this time, and she still remembered him. They still had each other's contact, but hadn't spoken again. Mr. Robertson. Inside the director's office, Andrew sat down. How's my father doing? Much better lately. After discussing some details, Andrew asked, Who's in room 12? Normally the director wouldn't keep track of all that, but since Andrew was asking, he checked, then replied, Cerebral hemorrhage, but it's not too bad, just needs proper rest. Andrew didn't respond right away. The director hesitated a beat before suggesting, I'll go check in on them soon. Andrew gave a small nod. Later that evening, Sophia was waiting for her mom to wake when someone walked in. Hello, we're here to transfer your mother to another room. She blinked. Transfer? Yes, to the 7th floor. It's a VIP room with private nurse and doctor assigned, the staff explained. As her mother was being wheeled away, Sophia suddenly asked one of the nurses, Who approved this transfer? The nurse smiled awkwardly. We're just following instructions. At least you still have a shred of conscience. In the private hospital room. Kevin McPherson had just found out their mom was moved to a different room, so he came looking. First thing out of his mouth was aimed right at Sophia McPherson. She'd been debating whether to message Andrew Robertson to ask if it was him who arranged the room change, but before she acted, Kevin had already shown up. Sophia was already on edge, and his words were like pouring oil on fire. She turned to glare at him. If you've got something to say, spit it out. If not, the proctology department's next door. I'm happy to chip in for your surgery and even find the best doctor to stitch that mouth shut. Sophia, can you not be so toxic? These two couldn't go 5 seconds without bickering. Finally, their dad, who'd been quietly sitting by their unconscious mother, snapped. Would you two shut up already? Every time you see each other, it's like a boxing match. Your mom's lying there unconscious, and all you can do is argue. That yell shut them both up. Kevin and Sophia shot dagger eyes at each other, then looked elsewhere like the other didn't exist. Not long after, a flood of McPherson relatives started showing up, all crowding around their dad to ask about their mom, especially their mom's sister. She barged in crying like they were already planning the funeral. This is Sophia, isn't it? Her aunt wiped away fake tears. Sophia gave a half smile. Yeah, hi, Aunt. Goodness, it really is you. Aunt's eyes swept over Sophia, clearly unimpressed. Your mom's in the hospital and you're dressed like you're going to a party. And I heard you haven't been home much over the years. That's no way to treat your parents. Don't forget, being filial comes first. And honestly, since your mom needs surgery, you should be covering the cost. Don't you work at some big company? Your dad's business went under, right? Time for you to step up. Other relatives instantly piled on, chirping in their agreement. Sophia couldn't even match names to their faces. Back when her dad's company was killing it, these people were regulars at the house. But she barely came home, and even when she did, she hardly ran into them. After all this time, they were just a blur. Ever since Juanme went belly up and the family was trying to line up a new investor, these so-called relatives were back again. Hard to tell if they were here to get a slice of something or just to enjoy the drama. Sophia let her aunt's speech pass through one ear and out the other. Seeing that, the aunt upped her elder routine. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Did you pay the hospital bills yet? You need to cover the surgery and hire a nurse too. Oh, and we're planning to stay a few days to keep your mom company. Can you book us a hotel? Doesn't have to be too fancy. 5 stars will do. She said it like it was all just naturally Sophia's responsibility. Sophia glanced at the fruit they'd brought, maybe worth a couple bucks. One of the boxes was so small that mold was already forming at the bottom. She merely responded with a flat, Auntie let out another complaint. We've been sitting here so long and you didn't even offer us a glass of water. It's already late afternoon. Why haven't you booked a hotel and arranged a dinner yet? Seriously, do you have no sense at all? Then she gave a mocking glance to another relative and said with a smirk, Isn't being a flight attendant pretty much like being a waitress? What did she even learn? Can't serve anyone, clearly. Sophia McPherson felt her anger shoot up, like someone lit a fire in her chest that went straight to her head. She already had a comeback ready to fire off. But Kevin McPherson beat her to it. Auntie, everyone's tired. If you can do something yourself, just go ahead and do it. That one didn't go down easy. Auntie immediately snapped. Kevin, what's that supposed to mean? We came here out of concern for your mom. Kevin turned his eyes to their dad. Dad, did you invite them? Their father hesitated for a moment, obviously awkward. Kevin stepped slightly in front of Sophia, shielding her from the relatives' vulture-like stares. So if no one asked you to come, you're basically just barging in. Don't talk to me about family. Back when we were in real trouble, where were you? When we went bankrupt, did any of you show up to help? But now she's sick, the bills are paid, the surgery is done, and magically you all show up, with rotten fruit no less, and somehow expect my sister to book you 5-star hotels and fancy dinners? Come on, use your brain, or just donate it to my mom since you clearly aren't using it. Sophia nearly clapped, on instinct. At that moment, they were in sync. For once, setting aside their usual fights, the siblings teamed up in full force against this batch of freeloading relatives. Sophia stepped closer to Kevin, her expression calm and distant. Sorry, Auntie. Everyone, I haven't made much money these years, and I'm still in debt. You showing up actually saves me the trouble of having to chase you down later. You've all seen how sick my mom is. We've still got a lot of treatment ahead. And you know our family's current situation. Honestly, we could really use some help. Could each of you chip in a little? As the relatives' faces started to twist, Sophia smiled. Doesn't have to be much. Just 5 million. Kevin shot her a look, raising an eyebrow. 5 million? Come on, that's not even close. At least 10. And honestly, how much did Mom help you out over the years? Time for payback, right? The siblings were practically tag-teaming now, and those gossip-fueling aunties didn't stand a chance. When Sophia was pissed, her firepower doubled. And Kevin? His shamelessness could honestly make people cry laughing. Just as a few relatives opened their mouths to object, Kevin jumped back in before they could even breathe. During his rants, somehow no one else could get a single word in. My dear brother-in-law, Auntie grumbled, how on earth did you raise kids like this? I was even thinking of setting your daughter up with someone, but with this kind of attitude, forget it. Kevin didn't even blink as he shot back. Wait, your daughter's still not married, right? And your son, wasn't he dumped again? Auntie's face instantly went pale. If you had someone actually decent, you'd have snatched him up yourself. Don't pretend you were thinking of offering him to my sister. Your family taught you. Before she could finish, their father stepped in with a sigh. "My wife needs rest right now. Everyone, please leave." The kicked-out relatives wore a whole rainbow of expressions: red, yellow, green, all sorts. Sophia McPherson smiled faintly as she held the door handle to the hospital room, while Kevin McPherson simply dropped the fruit they brought right outside the door. "Bye, folks." As the door clicked shut, the siblings exchanged a glance. Whatever calm had just formed vanished in a flash. They shot each other dirty looks and walked off in opposite directions. Watching the scene, Mr. Ropp McPherson sighed, completely at a loss. If only their mom was still up and about, maybe she could have done something about this mess. "You two not eating?" he asked. Sophia kept her head low. "Not hungry. I'll eat if she won't," Kevin said. "Dad, want anything?" "Anything's fine." At this point, eating wasn't really on Mr. McPherson's mind. "I'll go get something then," Kevin said. Since Ringmai went under, Kevin had gone from being totally defeated to at least learning to handle life without an assistant or a driver. After Kevin left, Mr. McPherson turned to Sophia. "Sophia," she looked up. He let out a long sigh. "You and your brother, no matter what, you're still siblings. One day when your mom and I aren't around anymore, it'd be good if you two could talk things through, have someone to fall back on." She didn't respond. "Sophia, talk to me, Why is it that you and your brother just can't get along?" Mr. McPherson never favored one child over the other. He just wanted to understand. Sophia's tone was flat. "Nothing specific. Maybe we just rub each other the wrong way." Mr. McPherson looked like he wanted to say more but held back. After a moment, he tried again. "You know, your mom's care, we're still not sure how much it's going to cost. This room especially. Maybe we should switch to a cheaper one tomorrow?" He assumed Sophia had paid to upgrade the room. She stayed silent, and he took that as a yes. Then she asked, "Any idea about how much more it's going to run?" "Honestly, I don't know. This came out of nowhere. If there are any complications down the road, she'll probably be on meds long term." Sophia started calculating in her head. "I still have some savings. Don't worry about Mom's treatment." Her words filled Mr. McPherson with guilt. She hadn't been around much over the years, hadn't gotten much love or attention really, yet now she was the first to step up with support. "Sophia, you don't have to," he said with a sigh. "Your mom and I have enough to last a while. Keep your money for yourself." Just as she was about to answer, Kevin walked back in carrying a few takeout boxes, so she held her tongue. "Dad, this one's got some meat in it," Kevin said, setting one box in front of their father. Sophia was on her phone when, a soft thump, the box dropped in front of her. Kevin, now with his own box, took the spot by the window and started eating right away, not looking back once. Sophia blinked, caught off guard by the little twist in her heart. She stared at the still steaming dinner in front of her, not quite sure what to do with it. Come to think of it, this might be the first time in her life Kevin had ever brought her a meal. Something that should have been super normal between siblings now just felt weird. Deep down, she couldn't help but briefly wonder, was Kevin up to something? Poisoning her, maybe? That shadow was something Sophia McPherson knew she'd carry for life. Those doubts, that distrust, it had all taken root in her mind when she was just a kid, buried deep and solid. Her phone buzzed twice. Sophia glanced at the screen. "Claire Alton, how's your mom doing?" Claire stared blankly ahead after sending the message. Sophia's mom, her ex-mother-in-law, used to treat her so well. Now that she was sick and hospitalized, Claire felt she ought to pay a visit. But things were complicated. She was engaged to Lucas Dalton now. Visiting Sophia's mom might give him the wrong idea. "What's got your head spinning?" Lucas's voice brought her back to reality. He sat next to her and casually glanced at her phone, spotting the message she'd just sent. Sophia's mom? Wasn't that Claire's former mother-in-law? Claire locked her phone and gave a small shake of her head. "Nothing really, just chatting with Sophia a bit. You done with work?" Lucas looked at her, quiet for a moment. Then he asked, "Sophia's mom sick?" Claire froze. "Wait, how'd you know?" "I caught your text to her just now." He gently held her hand. "Look, don't worry about how I'll take it." She opened her mouth to say something, but Lucas reached out and lightly pressed a finger to her lips. He spoke slowly. "Kevin is Kevin, and his mom is his mom. I can tell the difference. and I completely trust you have no feelings left for Kevin. You just care because back then his mom treated you well. She's in the hospital. Of course you'd want to check in. It's totally normal." Hearing his understanding, Claire hugged him tightly. Lucas blinked, letting out a small chuckle. "Wow, me just saying go see her makes you this happy? You don't get this excited hugging me normally." "That's not true." Claire sniffled, words a bit muffled. "I mean, yeah, I'm happy, but it's more because I'm lucky to have a guy like you." Lucas raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you really think I'm that great?" "Absolutely." "Then where's the proof?" Claire gave him a teasing glance, leaned over and pecked his cheek. Lucas shook his head. "Too little." "Moi!" Claire kissed him again. He turned his head slightly. "Over here." Claire followed with another kiss. "Okay, how about now?" Still not enough. A lifetime of kisses might just do it. Now who's being shameless? Lucas pulled her close, lying down with her and brushing his lips along her skin. After a while, his voice lowered, husky and warm. "When you decide to visit your ex's mom, let me know. I'll drive you over myself." Claire felt the meaning behind his words and held him tighter. Okay. They kept kissing and ended up in the center of the bed as the smart curtains quietly closed on their own, blocking out the curious glow of the moonlight. Next morning, Sophia, who had stayed up in the hospital all night, was half asleep when her phone rang. "What?" She shot awake, instinctively glancing at Kevin McPherson on the other cot, then got up quickly. Talking to the person on the phone, she shook Kevin by the arm. "Got it, I'll be down to get you." She hung up and gave Kevin a sharp pinch. "Hey, wake up!" "What now?" Kevin grumbled, cracking one eye open. "Claire's coming to see Mom. Can you go hang out somewhere else for a bit?" Kevin instantly sat up. "She's here to see Mom, right? Why should I hide?" "My boss is coming soon. Are you sure you should be here?" Sophia McPherson tried to keep her voice calm, even though she was clearly annoyed. Kevin McPherson, now wide awake, sat up and pointed at the hospital bed nearby. "That woman is my mom. I'm her son. You really think I shouldn't be here?" Sophia took a deep breath. "Kevin, stop twisting my words. Do you seriously not get what I'm saying? Are you okay in the head?" He gave a sarcastic snort. "I'm not leaving. Let them come if they want," Kevin said, plopping down on the sofa like he had all day. Sophia clenched her teeth, but didn't bother arguing further. Time was tight. She focused on tidying up the makeshift beds they'd been using. Just as she finished the basic tidying, Claire Alton called to say she'd arrived at the ward entrance. Sophia quickly headed out to meet them. Back in the room, Kevin walked over to check on their mom. Then he picked up a packet of disposable wipes and gently cleaned her hands. "Mom, Claire's on her way up to see you. You're still out cold, so I figured I'd let you know. Don't go blaming her later for not visiting." After wiping her hands and face, he returned to the sofa. The group entered to find Kevin leaning back against the sofa armrest, eyes glued to his phone, barely flinching. Sophia didn't even acknowledge him. "Mr. Dalton, please have a seat. Claire, come sit over here." "Make yourselves comfortable," she said as the rest filed in. Besides Claire and Lucas Dalton, Samantha, Katie Lane, Gabriella Reed, Emily Dalton, and Benjamin Hart had all come together. The room got a little crowded, but everyone knew how to keep it quiet. No loud chatting or unnecessary noise. "You really didn't have to bring anything," Sophia said, pretending to scold them. "We couldn't just show up empty-handed," Samantha replied. "Some of us did, though," Katie joked. Captain Reed and Mr. Dalton came in hands-free. She wasn't wrong. Only Lucas and Gabriella strolled in without carrying a thing. Kevin finally lifted his eyes, glanced coolly at Lucas, then looked away. Gabriella didn't react, and Lucas didn't say a word in response either. Claire walked over to the bedside, looking down at their mother, worry etched into her face. "How'd this even happen? A sudden brain hemorrhage?" "Doctor said it was probably triggered by emotional stress. Maybe she got too angry or anxious," Sophia explained. She never brought up the mess at home with Claire. It was too awkward. But Claire had heard about the bankruptcy of Juan May, especially after running into Kevin the other day, who had mentioned it himself. Their mom had poured her whole life into that company. Watching it collapse hit her hard. "The doctors, is she going to be okay?" Sophia shook her head. "Even if she recovers, it's not going to be like before. We'll have to keep an eye on her in case it happens again." Claire gently held the old woman's hand. Memories of those 2 years flooded back. How well she'd been treated. "If there's anything I can help with, just say the word, all right?" Claire said firmly. Sophia smiled. "Don't worry. I won't be shy. All right, she needs to rest anyway. We'll head out and give her some peace." "Let's grab a bite," Sophia McPherson called out. "Come on." Everyone gradually filtered out, leaving only Kevin McPherson still slouched on the couch. Sophia hesitated for a second at the door, then turned to look back. "You? I got it. Just go already," Kevin mumbled without even lifting his head. "She's my mom too. I'm not going to leave her lying here alone." If someone could make nice words sound grumpy, it'd be Kevin, no doubt. Sophia shot him a sharp glare and pulled the door shut behind her. "Huh?" As they passed the payment counter, Claire Alton noticed Matthew White and Gabriella Reed walking over to the billing window. "What are they doing?" Lucas Dalton squeezed her hand. "Juan Mie's gone under. Even though the surgery wasn't too expensive, the post-op care is another story. You saw that room. It costs like 10 to 20 grand a day." Just then, Gabriella came back and stuffed her card back into her bag. "Julian Hart always says a gift should be what people really need. I didn't bring anything fancy, so I figured I'd just chip in on the hospital bill." Turns out Julian and Lucas were thinking along the same lines. No wonder none of them brought any gifts. By the time Sophia walked over, everyone was already in the car and they all headed to a nearby restaurant. Inside the deluxe hospital suite, 2 days post-surgery, their mom finally came to. Kevin caught a glimpse of her fingers twitching and jumped up so fast he almost twisted his ankle. He rushed to her side. "Mom, you're awake?" She looked exhausted. He quickly pressed the call bell, and a doctor came in pretty fast to check her over. After confirming there was nothing serious and she just needed rest, they all cleared out. Kevin, looking visibly relieved, grinned at her. "Mom, you're okay now." She tried to speak, her voice faint. "Why do you look like such a mess?" After days in the hospital, Kevin clearly hadn't cared about appearances. He pulled a chair to her side and gently dabbed her lips with a soaked cotton swab. "Why bother cleaning up? I'm not exactly busy these days." She blinked slowly, then closed her eyes again. But now that she was awake, her sleep became restless, waking up off and on. Kevin stayed on his feet the whole time, constantly tending to her without a single complaint. Seeing that, she gave him a tired little smile. "Didn't think you'd actually take care of me like this." Kevin paused, then muttered, "If I don't take care of you, who else will?" "Where's your dad?" "He'll be here later. He stays during the day. I pull night duty with Sophia." "Sophia came back?" She sighed softly. "Shouldn't have called her. She's got work." "Work's not more important than you," Kevin said. "Oh, and a bunch of Sophia's coworkers came to visit earlier. I don't remember all the names." He paused briefly, then added, "Claire was here too." Hearing Claire's name, their mom's expression softened into a dazed kind of smile. "She's such a thoughtful girl." Kevin sat there staring blankly, mind drifting back to the 2 years he and Claire were married. She handled everything back then, even looked after his parents. Regret was a worn-out record in his head now. He pushed the nostalgia aside and focused back on looking after his mom. After dinner with Sophia, everyone headed home. In the car, Claire's face looked a bit off. Lucas leaned over, worried. "You okay? Stomach hurt? Was it something you ate?" Claire shook her head slowly. "I don't know. I'll be fine after some hot water." Everything at Muhu Complex looked calm. Not feeling too great, Claire Alton skipped the chit-chat with her coworkers and went back to the bedroom to rest. Emily Dalton stepped in to host the female captains in her place. "Why don't you all just eat here tonight? It's rare for everyone to be off at the same time." The women glanced at each other and all nodded in agreement. Lucas Dalton chatted with Benjamin Hart for a bit before heading upstairs to check on Claire. Claire wasn't really sleeping soundly. She felt drained and just couldn't relax. Lucas took off his jacket, slipped into bed beside her, and gently pulled her into his arms. "Close your eyes. I'm right here." Nestled against him, Claire slowly drifted off. After getting that nap in, she felt a bit better and came downstairs to join the others for a chat. "I had the kitchen make a lot of dishes. Anything you're craving?" Emily asked as soon as she saw her. Claire gave it some thought. "Maybe something tangy." "Got it." Samantha asked, But you never used to go for sour stuff, did you? Claire flopped onto the sofa with a long sigh, her whole body still heavy. I'm not picky, really. Company anniversary's in a few days, right? Samantha brought it up. Benjamin nodded. Yeah, surprised you remembered. Of course. Everyone's wondering if we get time off. You do, a voice said from the stairs. It was Lucas. David hurried over, handing him a warm glass of water. Lucas took it and sat next to Claire. With everyone throwing glances their way and Claire's eyes sparkling beside him, Lucas couldn't help but chuckle softly. 3 days. No way. Gabriella Reed nearly jumped with excitement. You're the best, boss. Katie Lane was mid-sip when Gabriella nudged her with an elbow, almost making her choke. She quickly nodded, coughing a bit. Yeah, you're awesome. If they were going to flatter him, they were going all in. Gabriella added, from the minute I found out you two were engaged, I just knew the heavens were rooting for you two. Such cinnamon rolls, it's just too sweet to watch. Samantha chimed in. Seriously, back when Claire got hired, I thought, wow, Lucas must have hit the jackpot with this one. Katie nodded like a bobblehead. Totally. Lucas sighed and added, paid leave. The 3 women instantly cheered. Yay, you rock, Lucas. All right. My ears are ringing, Benjamin joked, laughing. Claire curled up deeper into the sofa, still looking worn out. Everyone figured she'd just been overworked lately and needed a break. Lucas sat right next to her, gently rubbing her back, not leaving her side for even a second. Don't you have work? Claire whispered. Lucas shook his head. It can wait. I'll deal with it tonight. Matthew White probably stayed back to handle his tasks for him. There might be some people from other companies coming to the anniversary, Benjamin mentioned. Even some international folks. Samantha asked, what kind of people, though? People in your line of work. In other words, pilots. Samantha raised an eyebrow. Well, they're welcome. These folks are pros. Some you've probably only heard stories about, just giving you a heads up so you won't be caught off guard. What's the worst they could do? Gabriella tilted her head. Pick a fight? Benjamin clicked his tongue. You're always ready for a brawl, huh? If you're that eager, I'll bring in Lily for a little sparring session. Gabriella Reed was munching on a banana. Sure, as long as I don't have to use my hands or feet. Everyone chuckled and chatted leisurely, just waiting for dinner to start. But before they even began eating, Claire Alton had already dozed off in Lucas Dalton's arms. Lucas raised a hand, signaling them all to go ahead and eat without making a fuss. From the dining area, it was easy to see Claire leaning on Lucas's leg, fast asleep. And there he was, calmly scrolling on his phone, not moving a muscle despite clearly dealing with a numb leg. That's real love right there, Gabriella sighed. What? Real what? Benjamin had clearly misheard. Gabriella rolled her eyes. Come on, can you just think normally for once? Claire didn't nap for long. She woke up halfway through dinner. Why didn't you go eat? She asked, massaging her neck as she sat up. Lucas's leg had indeed gone numb. He was basically stuck. I'm not really hungry. Besides, you were sleeping. Come on. Claire stood up, ready to go eat. Lucas didn't move. You go ahead. I've just got to wrap something up first. Claire glanced down at his leg. Wait, don't tell me your leg's asleep? She poked gently at his right leg. Lucas's face scrunched up in pain, looking like he couldn't even explain it. Claire held back her laughter and knelt down to rub his leg gently. Sorry, I didn't mean to torture you. Let me help loosen it up. No, it's fine. Lucas couldn't bear to let her do that. It feels a bit better, let's go. Back in the dining area, everyone heard a sudden noise. When they turned around and saw the scene, they all froze, then instinctively stood up, faces all serious. Why so dramatic? Well, because Lucas Dalton had just gone down on one knee, and no one thought they could emotionally handle that. Lucas had tried to walk a few steps, but his leg gave out and down he went. Right there, facing the dining table. The group snapped out of the shock and rushed over. Lucas, now being helped up by everyone, waved them off. It's fine, really, just leg cramps. That fall sounded rough. You should get it checked. Knee injuries can get tricky, Benjamin gestured at David. Go call an orthopedic doc, will you? David nodded. On it. The doctor arrived quickly and went straight to examining Lucas's knee. After making sure everything looked okay, Benjamin finally relaxed. Then Lucas said, Can you also take a look at my fiancée? The ortho doctor blinked, then looked at Claire. "Is something bothering you, miss?" He wasn't exactly trained beyond bones and muscles, so he naturally looked confused. Claire looked a bit puzzled herself. Lucas explained, "Her stomach's been off all day. She's been really out of it, couldn't sleep properly, completely drained." The doctor asked, "Did you eat anything bad recently?" Claire shook her head. Everyone was seated at the dinner table. No one felt like picking up their chopsticks just yet. Lucas adjusted his cuff and was about to let the doctor leave. But then the doctor casually added, "I'd recommend checking her blood work, or maybe getting an ultrasound." As soon as the word ultrasound dropped, every eye in the room zeroed in on the doctor, especially Lucas. He shot up from his seat. "Ultrasound? Why?" The doctor visibly tensed. "Mr. Dalton, I'm just giving a suggestion. It's not my specialty. It's just that her symptoms kind of resemble, Lucas's voice sank low, sharp with focus. "Resemble what exactly?" "Kinda like early pregnancy." Boom. That felt like an explosion inside Claire's head. Everyone else looked at her, caught somewhere between shock and joy. As for Lucas, he was frozen in place, totally speechless. The word pregnant hit Claire Alton like a thunderclap, straight past her ears and slammed right into her chest. Her knees nearly gave out. She grabbed the edge of the table for support, fingers digging into the wood. You mean she might be pregnant?" Gabriella Reed mumbled around a mouthful of food, stumbling over as if in slow motion. That question said what everyone else was thinking, breaking the stunned silence at the table. Benjamin Hart choked on his drink, coughing hard. Samantha had gone pale, eyes flicking nervously to Claire. The orthopedic doctor cleared his throat, awkward. "I'm just saying it's a possibility, not confirmed or anything. But yeah, checking can't hurt." Lucas Dalton finally came to his senses. He squeezed Claire's cold, clammy hand tight. Matthew! He's not here, man. Chill." Benjamin stood up quickly. "I'll drive you to the hospital." Everyone was clearly too shocked to even remember calling their driver. Lucas looked totally dazed, practically dragging Claire out the door. Benjamin and Emily Dalton rushed after them. "Keep eating," Emily called back. "We'll come back for midnight snacks." David snapped out of it, sprinted into the kitchen and barked orders at the supplier. "Go grab stuff that's good for pregnancy. Focus on what's suitable for day and night. Don't screw this up." The supplier nodded with urgency. "Got it, loud and clear. Don't worry about the cost. Just get the best stuff, okay? On it." The guy sprinted out like his life depended on it. Pingsong Gang First Maternity Hospital, the most reputable maternity hospital nationwide. The second they heard Lucas Dalton was coming with his fiancée, the director called in over a dozen off-duty professor-level OBGYNs to rush in. Lucas had barely stepped in when a wave of doctors started showing up in hospital cars. The director, once a legendary OB himself, stuck close to Lucas and guided him in, all respectful. "Please, take Mrs. Dalton to the VIP exam room." Claire's mind was totally blank. She didn't even know what to do, let alone what was coming next. A nurse was by her side the entire time, calm and professional. Lucas, on the other hand, looked like he was about to pass out from nerves. "Why are you shaking?" Claire gave his hand a light squeeze. Lucas's movements were stiff as he leaned in to check her forehead. "Don't be scared. You're the one freaking out," she said, holding his hand tighter. "You're shaking like crazy." "Of course I am," he muttered, breathing deep. "But I'm right here." Honestly, Claire thought he was so far gone, nothing he said made any sense anymore. The team of 10-plus doctors included a handful of TCM specialists. The second they came in, they took pulse readings, each one rotating in rapid succession. Each doctor spent no more than 10 seconds before handing off to the next. They were impressively efficient. Ultrasound, urine test, blood work, they didn't miss a thing. The samples were rushed straight to the labs, and the results were pushed out at top speed. The director returned to the VIP room with a stack of test reports, lab results, and a unified conclusion from the TCM experts. Claire was still feeling nauseous. The nurse brought over some soup and water. After drinking a bit, she did feel slightly better. Lucas hadn't left her side once, and Emily was obsessively watching the room's temperature, terrified Claire might get too hot or too cold. Benjamin was tagging along with the hospital director, running all over the place. The director walked in quickly, heading straight into the exam room. Lucas snapped his head up the second he heard the door. Claire opened her eyes too, holding her breath. No one said anything. They all waited in silence, knowing the verdict was coming. A few seconds later, the director held out a bunch of sheets with both hands and handed them to Lucas. "Congrats, Mr. Dalton. Your fiancée is indeed pregnant." Lucas's mouth fell slightly open. His hand froze midair as he took the results. Claire just stared, wide-eyed. The director added, "It's still really early, not much to see yet. Give it another week or two and the embryo should be visible." "Pregnant," Lucas murmured, flipping through the reports slowly. But before he could finish reading them, someone snatched them from his hands. Claire was half kneeling on the bed with a blank face as she seriously read through the numbers on every page. She frowned. "Where exactly does it say I'm pregnant?" That didn't make sense. They had been careful every single time. How could this have happened? Lucas picked up on her unease and confusion from her expression, and for the first time tonight, his nerve returned. "Claire, just rest for now. We'll talk about it later." Then he turned to the director. "Thanks for everything." The director waved it off quickly. "It's our honor. Call me anytime if you need anything, Mr. Dalton." Once the director had left, Lucas sat by Claire's side and put an arm around her shoulders. "Claire?" She kept her head down, lost in thought. Her eyes were fixed on her stomach, still flat, but now. There was a baby in there? It hadn't crossed her mind at all. This hit her too suddenly, and she didn't know how to react. "How about staying the night here?" Claire seemed okay eating the food the nurses brought, Emily suggested. Lucas hesitated, then asked Claire, "Do you want to stay tonight?" Claire slowly nodded, then laid down and closed her eyes without saying a word. Lucas, who had been on cloud nine just moments ago, now didn't dare show the slightest hint of joy. Benjamin and Emily exchanged a look and quietly left the room. Click. The door shut. Out in the hallway, Emily whispered, "Claire didn't look happy." "Would you be?" Benjamin raised an eyebrow. "Why not? I don't get it." Emily was genuinely confused. Benjamin slumped onto a chair in the corridor. "Imagine you're crushing it at work, finally at your peak. Then you're told to put everything on hold. Go have a baby. Stay home. Everything you fought for could just slip away. And when you try to come back, it's like starting all over. You'd still be happy?" Emily was stunned. Now that he laid it out like that, yeah, not exactly something to jump for joy about. No wonder Claire couldn't even crack a smile. "So what do we do?" "My brother looked like he was about to cry from happiness," Emily mumbled. Benjamin sighed. "He loves her like crazy. Of course he's over the moon. But this is between them. We shouldn't interfere." Claire was too drained to think about anything at all in the exam room. She lay down and was out like a light not long after. Noticing she had dozed off, Lucas grabbed a seat on the nearby couch and pulled out his phone to message the OBGYN hospital director on WeChat. "Good to hear from you, Mr. Dalton. Just wanted to ask, physically speaking, is she okay for pregnancy?" "Absolutely no issues. The future Mrs. Dalton is in great shape. All her levels are within normal range. But her emotional state seems a bit unstable lately. There's some mild anemia. If she chooses not to go through with it, can her body be brought back to its current condition?" "You mean gynecologically?" "Yeah. To be honest with you, Mr. Dalton, even healthy women can suffer a lot physically from that procedure, and some effects are permanent." Reading that, Lucas frowned. He leaned back on the couch and shut his eyes. His mind drifted, picturing what their baby might look like. Maybe they'd have Claire's delicate eyes, or his stubborn chin. A faint smile tugged at his lips. But then her reaction from earlier came rushing back, and that smile faded. Did she really not want this baby at all? If that's truly how she felt, what was he supposed to do? He couldn't force her, that's for sure. And even if it tore him up inside, he'd still respect her choice if she didn't want to have the kid now. Lucas Dalton. Still in her sleep, Claire mumbled his name and shifted a little. Lucas stirred instantly at the sound, almost on instinct, and walked up to the bed. He brushed her forehead gently, whispering, "I'm right here, sweetheart." She stirred slightly, but didn't fully respond. He held her slender hand in his, slowly turning her palm upward, lightly brushing the calluses there. All those achievements she had, came at the cost of those calluses. Asking her to give everything up wasn't a small ask. It would take courage most people didn't have. He had no right to pressure her, not with something like this. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Claire had opened her eyes without him noticing. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lucas smiled and touched her face. "You rest. I'll be right here." As if he'd been able to sleep at all. With too much on his mind, Lucas wound up watching over Claire the whole night. By morning, Claire woke up frowning, still not feeling quite right. "You okay?" Lucas caught on immediately. He didn't hesitate to call in a doctor and a couple of nurses. Even though she hadn't been formally admitted, the hospital director had made sure a lead physician stayed close all night, just in case anything happened to Mr. Dalton's special someone. Even the usual nurse staffing had been doubled just for her. After a thorough checkup, the doctor prescribed something and the nurse made sure she took it. Seemed to be mostly supplements and nourishing food. And after a morning of rest, Claire's color finally returned a bit. Still drowsy, she kept dozing off until she fully woke up to quite the surprise. The room was packed. Everyone from last night's dinner had shown up. Sophia McPherson, Matthew White, even Lily was standing quietly in a corner, not making a sound. "You feel any better?" Lucas asked right away the moment she opened her eyes, clearly worried sick. Claire gave her head a gentle shake and sat up on the bed. "Why are all of you here?" Sophia McPherson stepped over. "We thought you were checked into the hospital or something. Are you still feeling off? Want to eat anything?" Claire just felt completely drained, like her whole body was out of sync. No way she could get on a plane like that. Lucas Dalton had already let Ryan Carter know about the situation in the middle of the night. Once Ryan heard Claire wasn't feeling well and had been admitted to the hospital, he came over with the rest of the group too. Claire turned her head toward Lucas and asked quietly, "Can we go home?" Seeing her looking so out of sorts just made Lucas's chest tighten painfully. Then, right there in front of everyone, he knelt down and helped her put on her shoes, not caring at all that he was the CEO. "Want me to carry you?" he asked. Claire chuckled. "My legs still work, you know." Lucas's eyes were red with exhaustion after being up all night, but he held her hand tight as they walked out, a whole crowd trailing behind them. The scene definitely made more than a few heads turn at the hospital. Who brings an entourage like this just to visit? "Cancel all meetings and business trips, everything," Lucas told Matthew White. Matthew understood right away. Now, everything at Muno revolved around Claire. As soon as they got home, David and the kitchen crew welcomed her in person. It was quite the reception. The whole house smelled amazing. The table was already set with nutrient-packed dishes, perfect for someone recovering. Too bad Claire didn't have much of an appetite. She told the others to go ahead and eat. "Claire, want me to make you a fruit plate?" offered Emily Dalton, trying to help. Claire waved him off and sank into the couch, her mind a mess. "You don't have to fuss over me. Then just get some rest, okay? Call if you need anything," Emily said quickly before glancing at Lucas nearby, silently holding a glass of warm water and slipping away. Lucas sat down beside her and quietly started retying her hair. "Want to try sleeping a bit more?" "I already slept the whole night," Claire said softly, her eyes lowered, voice low. Nobody brought up that topic, but it was clear nobody had forgotten. They all knew it couldn't be avoided forever. Most people probably assumed Claire was struggling to let go of her work. But that wasn't it. Not really. Something weighed heavy on her, and even someone as clueless as Lily could feel it. She was munching on spare ribs while talking with full sincerity. "If I didn't know she's got a little baby in there, I'd think she just lost one." Right as her words landed, a very awkward voice sounded behind her. "Was it that bad?" Lily turned her head stiffly and saw Claire's face just inches away. She blinked slowly. "I swear, this is me after Benjamin Hart drilled me on how to be tactful in conversations." Benjamin sighed and corrected gently. "The phrase is drilled into me." Claire sat down and smiled at Lily. "So if you weren't trying to be tactful?" Lily tossed the pork bone aside, totally blunt. "I'd have thought someone in your family just died." "Ahem." Claire gave a helpless laugh. "Well, right now it's just me and the family. No more deaths to worry about. You're good." "Okay, got it. Claire actually liked Lily's vibe. She couldn't help but add, "You should spend more time learning about our culture. You've got potential." Lily blinked. "Oh." Then she turned to Benjamin with a confused face. "She said I've got potential. In what exactly?" Benjamin replied with a deadpan expression, "Fortune-telling." Ever since Claire Alton found out she was pregnant, things just went downhill fast with her body. Lucas Dalton was beyond worried seeing her like this. He ended up calling every expert he could reach, but none of them had a solid answer. Morning sickness and fatigue hit everyone differently, and even those usually in great shape couldn't escape it. The only thing they could do was try easing her discomfort as much as possible. In just 2 days, Claire looked visibly thinner and couldn't keep anything down. It had only been a month. She shouldn't be reacting this intensely. Lucas brought in 2 nutritionists and an OB/GYN to stay on standby 24/7 at the Muhu Wanxiang estate. They were on call around the clock. "Lucas, I feel horrible," Claire whispered. She used to handle everything with strength, but now sleep was impossible. She tossed and turned all night. "What's going on with her?" Lucas asked the OB/GYN. The woman adjusted her glasses, frustration written all over her face. She was even starting to doubt her own expertise. "I've done a full checkup from top to bottom. There's nothing out of the ordinary. This just seems like an extreme case of morning sickness." That was the one explanation she could give. Lucas's head was about to explode. Work at the company was piling up, but he'd shoved it all onto Matthew White so he could be at Claire's side. Still, Matthew's messages and calls kept flooding in. And with Claire's condition not improving, Lucas found himself running back and forth between both sides. Emily Dalton had put her own job on hold to fully care for Claire at the estate. Sophia McPherson was also splitting her time between the hospital and here, making sure Claire was looked after. Everyone was doing everything to help Claire. But Claire herself couldn't even explain it. The nausea wouldn't go away. Fatigue overwhelmed her. Her mood was all over the place. She did nothing all day but lie down, too drained to do anything else. "My brother's swamped with work lately, so I'm here taking care of you," Emily said gently, treating her like she was made of glass. "Claire, seriously, don't be shy. Whatever you need, even if it's just something small, let me know. Promise?" Claire nodded. She braced herself against the wall, trying to get past another wave of nausea, then let Emily pull her outside for some air. She never knew pregnancy could be this awful. Claire had mixed feelings about this baby, caught between surprise and uncertainty. She and Lucas weren't married yet, and even though times had changed, there was still some awkwardness about getting pregnant first. "Emily, can you not mention this to anyone?" Claire asked. Emily paused for a beat, then nodded firmly. "Don't worry, I won't breathe a word." They sat on the bench outside the villa. Emily had even placed a plush cushion on it, scared Claire might get cold. The weather was getting warmer, sure, but Claire was basically the queen of the estate now. Everything revolved around keeping her safe and comfortable. "Miss Claire, take a look at tonight's menu," David said, walking over with a warm smile. "If there's anything you're not feeling, I'll switch it up right away." The meals planned by the nutritionists were great for health, but didn't exactly win any flavor awards. So now David had a new mission: make Claire eat happily. After glancing through the menu, Claire said softly, "Thanks, this looks fine." "No worries at all, it's my job." David quickly turned around and dashed back to the kitchen. Claire Alton held her phone tightly, hesitating for quite a while, but eventually didn't call Lucas Dalton. Emily Dalton had already said he'd been super busy with work lately. It didn't feel right to bother him again. Still, the more she tried not to think about it, the more she wanted to hear his voice. That feeling had been creeping in for nearly half a month. The next time Lucas stayed with her the whole day, it was for another checkup at the maternity hospital. It went pretty much the same as last time. The only difference? This time, they could faintly see a tiny fetal bud. Staring at the image on the report, Claire was stunned. It was wild to think that such a tiny dot could grow into a whole human. "I heard from Emily your appetite's still pretty bad. Want to stay in the hospital for a while? The staff can take better care of you," Lucas suggested gently. Curled up in his arms, Claire still looked exhausted, like nothing could lift her spirits. The doctor had said it usually got better after the first trimester, but for some women, the nausea didn't ease up until delivery. Everyone was different. Nothing she could do about it. She'd never once brought up not wanting the baby, and Lucas knew that was her way of saying she wanted to keep it. He definitely wanted to marry her soon, but with how she was doing, a wedding wasn't realistic right now. When you feel a bit stronger, we'll go ahead with the wedding, okay? Claire lifted her face, looking all scrunched up and miserable. When's that gonna be? I feel awful. I've never felt this bad before. It's just nonstop discomfort every single day. Her nose turned red, eyes watery with frustration. Lucas felt helpless and heartsick. He couldn't do much but hold her and try to cheer her up the best he could. Then what can I do for you? Tell me and I'll stay. I want to. Before she could finish, Lucas's phone rang. He listened quietly, frowning as the person on the other end spoke. After a pause, he asked, "Can't you handle it over there?" Whatever the reply was, Lucas fell silent again before saying, "Okay, got it." Claire had a gut feeling. Something up at the company? You should go take care of it. Lucas didn't answer right away. He crouched down in front of her. "I'll be back soon, I promise." Claire forced a small smile, braving the discomfort. "All right." As she watched Lucas hurry off, she lowered her head and slowly walked back into the room alone. Soon after, Emily showed up, chatting with her to help pass the time. Emily was buzzing around like an overly attentive nanny, doing everything she could to ease Claire's burden. Lucas was gone for an entire week. He didn't show up once, but called Claire every day. After several days, Claire couldn't hold back anymore and finally asked Emily, "Is something going on with Muno International?" Emily's hand froze mid-movement. "Nope, nothing's up." "But my fiancé's never been this swamped before," Claire said, sharp-eyed as ever. "Emily, don't lie to me." "What would I lie to you for?" Emily sat down beside her with a bowl of freshly made porridge. "He's just expanding overseas. Things got a little tricky, so he had to go settle it himself. That's why he hasn't been around. We didn't want to stress you out." "Is it serious?" Claire frowned. "Not really, just some hiccups," Emily answered as she nudged the bowl toward her. "Come on, eat up while it's hot." Claire took a few sips, but couldn't drink anymore. Suddenly, she grabbed the bedrail and bent over the trash can, vomiting uncontrollably. She threw up almost half of everything she ate. It was like this every single day. Her complexion was pale, and sleep constantly eluded her. The doctors were worried she'd mentally break down, so they took turns stopping by to chat with her. But it didn't help much. 12 days passed in the blink of an eye. Claire video called Lucas or talked on the phone with him every day. She went from chasing planes and dreams to pacing around a hospital room. She opened her eyes to the same white walls and closed them to the exact same view. In this plain, sterile space, the only color came from the window. Sometimes she caught sight of a plane flying far in the sky. Every time Claire stared at the sky like that, Emily would rush over and say, "Want to go visit the office for a bit?" Claire just shook her head. She didn't want to trouble Emily more than she already had. After all, Emily had been the one by her side the whole time. "You've been zoning out for a while now? Want to sit back on the bed for a bit?" Emily asked softly, not wanting to startle her. Claire stayed by the window, motionless, eyes fixed on the sky as if the blue up there offered some peace. On day 20, Lucas finally came back. He looked a bit thinner and worn out. But even exhausted, the first thing he did was come to see her. The moment Claire saw him, she jumped off the bed and ran straight into his arms. Lucas caught her and lifted her up, smiling as he carried her back toward the bed. He frowned the second he felt her weight. "You've lost weight again?" Emily quickly raised her hand, like giving a report. "I swear I've been taking good care of her, but she keeps throwing up. I can't do anything about it." At this point, eating had become more of a punishment than a necessity for Claire. No one could change that. Claire clung to Lucas's hand and wouldn't let go. "Eat with me?" Lucas could feel how much she missed him, and guilt settled heavy in his chest. He'd been stuck overseas for weeks and couldn't make it back. The moment things wrapped up, he got on the first flight home. "Of course," he said. Once Claire's meal was brought in, Lucas took one look and frowned. "Does this even taste like anything?" The food looked painfully bland. Claire didn't react. She just scooped a bite and forced it down. It's all the same. All for the baby. All for the nutrients. She had no choice but to eat even when she didn't want to. Claire. She looked up. Do you regret this? Lucas asked, voice low and raspy, lined with exhaustion. Claire held the spoon tighter. No, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Maybe now, maybe later, but she knew she could get through it. Lucas pulled her into a hug, arms firm, full of guilt. I'm sorry. All her frustration and sadness from the past few weeks melted the second she saw him. It's okay. Worst case, a few more months and it'll all be over, she said, almost comforting him instead. When I'm done with my work, I won't head back to the company. I'll stay with you, Lucas promised. Claire nodded. Okay. He stayed by her side that night, but left before sunrise the next morning. Claire understood. Work was calling. She didn't even ask, just quietly fell back into the rhythm of recovery. It's hard for anyone to go from a fast, full life to painfully slow days without a time to adjust. Following the doctor's advice, Emily rarely left Claire alone, worried she'd slip into a bad emotional state. Now that the days were getting warmer, she started taking Claire out for a walk in the hospital garden every day. Whenever a plane flew overhead, Claire Alton would quietly watch it until it disappeared from sight. She snapped a photo and sent it to Lucas Dalton on WeChat, but by the end of the day, she still hadn't gotten a reply. Right before bed, she hesitated for a while before finally calling him. No one picked up, so she just quietly tucked herself in and went to sleep. The first 3 months had been brutal, so hard that Claire felt like she'd aged a few years. But at around 2.5 months, she was finally able to wash up on her own, eat by herself, and even sit up and move around a bit. Looking into the mirror, Claire gently touched her own face. Emily, I think I really look older now. Emily Dalton widened her eyes. Don't be silly, you're not even that old. No way you look aged. No, for real, come over here. When Emily came closer, they stood in front of the mirror together. Emily might not be dressed up, but she looked bright and refreshed, her whole vibe clean and energetic. Claire, on the other hand, wore recovery clothes, her hair just left hanging, her face thin and pale, lips chapped. The contrast made her look at least 5 years older, even though they were the same age. Claire looked down, didn't say anything, and quietly returned to her room. She kept telling herself she just needed to hang in there. Once she made it past the first 3 months, things would get better. Besides, this was her and Lucas's child. Just thinking about that made her smile a little. Claire, my brother said he might come by later tonight, Emily said. Claire nodded. Okay. Because of that sentence, Claire stayed up and waited, but by the time it was past 1 a.m., Lucas still hadn't shown up. She rolled over in bed, tugged the blanket around her, and fell asleep alone. She counted down the days, 3 whole months without stepping foot outside the private maternity ward. In just 3 more days I can finally leave, Claire smiled. I'm so ready. Emily chomped on an apple. Yup, finally back to our big cozy beds. Then, as if reminded of something, she tossed the apple core and threw her arms around Claire in a cuddle. Claire, you've been through so much for this baby, so much pain just to have a kid. It's okay, Claire smiled warmly. I'm actually really happy. Yeah. On the day she was discharged, Lucas showed up early to pick her up. Judging by how tired he looked, Claire didn't ask anything, just showed a bit of concern. On the way back to Muhuanxiang, Lucas was constantly on calls. Seemed like work stuff just wouldn't let him go. Claire couldn't really help him with anything, but she did catch bits and pieces. Sounded like something had gone wrong with a pilot. When he finally hung up, she asked, Lucas, is there anything I can do to help? The man paused for a second before pulling her into his arms. You just focus on getting better, okay? Don't worry about all that. Claire quietly nodded. Later, they heard a partner had been found, which made Claire finally breathe easy. Once they moved back to Muhuanxiang, Emily stayed with her like always. It's gonna hit 26 degrees east tomorrow. Claire, want to go out and walk around? Where to? My brother's got a hand in this new mall. Want to check it out? Claire thought about it, a little curious. Sure, at Mueno Plaza. They only realized how huge it was after arriving. 8 floors? Emily stared upwards in awe. The 2 women headed straight for the women's fashion floor. As the escalator carried them up, Claire was listening to Emily chatter. Then she caught sight of an elevator opening to their left. A group of people stepped out. Leading the group was a man and a woman, and that man was none other than Lucas Dalton. Her heart suddenly tightened. "Claire!" The escalator was about to reach the top when Claire suddenly spaced out and nearly took a dive. Thankfully, Emily caught her just in time. "Are you okay? Your face has gone pale." Emily looked genuinely freaked out. Claire clutched the handrail tightly, her breathing a bit shaky. That one image she'd just seen kept spinning in her mind. Unless her eyes were playing tricks on her. The tightness in her chest from the sudden panic made it hard to breathe, and she didn't even seem to hear Emily calling out in alarm. Meanwhile, on the lower level of the mall, Lucas suddenly looked up toward the escalator. He thought he'd heard someone say, "Claire," but there was no familiar face in sight. "Mr. Dalton, my father wanted to invite you over for a casual meal. Do you have a free day coming up?" The woman walking beside Lucas gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She looked gracious and elegant, totally gave off that calm, intellectual vibe. Lucas blinked and glanced down. "Maybe in a few days. Work's been intense lately. I'll treat Mr. Grant then." Chloe, born into a family of scholars, was the youngest daughter and deeply cherished by her two older brothers, who always encouraged her to do whatever she loved. Luckily, she hadn't turned out spoiled or bratty. Instead, she was classy, grounded, and had quite the resume. She was near the top of Pingsong Port's eligible heiress list. So when trouble hit Muno International, it was Chloe's help that kept Lucas from getting into a mess overseas. Later on, Chloe even became a shareholder in Muno International. Of course, she didn't step in for no reason. Their mothers used to be childhood friends. "That works too," she replied with a gentle smile that lingered a bit longer when she looked at him. Lucas kept checking the time, clearly itching to leave. Chloe noticed, "We've walked through most of the place. If you've got things to do, go ahead. We can catch up later." He didn't argue. "Sure, Benjamin, take care of Miss Grant for me." Benjamin nodded. Watching Lucas walk off, Chloe said, "Mr. Hart, no need to stick around on my account. You can get some rest too." "You're not planning to browse a bit more?" Chloe smiled politely. "Got a lunch appointment to get to." Benjamin didn't press her and courteously helped her into the car. At the Western restaurant, Chloe met up with her two brothers right on time. John, the eldest, opened with a look. "You seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit, huh?" She chuckled. "You teasing me again, big bro?" Roger chimed in, not teasing, just stating the obvious. The Grant brothers were the scholarly gentleman type, definitely raised with manners. "Chloe," John said sternly, being the older one, "you need to remember your place." Her lashes fluttered. "What do you mean by that?" "Mr. Dalton already has a fiancée," John said, more seriously this time. Her hand holding the glass of lemon water paused mid-air. She took a sip, swallowed calmly, then smiled. "I know. I'm not trying to get in the way or anything." Roger Grant asked straight away, "No other reason? Then why are you hanging around him so much lately?" "I'm just helping Dad check out the new investment mall," Chloe Grant explained. John Grant looked at his little sister with a stare that made Chloe roll her eyes. "Come on, big bro, relax. I'm not the type to butt into someone else's relationship." They dropped the subject after that and moved on. "Mulak vientian." "Where's Claire?" "She's in the bedroom." As soon as Lucas Dalton got home, he went straight for Claire. Seeing he was about to go in, Emily Dalton quickly stopped him and lowered her voice. "Hold on, bro. Maybe don't go in just yet." "What happened?" "She's not in a great place right now. I took her out to get some air, and once we got back, she just said she needed some alone time and went in." Emily explained. Lucas's brows furrowed. "What's wrong with her?" "I have no idea. I didn't say or do anything." Emily raised her hands like surrendering. After hesitating, Lucas decided not to disturb her. Inside the room, Claire was curled up on the bed, looking like she was just asleep, nothing out of the ordinary. But those tightly knotted brows and the slow, heavy sighs gave her away. She was wide awake. She lay there until it was completely dark, then drifted off without even knowing it. Lucas came in at some point, but she never noticed. For once, the night passed quietly, no tossing and turning like before. When Claire finally woke up, the bed beside her was empty. Still, she had this odd feeling, like someone had kissed her just now. She opened the door and stepped outside. Emily, who was in the second-floor lounge, stood up immediately. "There you are. Feeling any better today?" Claire gave a small nod. Emily could see right off that she was still in kind of a mood and didn't dare pry. She dashed to the kitchen and whispered to Lily, who'd been left behind by Benjamin Hart to keep an eye on things. "Any idea what's up with Claire?" Lily took a quick glance at Claire, who just sat down in the living room. After observing her for a few seconds, she said, "She wants to kill someone." "What?" Lily didn't explain further. But she trusted her instincts. When it came to murder eyes, no one read them better than she did. Though Claire's look wasn't dead obvious, just a hint. "Claire, want to play cards with us?" Claire forced herself to perk up a little. Sure. Lily barely knew how to play, but she was a quick learner. After a couple of rounds with Emily teaching her, she was already in the game. Still missing one, Emily called David over to fill in for a full round of mahjong. After several rounds, Claire got up to stretch a bit and peeked at her phone. Empty. Not a single new message. Looked like she'd gotten used to the silence from her WeChat. "Hey, have you noticed Claire doesn't seem as cheerful lately?" Lily tilted her head. "Was she ever cheerful?" "She wasn't." Emily looked surprised. Lily slowly shook her head. "I never thought so. She was great at reading eyes, the kind of eyes that gave away a person's next move or where they were headed. And Claire's eyes never really showed much joy to begin with. She just looked even gloomier recently." Out on the balcony, Claire had a throw draped over her as she slouched in a wicker chair, quietly watching planes fly across the sky, one after another. These days, Claire Alton and Lucas Dalton barely saw each other anymore, thanks to their mismatched schedules. He usually got home after she had already fallen asleep, and by the time she woke up in the morning, he'd be out the door. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Claire last left the house, ever since that trip to the new plaza. Her routine had become a loop, watching TV when she wasn't sleeping or eating. She'd kind of gotten used to it by now. Today, she finally felt a bit more energetic. The smell of food from the kitchen told her it was almost time for Lucas to get off work. She picked up her phone and gave him a call. It rang for a long while. No one picked up. She stayed patient and called again. This time it connected. Just as she was about to speak, someone else answered first. "Hello?" Claire's lashes fluttered. From the windowsill, Lily the cat twitched her ears and turned toward Claire. She saw the color drain from Claire's cheeks, her face going from soft pink to pale white in mere seconds. Claire stayed expressionless as she said flatly, "I'm looking for Lucas." Sure," came the answer. At the Grant residence, Chloe Grant quickly walked the phone to the dining room and lowered her voice. "Your phone." Lucas was in the middle of chatting with Mr. Grant, completely unaware his phone wasn't on him. Seeing Claire's name on the screen, he apologized and got up to take the call. "Hey?" The moment Claire heard his voice, she shut her eyes for a second. An uneasy feeling crept up in her chest, making her throat tighten weirdly. "Hello, Claire?" Lucas sounded a little anxious. She forced out a reply, her voice hoarse and muted. Are you coming back for dinner? You sound sick. Did you catch a cold?" Lucas was quick to notice something was off. "I'll be a bit late. You go ahead and eat first. I'll come back early and have a late-night snack with you. Sound good?" "Okay." With that soft okay, Claire hung up. Chloe walked over and, still keeping a bit of distance, said, "I heard your phone buzzing when I walked by the entryway. I must have accidentally hit the answer button. I thought it might be important, so I picked it up." Lucas gave a slight nod. "It's all right." Watching his distracted expression, Chloe said, "Maybe I should let my dad know we could wrap this up for today." Lucas looked up. "No need. I'll go speak to him myself." Mr. Grant. Though past 60, Mr. Grant looked full of energy and always wore a warm smile. "Told you to just call me Uncle Grant. You're too formal, kid." Lucas gave a polite smile. "Uncle Grant, my fiancé's feeling under the weather today. Let's pause for now. I'll treat you to a game of golf another time." "Sounds good. A man should know how to put family first." Mr. Grant stood up. "I'll walk you out." "No need, Uncle Grant. It's fine. Let's go." At the entrance, Lucas got in the car. Chloe waved at him from the side. "Drive safe." Once he was gone, Chloe told her dad she was tired and went upstairs. In her room, Mrs. Thompson, who had cared for Chloe since childhood, was ironing her clothes. Despite being a housekeeper, she carried herself with grace from the years spent in the Grant household. "You've been in a good mood lately, miss." Chloe raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Mrs. Thompson gave a tiny nod. "Yep." Chloe thought for a bit. "Mrs. Thompson, can I ask you something?" "Of course." Chloe Grant was lying sideways on the couch, speaking slowly. "What if I know something's wrong, but I can't help how I feel? Do you think I should just go with my heart?" Raised under strict rules since she was a kid, Chloe had never crossed the line. She had the best background, affluent, beautiful, with a lovable personality. People always assumed someone like her would end up with a perfect match. But over the years, no guy had ever really caught her eye. Not until Lucas Dalton. He got into some trouble abroad, yet didn't breathe a word to his fiancée back home. Handled everything on his own, so young, yet so capable. Chloe couldn't help but admire that kind of man. Mrs. Thompson set down her iron and sat across from Chloe, her tone serious. "Miss, are you talking about that Mr. Dalton everyone's been whispering about lately?" Chloe paused. "You noticed him too?" "He's come up in the staff's conversations," Mrs. Thompson said after some hesitation. "But miss, he's engaged." "I know." Chloe let out a sigh. "I won't do anything to mess that up." "You're a wonderful young woman, but you've got to remember what your mother always told you," Mrs. Thompson added pointedly. Mrs. Grant had passed away years ago, just when Chloe had turned 18. Before she left, she said one thing: always be someone who respects herself. Chloe had never forgotten it, never went against it. "You're eating just that little?" Emily Dalton watched Claire Alton pick at her food, visibly worried. Claire put her chopsticks down. "Had some fruit earlier. I'm not really hungry. You all keep eating." Realizing she wanted to rest, Emily didn't follow her upstairs. Claire had just reached the top when they heard the front door open downstairs. "Big bro?" Emily was surprised. "You're home early today." "Claire already ate?" Lucas glanced at the half-finished bowl on the table. "Yeah, she just went upstairs, in the room." Claire sat quietly on the edge of the bed in the dark, looking down at her stomach. It was starting to show a small bulge. When she poked it gently, it felt firm. Just as she was doing that, Lucas opened the door and caught the scene. The weight of his whole day melted away in that moment. He washed his hands and changed clothes before walking over with a smile. "Why didn't you turn on the light?" Claire had been watching him the whole time, washing up, getting changed. A mix of emotions swirled in her chest, but none of them made it to her lips. She wanted to ask about the awkward things that had been happening lately. But the words stayed down. She had to trust him. He was already under so much pressure. "You finally came home early. You should get some rest too," Claire said. Lucas shook his head. "That's exactly why I want to spend more time with you. Are you feeling any better?" Claire nodded. "Then maybe it's time we seriously get ready for the wedding?" Lucas said. Claire's lashes trembled. "The wedding?" She hadn't thought about that in a long time. "Sure," she replied softly, twirling the ring on her finger. "Sit here for a bit. I'll go get some warm water to soak your feet," Lucas said, standing with a slight grunt, clearly exhausted but not showing it, and headed off to prepare water. Watching him walk away, Claire suddenly blurted, "Lucas, do you think you might ever stop wanting to be with me?" The water Lucas Dalton prepared for the foot soak was kept at a steady temperature. No need to adjust it. He crouched in front of Claire Alton and carefully washed her feet, then looked up, responding seriously to the question she'd just asked. That feeling of novelty always wears off at some point. But if you still want to be with someone after that, that's what really matters. I can stay in a profession for years. Choosing the person I love isn't any different. It wasn't a firm, over-the-top promise, but it was his own way of answering her. Claire lowered her gaze, watching him quietly as he moved. "Lucas Dalton, yeah? If one day you turn your back on what we have, I won't ever forgive you." Her voice was calm, like she was just stating a fact. Lucas's heart skipped a beat. "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" Claire shook her head. "Just popped into my head." After he finished washing her feet, Lucas took a shower himself and then joined her in bed. Claire felt his arm wrap around her, holding her close, but she was too tired. The second she closed her eyes, she was out. Late into the night, a phone call woke her. She opened her eyes and saw Lucas on the balcony, phone in hand, his figure silhouetted by the moonlight. Hearing Chloe Grant's voice through the call, Lucas frowned. "Your family's not home?" Chloe sounded strained. "They had to go to some evening event and ended up staying out of town. The housekeeper can't handle everything on her own. Lucas rubbed his brow. "I'll send someone over to help." There was a silence on the other end. "Okay, sorry to trouble you at this hour, Mr. Dalton." Lucas didn't respond and simply hung up. Then he called Matthew White, gave a few instructions, and went back to the bedroom. Matthew rushed out late at night, already annoyed, but kept his usual polite demeanor. When he arrived at Chloe's place, he waited outside as the housekeeper helped her out. "Miss Grant, please," he said, holding the car door open. Chloe gave him a small smile. "Sorry to bother you so late." Matthew shook his head politely. Once they were in the car, he kept quiet the entire ride, no small talk, no pleasantries. In the back seat, Chloe and Mrs. Thompson exchanged a look. Mrs. Thompson leaned forward. "You're Mr. White, the secretary, right?" "Yes." "Did we disturb Mr. Dalton and his fiancée's rest tonight?" Matthew's thoughts were running. For years, he'd dealt with all kinds of people, and he could see straight through the little games. He gave a light laugh. "Of course not. No need to worry, Miss Grant. Mr. Dalton always takes calls out of earshot of his future wife. Wouldn't want to bother her sleep." Mrs. Thompson looked a bit awkward. "Oh, I see. That's good then. That's good." Matthew couldn't be bothered to deal with them anymore. They all lived in Pingsong Harbor. Everyone knew what was what. No one could really fool anyone here. Chloe rubbed her ankle. "I just hope this doesn't turn into something chronic." Mrs. Thompson said, "It shouldn't." "But what if it does? What then?" Chloe was visibly upset. Hearing that, Matthew took a deep breath in and let it out slowly. He was honestly dying to roll his eyes. Thank God Mr. Dalton hadn't had to deal with this kind of drama from women before. There were some women she'd met in aviation, tough as nails, took hits like it was nothing. And don't even bring up Emily Dalton, that girl was basically bulletproof. Then came Captain Claire Alton, another one who'd sooner bite her tongue than cry. But the girl sitting in front of him twisted her ankle and acted like it was the end of the world, total princess mode. Matthew White was cursing everything in his head, but his face, calm as ever. At the hospital, Mrs. Thompson stayed busy taking Chloe Grant back and forth for scans, while he ran around handling payments, filling out forms. When the doctor finally showed up, Matthew smiled that dead inside smile of his. After all, it was nearly 3 a.m., and he was dead tired. "Doctor, please prescribe the absolute best meds you've got. Can't have the lady left with even the slightest side effect." The doctor pushed up his glasses, looking unimpressed. "Sure, but honestly, it's not that serious. Who hasn't twisted an ankle in their life?" Matthew gave him a cold grin. "Well, maybe this is Her Highness's first royal stumble." Good thing Chloe wasn't there. She'd probably blow a fuse. They ran around for 2, maybe 3 hours, ordered tons of tests, took all kinds of scans, and in the end, the meds cost less than $300. Says a lot about the severity of the injury, huh? Matthew nearly ground his teeth to dust. If Lucas Dalton hadn't been so good to him over the years, he might have just quit right then and there. Mrs. Thompson looked over the meds and frowned. "It's that cheap? Are we sure this'll work? I'm just worried it might stunt her recovery, or worse, leave some lasting damage. You know ankles are tricky business." Chloe didn't say anything, but her face said she agreed fully with the nanny. Matthew inhaled slowly. "Miss Grant, this is the top orthopedics hospital in Pingsong Gang. You were seen by a department head who was staying late just to help. And the meds, handpicked for best effectiveness and lowest side effects. The cheap cost just means it's nothing major. You don't need to stress. You're one lucky lady. You'll be just fine," he said, forcing a friendly tone. Chloe still looked unsure, but with everything wrapped up as airtight as he made it sound, she had nothing else to say. "Well, really appreciate what you did tonight, Mr. White." "No trouble at all." Matthew got them back home. He watched the two disappear into their house before finally letting his fake smile drop. In the secretary group chat, first time doing something like this, and it's just so much. She's seriously addicted to being alive. I swear, thank goodness our future chairwoman is actually chill. A fellow night owl secretary replied, "What happened, Matt? I'm so over this. Done with classy noble ladies, for real." Everyone else in the group was like, huh? But since none of them dealt with the same level of nonsense he did, they could only look on in confusion. The next morning, Lucas Dalton walked out of Muno International, where Matthew was already waiting to drive him to the office. "Tired?" Lucas asked. Matthew let out a sigh. "Boss, you forget? I was at Miss Grant's place in the middle of the night." Lucas remembered. "What happened?" "She twisted her ankle. Nothing serious, but let's just say Miss Grant took it very seriously." Those last words, Matthew practically chewed them out. Lucas chuckled. "So, you're saying? A little dramatic?" Matthew whipped his head around, thumbs up. "Exactly. Boss, if you hadn't said it, I think I'd have exploded from holding it in." On the way to the office, Lucas Dalton dove straight into back-to-back meetings as soon as he arrived. Lately, work had been insane, and today they were deep into discussions about an international airline project. Matthew White finally caught a breather and stepped out for a smoke, but before he could enjoy 2 drags, he noticed someone limping out of the elevator. Chloe Grant. Snuffing out the cigarette in record time, he paused for half a second, then jogged over to greet her. "Miss Grant, if you'd told me you were coming, I would have come down to welcome you on Mr. Dalton's behalf." Chloe had someone helping her walk, and she was leaning on an old-school cane with her left hand. Matthew's eye twitched. Seriously? How dramatic was she trying to be? The orthopedic doctor who checked her last night nearly laughed him out of the room. "No need for meds, just rest at home," he'd said. Yet here she was, with a cane. Unbelievable. Matthew forced a polite smile and gestured, "Right this way, Miss Grant." Once inside the reception room, Chloe settled in with her assistant, and Matthew stepped out. Turning to the secretary setting up refreshments, he whispered, "Grab the fanciest tea or coffee we've got. She treats her health like it's made of gold." The secretary blinked, glanced down at what she was holding, then quietly swapped it for the most expensive tea on the shelf. "What's with that face?" Benjamin Hart had just come up from his floor and noticed Matthew looking totally drained. Matthew nodded at the reception room. "Chloe Grant's here." Benjamin raised an eyebrow. "What's she doing here?" "No clue." "Hey, Matt." Just then, a secretary came rushing over, whispering, "Captain Alton just arrived." The moment she said it, Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Even Benjamin's face changed. It wasn't like they'd done anything wrong, but having Chloe and Claire Alton in the same room, that had awkward written all over it. Claire Alton stepped out of the elevator with Emily Dalton and Sophia McPherson. This was Lucas's office building, so it made sense for Emily to take Claire to the lounge to rest for a bit. Before going in, Emily gave a quick instruction to the nearest slightly panicked secretary, "Get a glass of warm water, please." But as the 3 walked into the reception room, they realized it was already occupied. Emily blinked. "Oh, there's someone here?" She instinctively turned to leave and take Claire to her brother's office instead. Unexpectedly, Chloe spoke up. "Don't worry, I'm not a guest. You can sit too." "Not a guest? Then what was she? A friend? Since when did her brother have a friend like Chloe Grant?" Claire looked over at Chloe but didn't show any reaction as she quietly found a seat. The second she walked in, she'd recognized Chloe as the same woman who had shown up with Lucas at the airport mall the other day. "Claire, my brother's probably still in a meeting," Emily said softly. "Want to wait in his office instead?" The reception room was pretty open, so even a low voice could easily carry. Chloe's head lifted at the sound. Her gaze, sharp with interest, landed straight on Claire. No makeup, no flashy clothes, nothing that screamed, "Look at me." But still, that figure, that face, it was clear this woman stood out. Chloe's eyes flickered for a second, then she actually got up from her seat. "So this is Mr. Dalton's fiancée? I've heard a lot about you." Claire met her look, giving a faint smile as she extended her hand. "Claire Alton, Chloe Grant." After a quick handshake, Sophia McPherson suddenly spoke up. "You really shouldn't keep wandering around. Go take a break in Mr. Dalton's office. You only just started feeling better. What if moving around too much upsets the baby? That'd make you feel worse too." "Yeah, exactly," Emily Dalton chimed in. "Come on, let's go." As the 3 women walked away, Chloe Grant stared at their backs, totally zoned out. Pregnant? Were they all pregnant? Seriously? She sat down slowly, still dazed. Mr. Dalton, Miss Grant was just here. Lucas Dalton had just walked out of a meeting, visibly tired. She's in the visitors' lounge? She left. He froze. Left? Matthew White nodded. Yeah, no clue what brought her here, but she just suddenly decided to leave. Oh, and Captain Alton came by too. She's waiting in your office. Lucas's eyes lit up at that. He picked up his pace back to the office. What's wrong? Mr. Grant looked up as his daughter walked in. Seeing her pale face, he quickly helped her to the couch. Dad? Yeah? She hesitated, then asked, Mr. Dalton and his fiancée, is she pregnant? I haven't heard anything like that, Mr. Grant replied, eyebrows raising in surprise. Chloe frowned. Having a kid out of wedlock? That's not exactly presentable. Wasn't she supposed to be a respected pilot? Doesn't she know better? Mr. Grant let out a long sigh. Sometimes he honestly regretted raising his only daughter to be too rigid. Chloe, I did teach you that getting pregnant before marriage isn't the norm, but you've also got to understand, times change. These days, people get engaged, set the date, then have a baby. It's not that unusual. Chloe's face stayed cold as she shook her head slightly. She's not from a proper family, is she? Just stay out of it, her father muttered, not wanting to argue. Later that evening, her two brothers joined them for dinner. Mr. Grant finished early and left the table, leaving the three siblings alone. Chloe put down her chopsticks. John, Roger, can I ask you something? Sure, John Grant replied. Isn't having a baby before marriage kind of shameful? John paused. He knew his sister could be inflexible, so he gave Roger a look. He was usually better with words. Roger took a moment and said, Why are you asking this all of a sudden, Chloe? I found out today that Mr. Dalton's fiancée is pregnant. Roger nodded. And? That's all. I just don't get it, and I don't approve either. Well, then you don't have to, but it's their life, not ours. Let them handle it, Roger said with a smile. But Chloe didn't agree. How can we just ignore it? Dad values Mr. Dalton and sees him as a key business ally. His public image reflects on us too. Now his fiancée's pregnant without being married. It's not a great look. And if this gets out, it could affect our partner relations. Plus, any woman who's okay with that situation might have questionable character. I really think I need to give Mr. Dalton a heads up. Her brothers looked at each other, their expressions changing. Roger let out a breath and began carefully. Chloe, listen to me. Their personal stuff has nothing to do with us or our business partnership. We don't need to interfere, okay? Chloe frowned. If someone's morals are off and we're doing deals with them, how can we not step in? The Grant brothers. John Grant jumped in right away, knowing full well that if their younger brother kept talking, things were bound to get tense. Because it's their personal life, not ours. Besides, they're engaged. It's pretty obvious they're heading for marriage. A pregnancy before that, honestly, that's not a big deal these days. Got it? John explained patiently to his sister. Chloe Grant let out a soft sigh. Well, that really changes how I see her. Someone who doesn't care about dignity or decency should probably be avoided. Seriously? Roger Grant couldn't help but roll his eyes. If anyone else had said that, he'd probably have walked off right then and there. Etiquette is fine. Having values is great too. But if someone's thinking is as rigid as a rock, they're honestly going to struggle out in the real world. Lucky for her, the Grants had money. If Chloe had to make it on her own out there, good luck. Her mindset was just so out of touch and stuck in the past. Hurry up and eat, Roger nudged John, hinting for them to drop the topic altogether. There was no changing Chloe's views. John was really starting to worry. With how Chloe thought and behaved, she'd probably only get along with someone just like her. Modern men wouldn't be able to handle her mindset. Just like last night, she had twisted her ankle and had to see a doctor. She specifically told Matthew White to find a female physician. In her world, even feet were off limits to male doctors, not to mention any actual touching. After dinner, Chloe went back to her room early to rest. Roger leaned in to gripe at John. How's Chloe supposed to survive there with that attitude? And Dad actually trusts her to deal with business stuff? She's still your sister, man. Watch your tone, John replied. Roger gave a wry smile. Exactly because she's my sister, I've kept quiet this long. Even someone with the patience of a saint wouldn't be able to put up with her for long. It's fine to have self-respect, but she's stuck in the dark ages. Who knew what Mr. and Mrs. Grant were thinking when they raised her? Thankfully, Chloe didn't mingle much, so no one outside had seen this side of her yet. But that was about to change. At Muhu Wanxiang, it was a gorgeous day out, and the three women had decided to whip up some fruit salad outside the house. David had folks bring out all the ingredients. Just as the sun was really starting to beat down, a car pulled up not far from them. A woman stepped out with some help. Sophia McPherson, who was peeling apples, glanced over and murmured, "That woman's got bad news written all over her." Her instincts about other women were almost always dead on. Claire Alton also caught sight of the new arrival. She had on a light summer dress and some strappy sandals, simple but totally refreshing. Chloe, supported by Mrs. Thompson, walked up. Her eyes quickly took in Claire's outfit, and her lips pinched together in a subtle frown. "Ms. Alton, hello," she greeted politely. Claire returned the gesture just as politely. "Looking for Lucas? He's not home right now." "No, I came to see you. Would you mind if we had a word?" Chloe was standing all formal, clearly here with a serious purpose. And Claire, she had no reason to say no. After Chloe Grant was shown into the living room on the first floor of Mulak Vision, David brought in some tea, warm water, and snacks before quietly leaving. Sophia McPherson and Emily Dalton sat close to Claire Alton, not saying much. After taking a seat, Chloe sipped her tea and broke the silence. "To be honest, I didn't tell Mr. Dalton I came here today." Claire stayed quiet, watching her, waiting for what would come next. Meanwhile, Lily, who was in the corner of the room playing with a bone model, suddenly heard something that made her freeze. Chloe continued, "The Grant family is now working with Woodfield International, and reputation really matters in deals like this. I happen to hear you're pregnant." And then, she put down her teacup, her tone serious. "Having a child out of wedlock really harms the reputation of both our families. I think you should consider terminating the pregnancy." Lily jerked her head around so fast it was a blur. Sophia and Emily both looked up, their faces a mix of blank, shocked tea, and utterly confused expressions as they stared at Chloe like she'd lost her mind. Honestly, even Claire looked like someone had just slapped her across the face. What did she just hear? Did she seriously just say that? Was something wrong with her ears? Sophia was the first to react, straightening up. "Ms. Grant, was it?" Chloe nodded. Sophia paused for maybe a second, then asked, dead serious, "Have you ever had brain surgery?" As she spoke, she pointed to her own temple with her index finger. Mrs. Thompson frowned and snapped, "Just what exactly do you mean by that?" "Ha!" Sophia nearly laughed out loud, her voice rising. "What do I mean? I should be asking what the hell you guys mean. Can't read a calendar? Don't know what year it is? Are you really coming here talking about damaging your precious family honor because someone's pregnant and not married? Give me a break. And besides, this baby's Claire and Mr. Rowe Dalton's. What's it got to do with you? Or you, Ms. Grant? Who gave you the right to walk in here and tell someone else to get rid of their kid? Are you for real?" Chloe just sat there, stunned. In her mind, she was doing a good thing. Why was nobody understanding that? She actually asked, in all sincerity, "Don't you think a thing like this brings shame to everyone involved?" Sophia stood up, took a deep breath, then turned toward Lily in the corner. "Hey, Lily, got any old rags or something lying around? Maybe wrap one up for Ms. Grant here. Claire's a pregnant woman who wants a fruit salad, not a lecture. You guys seriously need something to do. If not, then I'll say it nicely. Please leave." Chloe frowned. "And you are?" Sophia flashed a bright smile. "Just someone with basic logic." Emily chimed in. "David, can you show her out, please?" Not even hesitating, David walked over and made a polite gesture toward the door. "This way, Miss Grant." As the rest went to finish making the fruit salad, Chloe stalked out of the house, face like a thundercloud. She shot them a look before getting into the car and leaving. "Oh my God, this woman's seriously not right," Sophia said with a helpless laugh. Emily nodded slowly. "That's the most batshit I've ever seen. Mind-blowing." Sophia whipped out her phone and couldn't help herself. She started tapping out a long message for her social feed. Andrew Robertson had just finished lunch and lazily opened his phone, accidentally tapping into his Moments feed. That's when he saw a text-only post Sophia McPherson had shared 2 hours ago. He read it through, and just as he finished, his assistant heard her boss let out a quiet laugh. Curious, the assistant asked, "Mr. Robertson, what's so funny?" Andrew locked the screen and casually asked as they walked, "Do we still have people out there living like it's feudal times?" "Huh? Who are you talking about?" He just shook his head. Still, in his mind, he was trying to guess who Sophia was ranting about. In her post, she kept referring to someone as Miss N, debutante of Pingsong Port. Miss N? That must be someone with a last name starting with N. But who exactly? Even during lunch, normally his time to skim through reports and documents, Andrew was scrolling through his phone instead. His assistant, peeking over curiously, almost choked when she saw what he was browsing, the 100 family surnames list. Was Mr. Robertson seriously looking up surnames right now? Knowing Andrew had spent years abroad, she said, "Mr. Robertson, if you're interested in traditional Chinese culture, I can find someone more expert to walk you through it." He put the phone down and said, "So what surnames start with N?" "Eh?" She was thrown off for a second, but quickly recovered. "Let's see, Niu, Na, Ni, Ning, Ni, Neng, Nian, Nong. I think those are most of them." He asked, "How much do you know about Pingsong Port's high society?" "What exactly do you want to know?" "These surnames you mentioned, are any of them seen in the social circles over there?" he asked. She thought for a moment. I know there are families with the surname Ni and Ning." Then she suddenly added, "Oh, right. There's also the Ni family. They're kind of low-key, intellectual types, not the kind to show off." Andrew nodded thoughtfully but didn't continue the topic. He was just intrigued. Anyone who could make Sophia go off like that must be a piece of work. And going by the tone of her post, it was full of dry humor and sarcasm. She was definitely mad, but in a hilarious kind of way. Just imagining her fuming over it made him want to laugh again. Sophia had posted about the incident like it was some ridiculous joke. Her feed attracted a small flood of replies, mostly from other rich girls who knew the scene. One even messaged her privately, "I think I know who you're talking about." Sophia replied, "Oh yeah? Yep. I've always suspected she's not right in the head. I never got too close. In her world, wearing a bikini is scandalous, staying out late if you're a woman means you lack self-respect, and having male friends, total scandal. Honestly, mind blown, didn't know people like that still existed in your elite circle." Marissa, right? Even my super classy mom thinks her ideas are nuts. Sophia could only shake her head in disbelief. Back at the Grant home, Chloe Grant had completely lost her appetite. She sat by herself in the living room, zoning out, waiting for her brothers to come back. Roger walked in first and asked Mrs. Thompson, "What's up with her?" She sighed. "Miss Grant ran into someone rude today. Got her pretty worked up." Roger smiled and walked over. "Chloe, who upset you? Want to tell your second brother?" Not far behind, John also arrived and took a seat nearby, clearly ready to hear the whole story. Chloe Grant snapped out of her thoughts, still visibly fuming. "I went to see Mr. Dalton's fiancée today, just to give her a heads up. I told her that getting pregnant before the wedding could mess up the partnership between our families. It's such a bad look for both sides. I even suggested she think about not keeping the baby. And what did she do? She had the audacity to kick me out. Said it's none of my business. Seriously, how unreasonable is that?" John and Roger Grant. "Why aren't you guys saying anything?" Chloe went on, clearly not picking up on their silence. "A woman with no manners, no sense of propriety. How can she possibly be a good partner in Lucas's career? I think I should remind him. Marriage is a big deal, not something to be taken lightly." "Chloe," John tried to interrupt her, "this really isn't your place. Let them handle it." "Not my place? We're in a business deal with them. Isn't that reason enough?" Chloe honestly didn't see anything wrong with what she did. Trying to reason with her was a lost cause. Roger had zero interest in arguing. He stood up and said, "I'm beat. I'm gonna crash. Talk to you later." And off he went. "Hey," John called out, but Roger didn't even slow down. So John was left alone, having to sit there and listen to Chloe ramble on with more of her baffling takes. Later that night, when John and Roger met up again, Roger said, "Hey, maybe we should take Chloe to see a therapist?" And how exactly are we going to pull that off? She'll know right away we think she's nuts. Well, she kinda is, Roger muttered, frowning. She lucked out today by running into someone polite. If that had been anyone else, she'd have been kicked out with more than just words. This can't go on. I need to apologize to Mr. Dalton's fiancée myself, John said with a tense look. And not just that, Roger added. You should probably talk to Dad too. We really need to stop letting Chloe handle anything to do with the Muno International deal. If she ticks them off, we're done for. Lucas Dalton, just getting off work and having heard about the whole fiasco, made a beeline home. He'd expected to find Claire Alton sulking or upset, but instead, there she was at the dining table, laughing so hard she was almost falling over. Lucas relaxed a little and walked over. You okay? Huh? Oh, hey, you're home? Claire waved him over. Come, sit down. Why wouldn't I be okay? After washing his hands, Lucas sat and picked up his chopsticks. Emily told me what happened earlier. He was honestly worried Claire might have been upset, but Claire just waved dismissively. Honestly, when I think about it now, my stomach hurts from laughing. The other women at the table looked at each other, and then they all burst out laughing again. They'd been joking about it all afternoon. Honestly, they couldn't believe someone like Chloe still existed in this day and age. Sure, being pregnant before the wedding didn't sound great, but Claire and Lucas were already engaged and planning the ceremony. How on earth did that affect any kind of business dealing? And even if it did it give Chloe the right to barge in and suggest an abortion? If that's not textbook crazy, what is? Emily nearly choked from laughing. Big bro, seriously, where'd you even meet someone this entertaining? Lucas picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. I had no idea she was like that. I'll talk to her father or brothers. They owe you an explanation. The last sentence was directed quietly, but firmly, at Claire. Before Lucas Dalton had a chance to do anything about it, the next day brought another round of visitors to Mulat Complex. This time, it was Roger and John Grant, Chloe's two older brothers. They didn't come empty-handed either. Two assistants followed behind, each carrying a large gift as an apology. Talk about making an entrance. Claire Alton didn't know the two men, so David didn't just let them walk in. After checking who they were, he hesitated slightly and shot Lily a quick glance from the corner of the living room. Catching his signal, Lily quietly put down the plate of ribs she was working on and focused all her attention on the front room. Only then did David let the brothers in, warmly greeting them with polite professionalism. Emily Dalton and Sophia McPherson were sitting beside Claire the whole time, just in case things got awkward. John and Roger gave Claire a once-over and were clearly impressed. Even without any fancy makeup or styling, she was already striking. If she ever decided to really dress up. Yeah, she definitely had Chloe beat in the looks department. No wonder the president of Woodleaf International was so protective of her. Honestly, anyone would be. Miss Alton, hello. I'm John Grant, Chloe's older brother. Sorry to just drop by like this. Hope it's not too much of a bother. Claire was more than used to these kinds of formal pleasantries, so she responded with a few polite phrases of her own. Then Roger stepped in, standing upright and speaking with a serious tone. Miss Alton, we've heard about what my sister said yesterday. We came today to sincerely apologize to you. We're sorry. Way too formal. At the sound of those words, both brothers stood up and gave her a deep bow. Even Claire didn't know how to react to that. Okay, now that's over the top. It's all right, really. I didn't take it to heart, Claire said with a small smile. She honestly wasn't angry. If anything, she just found it funny. It was such a ridiculous situation. Why waste energy being upset? Roger added, We truly apologize, especially since we also have some business ties with Mr. Dalton. The moment he brought up Lucas, Claire immediately understood what this was really about. She smiled politely. He won't hold it against anyone either. Hearing that, both brothers visibly relaxed. Even though this meeting had been set up thanks to a favor from Lucas, their relationship with Woodleaf International went both ways. The Grant family usually stayed out of the spotlight and didn't involve themselves too much with local entanglements. But with Woodleaf's growing influence, they couldn't afford to stay distant. Building bridges was just good sense. Too bad Chloe had nearly burned this one to the ground with her unbelievably out-of-pocket behavior. David, could you arrange some lunch for us? Let's have something simple together, Claire offered. Roger and John looked at each other, momentarily surprised, but they nodded quickly. They couldn't really turn her down at this point. David responded right away. Do our guests have any dietary restrictions? Roger waved it off. No, really, anything's fine. Don't go to too much trouble. Got it. David headed straight to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Claire leaned over and quietly asked Emily to let Lucas know what was going on. He replied fast, saying he'd be back soon. While they waited, Claire casually chatted with the Grant brothers about topics related to aviation. The woman in front didn't look in the best shape, but she spoke with ease, her smile generous and natural. Nothing about her felt awkward or improper. Seriously, how was Chloe Grant even saying all that trash about her? You're not allowed to fly anymore, right? John Grant asked like a concerned elder. Claire Alton gently placed a hand on her belly, the corners of her mouth lifting with a light smile. Technically, I could, but my fiancé's a little overprotective about my health. Right. Better safe than sorry. When you two get married, don't forget to send us an invite. We'd love to share in the celebration, John said politely, all too used to saying things that sounded just right. Emily Dalton chimed in from the side. Definitely, you'll both be honored guests that day. You're too kind, John replied, still polite and smooth. Not long after, someone walked through the door. The exact moment the man stepped inside, both Grant brothers stood up at once. Mr. Dalton, Mr. Dalton, Mr. Grant, Mr. Grant. Lucas Dalton shook their hands calmly, undid the button on his suit jacket, and naturally took a seat next to Claire without hesitation. He lowered his voice slightly. How are you feeling today? I'm doing fine, Claire responded with a soft smile. Roger Grant couldn't help but glance at his older brother when he heard the gentleness in Lucas's voice. Really now, who'd have guessed that the same cold, composed man they were all familiar with out there could turn into such a quiet sweetheart at home? And Chloe still had the nerve to say she was just trying to give Claire some friendly advice? Please. You and your fiancé seem really close. Honestly, it's kind of enviable, Roger said with a cheerful laugh. Lucas turned his head slightly. You haven't met someone yet. Roger let out a helpless chuckle. My older brother's still single. How could I even dare get ahead of him? At that, John shot him a look. Hey now, don't make it sound like I'm holding you back. Seeing the brothers bicker in such a casual, easygoing way was honestly a bit unexpected. Emily took in Roger's figure with a quick glance, then quietly turned her gaze away, just listening to the conversation in silence. Your ears are red. Sophia McPherson leaned over and whispered playfully. Emily quickly reached up to rub them. Probably just the heat. I'm going to step outside for a bit. She tossed out a quick apology and got up to leave, with Sophia following right behind her. Emily, what's going on with you lately? Sophia teased, her tone full of mischief. Walking ahead, Emily stretched her arms and yawned. It's just too warm inside, needed some fresh air. Why are you following me? Sophia gave a dramatic hum, clearly unconvinced. Don't try to play me. I know when you're lying. When did I lie? You've got this tell. Whenever you're fibbing, you avoid eye contact. You look totally guilty. It's not even subtle. Sophia nudged her with a sly grin. Come on, you blushed because you saw someone handsome, didn't you? What handsome? He's just a way older guy, okay? Just then Roger, who had stepped outside to take a call, froze briefly mid-move when he caught that last line. He glanced over at Emily, then quietly turned in another direction to answer the phone elsewhere. Emily, of course, had no clue he'd overheard. I really was overheating. You're just too nosy, always overthinking everything. Changing the subject herself, Emily asked, By the way, how's your mom doing? Any better yet? She's awake. Doing okay, I guess. Kevin's been taking care of her, Sophia replied, her voice sounding a bit flat at the mention. You know? Emily tilted her head. You're not getting any younger either. Don't you want to start dating? What even is falling in love? Why would I want that? Sophia McPherson played dumb like a pro, and Emily Dalton couldn't catch even a flicker of anything fake on her face. All right, it's not for you, Emily muttered, patting her hair back into place before turning to leave. Right then, Roger Grant walked in after finishing a call and bumped into her. Emily froze for a second, gave a quick nod, and said, "You go ahead." I mean, he was a guest after all. Couldn't exactly ignore basic manners. Sophia, sharp-eyed as always, immediately clocked that Emily's ears had turned red again. Bingo. Totally nailed it. The girl was definitely catching feelings. This was big news. Now Roger, he really did look like one of those guys straight out of a romance drama. All neat and classy, like the kind of guy who grew up reading poetry for fun. But the moment he opened his mouth, that illusion cracked a bit. He had this laid-back, slightly cheeky humor that caught you off guard. Exactly the kind of guy younger girls have the hardest time resisting. Sophia pressed her lips together, watching silently. Poor Emily. If she falls for him, she might fall hard. Once they were inside, Emily looked totally awkward, enough to make Sophia wince from secondhand embarrassment. "Could you at least try to act normal? It's not like he knows you've got a thing for him," Sophia said. Emily jumped, flustered. "What are you even saying?" Sophia narrowed her eyes. "Emily, are we not best friends? You actually thought you could hide something like this from me? Seriously?" Emily let out a deep breath, looking like she'd just lost a battle. She scratched her ear awkwardly. "I wouldn't say I like him exactly. It's more like..." Sophia waited, but nothing came. So she leaned in, whispering right by Emily's ear, "Like your heart skips a beat when you see him, right?" "Aye! All right! Sophia waved a hand. "Leave it to me. I'll get you his number." "Don't you dare! Why not? You're not a kid anymore. What, you planning to live off your brother forever?" The two started shoving each other like kids, totally confusing Claire Alton, who glanced at them in bewilderment. It wasn't until right before lunch that Sophia finally filled Claire in on what was going on. Hearing it, Claire raised an eyebrow. "For real? Emily's into him?" "I'm not. I don't even know him," Emily shouted, practically stomping in frustration, her cheeks now matching a tomato. Sophia pointed right at her face. "Look at her. That blush says it all. How are you still denying it?" "Emily, listen up," Sophia started, more serious this time. "Meeting someone who makes your heart race doesn't happen every day. If you found that kind of person, take it seriously. Go for it. Otherwise, you'll look back and regret not trying. You're grown. It's not embarrassing to like someone, okay?" Emily opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally gave in with a sigh, dropping her gaze. "I'm not even sure what it is I'm feeling. It's just like, when I first saw him, I wanted to look again. Then when we locked eyes, I couldn't keep looking, but I didn't want to stop either. All nerves, all over the place. But the way she said it, it was pretty clear. Girl was falling fast." Claire nodded. "I'm with Sophia on this. Might as well give it a shot. Your brother knows him too, right?" "That's perfect." "Claire, you're supposed to be on my side." Emily looked like she might explode from the sheer panic. "This isn't me messing with you. I'm helping, okay? Got it, dummy?" Sophia McPherson gave Emily Dalton a light shove back toward her room. Come on. Let your girl fix you up a little. At least look decent for your first meal with him." Emily just stared in silence. Before lunch, Claire Alton pulled Lucas Dalton aside for a quick word. After listening, Lucas frowned. Claire asked, "You're not on board with this?" "It's not that," Lucas muttered, glancing toward Roger Grant. "The Grant family's all about tradition and rules. They're kinda rigid. I'm worried she won't vibe with that and end up feeling miserable. If that's the case, maybe it's better not to get involved in the first place." Claire thought for a second. "I just wanted to give you a heads up on how Emily feels. What you do with that is your call. I just hope you don't get too involved in her choices. I know you're looking out for her, so maybe just let her know what you think. After that, let her take the wheel." "Yeah, I get it." Lucas wasn't clueless. He clearly understood the subtext. Claire just wanted him to open the door a little for Emily and Roger to get to know each other. Lunchtime rolled around. Lucas, playing host, gave the Grant brothers special attention. "Emily, come sit on this side," he said, motioning her over. "The seat next to him? None other than Roger Grant." Emily blinked, kind of thrown off. Because she caught on right away, her brother was totally playing matchmaker. Normally, he'd never care where she sat. She could be balancing a lunchbox on the rooftop of Moo Vistas for all he cared. Emily gave a quiet nod and obediently slipped into the seat. Once everyone settled, Lucas kicked off the convo. So, about the follow-up for the Muno Plaza project, I've decided either my assistant or my sister will handle the comms moving forward. That okay with you? They'd come today halfway to apologize, halfway to discuss Chloe Grant stepping away from the collab. Roger jumped in instantly. Sounds good. We were about to bring that up too. My brother or I will be handling the future comms. Does that work for you, Mr. Dalton? Lucas gave a small smile. Perfect. They clinked glasses lightly, sealing the deal. Meanwhile, Emily sat there utterly confused. Did her brother seriously just involve her in a major Muno business deal? Was the sun rising from the west today? Or maybe he really was setting her up, giving her and Roger more FaceTime. The thought made her feel oddly touched. Here, big bro, have some fruit, she said sweetly, picking up a piece and placing it on Lucas's plate. Lucas glanced down, his smile chilling just a little. Emily froze, awkward. She pulled her chopsticks back fast. Rude. Later, when the Grant brothers left, Emily couldn't help grumbling under her breath. Seriously, what kind of brother is that? I was being nice and he still gave me the cold shoulder. But then a low voice came from right behind her. Being nice? You handed me mango? You forgot I'm allergic? Emily's eyes went wide. Oh God, totally clueless mistake. Sorry, my bad, big bro. Emily jumped up and gave him a deep apologetic bow. Forgive your dumb little sister. Lucas didn't even bother responding. He just tossed her a business card and strolled off to the balcony with Claire. Emily picked up the card. Roger Grant. She instantly smiled. Damn, having a brother like that must be nice. Now look at mine, Sophia muttered with a dramatic sigh, arms crossed. There really are levels to being a good big brother. After the Grant brothers got back home, John asked, "What were you just laughing at?" Right before they left, just as they got in the car, Roger had let out a soft chuckle. Roger gave a smirk and shook his head. Just thought that girl was kind of funny. What girl? John raised an eyebrow. He had noticed a few young women earlier back at the Mulak complex. His little brother wasn't the type to flirt aimlessly, and definitely not the kind to joke around about women. Lowering his voice so the driver wouldn't hear, Roger said, Lucas Dalton's sister. At that, John inhaled sharply, and his expression shifted a little. As the older brother, he gave a warning. Roger, you shouldn't joke about stuff like this. I'm not, Roger replied, shaking his head. It's just, every time she looked at me, she blushed. Didn't even dare speak properly. I thought it was cute, honestly. She blushed? John gave him a once-over. Roger definitely fit the description of charming and well put together. And that was no brotherly brag. It was a fact. Ever since they were kids, Roger had always turned heads. Smart, polite, easy to talk to. He had it all. Even more literary talent than John himself. Their father had been urging both of them to settle down, but guys like them, with their academic backgrounds, tended to be super picky, so neither had anything close to a serious relationship yet. You actually interested in her? John asked seriously. Roger answered just as seriously. Kinda hard to say that after meeting someone once, don't you think? Then why bring it up? If Dad hears about it, he's gonna dig into it nonstop. Why does he need to know? I was just mentioning it casually. John still couldn't help but remind him, Roger, this isn't something you should take lightly. Even if you do get to know her later on, don't treat her feelings like a joke. Be a decent man. I get it. The Grants were raised right. Solid values, no drama. When it came to relationships, they took things seriously. Totally different from those spoiled rich kids. That's also why they didn't show up much in high society events. They just didn't vibe with the whole flashy scene, and they weren't interested in forcing themselves into it either. Roger understood one thing well. It was okay to keep to yourself, but don't go out of your way to make others feel small. Otherwise, you just turn into the weird one in the room. Where'd you guys go? A voice called. Just as they walked through the door, Chloe came down the stairs, looking a bit anxious. Why is Dad suddenly not letting me handle the Plaza project with Muno International? Well, Roger just shrugged and plopped down on the couch, clearly throwing that one to John to sort out. Did you eat lunch yet, Chloe? John asked, trying to ease the tension. Yeah, she said, still looking flustered. But seriously, is something wrong? Could it really be because of that woman I mentioned? The one who's pregnant before getting married? Is that messing up things between our families? Roger rubbed his forehead and sighed. No, Chloe. John stepped in quickly. The partnership's still on track. Roger and I just felt it's not super safe for you to be constantly running around lately, so we figured we'd take over for now. You two just took over? Chloe Grant frowned. Why didn't you at least tell me first? Roger Grant was already showing signs of impatience. Chloe, you've never been involved in these kinds of things. It's going to get complicated later, so just leave it to us. There's no need for you to get involved. Why can't I ask about it? Chloe was clearly upset. I have a right to know. Fine, you guys handle it. But do you remember the suggestion I made? Have you told Lucas about it yet? What suggestion? Chloe's tone sharpened. About reminding him that his fiancée isn't exactly marriage material. John Grant was stunned. The whole living room went dead silent. After a long pause, Roger exhaled deeply, clearly hitting his limit. Chloe, can you please stop meddling in other people's business? What? Chloe looked hit hard. How is that meddling? This affects our deal too. Our collaboration with them isn't going to crash just because of this, Roger said, his tone colder now. And even if something does go wrong, it's definitely not because of the thing you're so hung up on. You just enjoy your life and focus on the things you like. Clear? John could tell his younger brother was about to blow up, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Chloe, what your second brother means is that you're overthinking it. Overthinking? Chloe looked furious now. Her face darkened as she spat. She's pregnant before marriage, acts recklessly, and they're already living together. Someone like that says a lot about Lucas, too. As his business partners, we have every reason to warn him. Tell me, how is what I'm saying wrong? You're not wrong. Roger stood up, totally done pretending. You're just insane. Go get yourself checked by a shrink. What did you just say? Chloe stared at him in disbelief. Roger didn't answer. He just turned and stomped upstairs, wanting nothing more to do with the argument. Left behind, John rubbed the bridge of his nose in exhaustion. Big brother, did he just say I'm crazy? Chloe asked, still stunned that her own brother would say that. John sighed. Chloe, don't be so stubborn. Your personal view isn't everyone's truth. The smart way to live is to keep your nose out of it. But Chloe wasn't hearing any of it. In her mind, both brothers had completely lost their heads. She didn't want to argue anymore. Mrs. Thompson, I need you to find out where John and Roger went today, who they met with. Mrs. Thompson left and came back a while later. Miss, both Mr. John and Mr. Roger went to visit Lucas and his fiancée this morning. For real? Chloe shot up from the chaise lounge, her eyes wide. She frowned hard, clearly realizing this was more complicated than she thought. As night fell, Chloe's place was buzzing with people. As the staff were busy playing host to a group of wealthy young guests. Every guest in sight was either loaded or influential, all part of Pingsong Gang's elite crowd. They were all around Chloe's age. Hey, do you know why Chloe suddenly threw this party? Someone whispered. A girl nearby sighed. No clue. I'm not even close to her. Just came because it'd be awkward not to. You could tell from their faces, they weren't exactly thrilled to be here. Normally, if invited to a big party like this, these folks would be all smiles. But tonight, the vibe was off. The whole thing was strangely quiet, with nothing but the occasional clink of a glass breaking the silence. So, what was up? Well, the weird atmosphere had everything to do with how the party was set up. Any other rich kid throwing a party would go all out. Drinks, desserts, some fancy Western food. People would be grouped up, chatting, playing cards or pool. But Chloe Grant's party, totally different story. The whole space had been split in half. Guys on the left, girls on the right, and no wandering around was allowed. What's more, the long tables that should have been stacked with red wine and sweet cocktails? Nada. Just rows of teapots and plain water. Soft drinks were rare to spot. And the food, so basic, it felt like a joke. Sure, maybe the ingredients were pricey, but none of it fit the whole party vibe at all. For the first time ever, these so-called highborns realized that a party could feel like a punishment. Most attendees were like the dude who just spoke up, here out of obligation more than anything. After all, this was the Grant family's party. You couldn't just not show up. "Oh my God, this is the first time I've worn a dress without heels," one of the girls grumbled. "You're not the only one. It's way too hot for boots. And this Chloe Grant, what's up with her? She even wrote on the invite that dress code had to be appropriate." The wealthy moms who received that weirdly formal invitation freaked out and personally picked outfits for their daughters. Everyone knew Chloe's reputation: strict, old-fashioned. According to her, women shouldn't show cleavage or let men see their ankles. So, many girls had to squeeze into suffocating high heels that covered their feet entirely. But those clunky shoes didn't go with their evening gowns at all. In the end, everyone pretty much gave up and just showed up in casual clothes. "Marissa Olson, you seriously don't know what this is all about?" someone asked. Marissa looked up lazily, annoyance written all over her face. No clue. "Hello, everyone." That voice came from the mic. All heads turned toward Chloe Grant. She was in a perfectly tailored, modernized kyongsam and embroidered flats. Her hair had this vintage vibe, kinda nodding to early 20th century styles. The look totally matched her whole bookish, well-bred thing. "Sorry for the last-minute invite," Chloe said, taking a step back and bowing slightly. "I know it's pretty sudden, and I really do appreciate you all making the time." Everyone clapped half-heartedly. Clearly, the excitement level was somewhere near rock bottom. Chloe straightened up and went on. "I called you all here because there are some things I've been wanting to discuss. I don't go out much, so maybe I'm a little outdated. I figured you all have a much broader perspective, and I'd really love your honest feedback." Someone near the front replied, "Go ahead, Miss Grant. We'll be happy to share our thoughts." Chloe hesitated for a second, looking a bit let down. "Well, I've heard something lately that really got me thinking. And I wanted to ask you guys. A couple living together before marriage and the girl's already pregnant, they've only just set a wedding date. What do you all think about that?" Everyone looked confused. "Wait, that's it? Seriously, that's what this is about? Why did she make it sound like some huge deal?" Even the guy who'd responded earlier to Chloe Grant was stunned. Took him a while to stammer. That's actually pretty normal these days, right? I mean, they're already planning to get married, so having a baby is kind of nice news, isn't it?" "Exactly," a bunch of others chimed in. But clearly, Chloe wasn't having it. She frowned and tried to explain. "Don't you think that girl's kind of lost her self-respect? How can someone like that be a good wife? Her mindset's off. That kind of thinking could negatively affect their kid." The young ladies exchanged glances. Yep, that look said it all. This woman must be nuts. Marissa Olson especially looked like she was about to say it out loud. After Chloe's little speech, the female guests all went silent. The men picked up on the awkward vibe. One older gentleman spoke up. "Miss Grant, times have changed, you know. We treat things more openly now. As long as there's commitment and respect, it's not really a scandal. Honestly, it's kind of sweet when two people in love start a family together." "What do you mean sweet? It's clearly something to be ashamed of. Doesn't her family feel humiliated?" Chloe raised her voice. Just as her words landed, two women got up from their seats. "Sorry, Miss Grant. Something came up at home. I'll head out early. I suddenly feel unwell, so I'll be leaving too." They didn't wait for Chloe to respond, just walked out. The remaining guests quickly put two and two together. Both women were married into wealthy families not long ago, one currently pregnant, the other had a baby before marriage. So, Chloe had basically just called them out in front of everyone. No wonder they bounced. Why'd they leave? Chloe stared after them, muttering, "So rude, clearly should have picked different guests." She wasn't exactly whispering, and a few people overheard. Word spread fast. In under 20 minutes, most of the invited guests made their exits. Chloe sat down, staring at the half-empty party with a deep frown. "No wonder Mom never wanted me mixing too much with these people. This circle's a mess. Honestly, staying away from them might be for the best." She turned to Mrs. Thompson. "Something's definitely up with my brothers today. I bet it has to do with Lucas Dalton's fiancée." She was beginning to suspect. Had that woman brainwashed her brothers? After all, a girl who could do something like that probably had all sorts of messed up ideas. Maybe her brothers just weren't thinking straight. She couldn't just watch them fall for that. "Mrs. Thompson, get everything ready." I'm paying Lucas Dalton's fiancée a visit tomorrow. Mrs. Thompson, always on Chloe's side, quietly went off to prepare the gifts for the visit. Chloe Grant had stirred up quite the storm. By the next morning, basically everyone in Pingsong Port's upper crust circles was in the know. Still, because of the Grant family's status, no one dared spread the word outside. People just whispered about it in private. Naturally, the gossip made its way to Roger Grant and Sophia McPherson. On the other side, Andrew Robertson pieced things together when he suddenly remembered that post Sophia had shared the other day. That must be about Miss Grant, right? Dude, I'm dragging you into this group chat. It's hilarious. One of Andrew's local buddies sent him a voice message. He was about to say no, but before he could reply, a new group popped up on WeChat, complete with live voice chat already going. Andrew, just join in and listen. There's this girl. I'm dying of laughter, his friend chuckled. Glancing at the clock and realizing he had nothing pressing, Andrew gave in and lazily tapped into the chat. His phone immediately exploded with voices, mostly just people roasting someone. Bored and alone, Andrew set his phone on the table and started on his dinner, half listening to the chaos. Most of the voices were women's. Andrew didn't know anyone, so he just took it all in like background noise. My God, I can't believe people like that really exist. No wonder she never shows up to anything. Honestly, it's better that way. Spares us all a lot of pain. I swear, if I'd known, I wouldn't have gone. Now every time someone mentions a party, I get PTSD. That was the most painful party of my life. Seriously, where'd she crawl out from? Doesn't her family tell her to just stay in? Then someone called out, Sophia, you there? Say something. Hearing her name made Andrew pause, chopsticks halfway to his mouth. He clicked on the group member list. He scanned through the avatars. Yep, it really was her. She was in this too. That immediately sharpened his attention. Then a laid-back female voice came through. I'm eating crawfish. You guys keep chatting. I can hear everything. By the way, how do you know Chloe Grant? Someone asked. Sophia gave a small cough, then chuckled dryly. Well, that's kind of a long story. Let's just say we somehow managed to stumble across the one human in existence who's like this, huh? Exactly. Couldn't agree more. Ha! Honestly, Sophia, with that delivery, being just a flight attendant seems like such a waste. Sophia joked back, oh yeah, then find me a better job. No lie, if you're serious, I totally will. She laughed. Nah, forget it. After doing this airline thing for so long, it's all I know. But hey, if you really want to help me out, set me up with a guy. And boom. Just like that, all the rich boys in the group came out of the woodwork. What? The Sophia McPherson doesn't have a boyfriend? I'm only now finding this out. Miss McPherson, when are you free? I'd be honored to treat you to dinner. How about it? No way. Not him. Come on, Sophia. Haven't we known each other way longer? I ought to have priority. Sophia McPherson said lazily. I've got just one checklist item when it comes to dating. What is it? You go ahead and guess. Let me hear it, said Chen. Hot guys only. Everyone. Sophia added, if you're not good looking, it's a no from me. Looks come first. Rich or not, that's background noise. Chen rolled his eyes. Still as shallow as ever, huh? My face doesn't make the cut? Thought I could win you over, said another guy jokingly. The guys in the group chat were practically elbowing each other just to show off in front of her. Typically, rich heirs wouldn't spare a thought for a flight attendant. But Sophia was different. Word was she never relied on anyone and never used connections. And lately, she was super close with the soon-to-be boss's fiancé from Muno International. No wonder everyone wanted in. Sophia replied casually, Chen Zenon, pick me up the day after tomorrow. I'll give you that dinner. Chen grinned like he just won something big. Deal. Say no more. Miss McPherson, I'll be honored. They joked around like old friends, not caring who was watching. Meanwhile, someone quietly dropped out of the chat. At the dinner table, half the dishes still untouched, yet the host had put down his chopsticks. Andrew Robertson looked rather grim. She really said yes, just like that. After what she said before, he let out a breath and got up to wash his hands. Staring into the mirror, Andrew eyed his own reflection. Hot, huh? Was he decent looking enough? Elsewhere, Sophia had just turned off her phone while eating crayfish with Emily Dalton. She wasn't continuing the chat. Emily glanced over. You're actually going to go on that date? Been running around handling my mom's stuff, need a break. Sophia peeled off her gloves and wiped her mouth. When she came back from washing up, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message. She froze for a good while when she saw who it was. Andrew Robertson. And what he sent was, well, a bit off. She stared at it, confused, before slowly typing a reply. You okay? Or did someone hack you? His first message had been, that Chen guy, better looking than me. Sophia had to blink twice. No way he just asked that. Andrew Robertson, the guy who never cared about this kind of stuff, asking that. Whether he is or not, what's it matter to you, Mr. Robertson? It doesn't. I was just curious. And I'm just supposed to answer that because you asked? Don't forget, I don't work for you. That last Mr. Robertson really made him sigh. He didn't reply again. Instead, he popped open a beer in the living room, the news murmuring from the TV as the silence of his big, empty house settled in. He had to admit it, just 2 days, and yet Sophia was stuck in his head. It didn't make sense. They only had breakfast once or twice, barely said anything. Why was she still lingering in his mind? He figured at first it was just boredom, someone interesting breaking the monotony. But even after trying to talk to other women, nothing stuck. If he couldn't shake her from his thoughts, then maybe he'd stop trying and just reach out. Taking the initiative to reach out didn't seem like a loss of dignity to Andrew Robertson. In his world, if you wanted something, you had to be willing to pay the price. That was just how things worked. The conversation between them ended right there. The next day, at the National Airlines headquarters, Andrew's secretary noticed he kept picking up his phone, pausing, then setting it back down, over and over again. As a good secretary, his job was to read between the lines and help when needed. After thinking it over for a while, he finally asked, Mr. Robertson, is something bothering you? Mind sharing? Maybe I can help. You know, 2 heads are better than 1. Andrew set down his pen and leaned back in his chair, staying quiet for a moment. Then he looked at his secretary and asked, how do you ask someone out on a date? I mean, from the opposite sex. What's the right way to say it? The secretary's face froze. He seriously thought he'd misheard. Once he got over the surprise, he replied, well, I guess it depends on the kind of person she is, what sort of people she hangs out with. Everyone's different. Backgrounds, circles, even the way they talk. There's that much to it? Andrew asked, confused. The secretary's curiosity flared up like a lit match. He leaned in eagerly. Absolutely. Come on, tell me more. Andrew clasped his hands together and resting his elbows on the desk, and after thinking a bit, he slowly said, she's a chief flight attendant. A chief flight attendant? And a flight attendant, period? The gossip radar in the secretary's head went off like crazy. Was it someone from their airline? Wait, no, most of the chief flight attendants at National Airlines were older and already married. The secretary squinted. No way Mr. Robertson was into married women, right? He hesitated. And her personality? I mean, chief attendants are usually the calm, composed type, right? Quiet, gentle, that sort. Nope, Andrew cut in. She's the complete opposite of calm, composed, quiet, and gentle. Seriously? Come on, Mr. Robertson, you expect me to buy that? So, not calm, which meant bubbly, outgoing, super lively, and she still made it to chief? Something didn't add up. The secretary cleared his throat. Okay then, if she's that kind, maybe you should tailor your approach. Tailor it? Andrew had no clue what Sophia McPherson liked. All he knew was she liked good-looking guys. That's the only thing I've figured out. She likes handsome men, he admitted honestly. The secretary nearly choked. Then why not just flaunt your face a little, he suggested. With your looks, Mr. Robertson, you tick the handsome guy box. Easy. That's not the same, Andrew frowned. She made a move on me before, but when she found out some stuff, she pulled back. What stuff? The secretary asked. Andrew didn't hold back. She works at Maple Airlines. Maple Airlines. The secretary's brain short-circuited. Of course. Mr. Robertson hardly ever showed interest in anyone, and the one time he did, he picked someone from their biggest rival? The secretary blinked. So she backed off because she found out who you were? Yeah. The secretary didn't even know how to respond. Andrew looked a little frustrated and finally just gave up thinking. He picked up his phone and sent her a message straight away. Seeing how blunt he was with that text, the secretary could only stomp his foot in disbelief. "Mr. Robertson, this tone of yours, how is this even inviting someone to dinner? It sounds more like you're collecting a debt." Andrew frowned. "Really?" Just after waking up, Sophia McPherson stretched lazily and saw a new message pop up on her phone. "Free for a casual dinner Friday night. No greeting, no softener, not a hint of politeness." Still, Sophia could hear her own heartbeat thudding a few times. Yeah, definitely felt something. But she'd already promised that guy, Mr. Chen, she'd go out with him, stood firmly by her no-flake rule. "Sorry, Mr. Robertson, I already have plans that day." "Didn't expect this, though." "Then how about Thursday?" This tone, seriously, like dinner was already set and they were just picking the day now. Sophia got annoyed and tapped her screen a bit too hard while replying. A few seconds later, Andrew got her response. "Sorry, Mr. Robertson. I probably won't be saying yes to your invitation anytime soon. It's not personal. Just, you do remember what was said between us before, right? I don't get involved with people who've been dishonest with me. Besides, considering we work for rival airlines, it's better to keep some distance. Don't want to spark any unnecessary rumors for either of us. Thanks for understanding." Her reply hit Andrew like a brick wall. He let out a quiet sigh. So that's what it was like trying to get close to someone who knows how to talk circles around you, especially when she's still mad at you. Around lunch, Sophia got another message from him. I can explain what happened back then. But Sophia had just gotten back to work and was still feeling a little out of it. She locked her phone and decided not to reply for now. Andrew had already looked up her flight schedule and knew she was mid-trip, so he didn't follow up. Back in Wuhan, after a short flight, Sophia came back around 8 p.m. She walked in with Emily Dalton and right away spotted Chloe Grant, who had just arrived minutes earlier. Chloe turned around, thinking Lucas Dalton had finally shown up. That's why she picked this hour, to catch him in person and say her piece. But when she saw it wasn't him, her disappointment was written all over her face. Emily noticed right away. Miss Dalton didn't let things slide. This was her home, and here a guest had the nerve to look visibly annoyed. Without even taking off her shoes, Emily dropped her suitcase and walked straight over. But Chloe beat her to the punch. "So Miss Dalton doesn't even take off her shoes indoors?" Emily snorted. "Miss Grant, this is my house. I'll do as I like. You don't need to worry about it." Chloe tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. "Is this how you people are these days? Just ignore basic courtesy? And what courtesy is that? You talking about telling someone to get rid of a kid?" Sophia stepped in. "If you're so aware of reputation, ever heard of basic decency too? Trying to convince someone to get an abortion. Is that your idea of morals? You don't worry about some ghost baby knocking on your door in the middle of the night." "You!" Chloe's face turned cherry red with rage. Then Mrs. Thompson jumped in on Chloe's side, glaring. "We are your guests? Is this how the Daltons treat people? Honestly, it's like your parents forgot to raise you, and looks like whoever you hang out with isn't any better." No doubt who that jab was aimed at, Claire Alton. Claire's eyes shifted toward Mrs. Thompson, and he let out a dry chuckle. "Forgot to raise me, Auntie. Who exactly are you throwing shade at here? You know what they say, every house has its own rules, but without rules, there's chaos. Some old money families have enough class to keep it together for generations. Others, just nouveau rich with zero manners." Mrs. Thompson's words oozed sarcasm so thick you could choke on it. She wasn't exactly subtle, clearly calling the Daltons uncultured climbers. Nouveau riche? Really? So only some families deserve to last through generations, and hers doesn't? Emily Dalton didn't want to hear another word. She stormed forward, grabbed all the gift boxes, and shoved them into David's arms. "Take these and toss them out, along with these two clowns." With her back straight, Emily looked Mrs. Thompson dead in the eye. "I'm warning you, don't bring your ancient, dusty values in here and try to act superior. No one around here buys that crap. You actually think people don't see you as a walking, outdated meme from another century? Every time you show up, I feel like I've been thrown into some historical drama. Talking to you feels like a straight-up insult to my IQ. Just leave. Seriously. You're not welcome here." Seeing how pissed Emily was, David didn't hesitate. "Ladies, this way." Watching herself get booted out without even the token fake politeness made Chloe Grant's skin burn red from humiliation. She couldn't wrap her head around how someone could be this rude, this tactless, this brute. And to think a rude woman like this was even being called a proper young lady. What's worse, Claire Alton hanging out with her when she was supposed to be the future CEO's wife of Muno International? That kind of association could damage Muno's whole image, and once Muno's in trouble, the Grant family would suffer too. Chloe felt the weight of her responsibility all of a sudden. "You really think you can act like this and not have everyone talking behind your back? I'm still your guest, you know." Chloe's voice raised. She wouldn't budge, even after being kicked out, still parked on the couch, looking superior. "Oh, you're digging your heels in now? Gonna give me a lecture too?" Emily was past done. Her rage felt like it hit the ceiling. Next thing, she grabbed Chloe by the arm and pulled her up. "Out! What are you doing?" Mrs. Thompson jumped in, trying to block her, but it was useless. Chloe was no match for Emily's strength. In a matter of seconds, she was shoved toward the entrance. With eyes burning and hands trembling, Chloe pointed at Emily and said, "The way you're acting, Lucas is bound to end up in trouble." That was low, like curse-level low. Emily didn't say a word. She grabbed an umbrella from the rack beside the door and hurled it at Chloe like a javelin. "You freaking..." But Chloe didn't stick around for the encore. She bolted, dragging Mrs. War Thompson behind her, and the two of them scrambled into the car and peeled off from Lakewood Grand. Why the hell is she still roaming free? Shouldn't she be locked up somewhere? Emily was seething, stomping her foot. Next to her, Sophia McPherson was all quiet, just finishing up saving the entire incident on her phone. She'd recorded everything. Claire hadn't moved from her seat, head down, deep in thought, not saying a word. After slamming the door shut, Emily pulled out her phone, scrolling furiously through her contacts. If Lucas even thinks about talking to that lunatic again, I swear I'll cut him off. No more sister. Sophia stepped in quickly, trying to calm her down. Sure, be mad, but don't start making promises you can't keep. You can't even order takeout without your brother's help. Can't I at least pretend for a sec? Emily snapped, nearly biting off the words. Sure, talk big all you want, but maybe know when to stop? You just said you'd smack my dear boss. Sophia McPherson grinned. Once that pointless drama was dealt with, Sophia stayed until Claire Alton fell asleep, then quietly headed downstairs. Lucas Dalton was out of town for business. He wouldn't be back until the next morning. So yeah, Chloe Grant could forget about waiting for him tonight. On WeChat, Andrew Robertson was the one to message her first. Still on the topic of grabbing a bite, Sophia waited till late to text back. Mr. Robertson, if I'm not misreading things here, you're trying to hit on me, aren't you? Andrew, seeing that lonely little question mark just ticked her off, so she gave him a call on voice. Mr. Robertson, she said as she stepped onto the balcony, letting the tail end of spring, early summer breeze brush past. Her tone was polite, but with a sliver of sarcasm. His voice had that calm, teasing undertone that just knew how to mess with someone's head. Sophia tried to ground her fluttery thoughts and repeated what she'd texted. There was a pause on his end before he finally said, probably. What do you mean, probably? Sophia frowned. Are you always this indecisive? Andrew just chuckled lightly. Yes. And just like that, she could almost hear the thump of her own heartbeat, loud and clear. Swallowing a bit, she kept her cool as best as she could. If you're serious about pursuing someone, maybe show a little effort, Mr. Robertson. You know how this works. She could hear him light a cigarette, the faint rustle making it clear. His tone relaxed, with a hint of amusement. Okay, what do you want? That gentle, almost doting voice almost made Sophia lose her grip on the act. Seriously, was something up with Andrew lately? Why else would he suddenly reach out again, let alone admit he wanted to pursue her? All she meant was to test the waters a bit. Didn't expect him to just straight up respond to it. Well then, no point beating around the bush. I don't really need anything, but there is something I hope you can help me with. Go ahead. Those two nonchalant words made her lips twitch up. She cleared her throat quietly. There's someone I absolutely despise. I recorded a short video. Since you've got connections, think you could get it posted online, preferably without the ID being traced back. There was a long, awkward silence from the other end. Sophia raised an eyebrow. This too much for you, Mr. Robertson? If that's the That's it? Excuse me? That's it? This isn't minor. Andrew said, send me the video. Oh, sure. Staring at the ended call screen, Sophia was caught off guard and sat there a while before it sank in. At home. Andrew waited for about 5 minutes before her message came through with the video attached. It wasn't long, but what got captured was something else, especially the nonsense Chloe was spouting. Sophia had filmed it cleverly. None of the others' faces were visible besides Chloe and Mrs. Thompson. Andrew saved the original, then forwarded it to one of his contacts, giving instructions just like Sophia had asked. On WeChat, Andrew, this video will go up tonight, so, Miss McPherson, mind joining me for a casual dinner? Casual dinner? You cooking? A moment later, sure, cough, cough, cough. That reply nearly choked Sophia to death. She really wanted to ask Andrew Robertson, are you okay in the head? Sophiaxon, what can you cook? What do you feel like eating? There's a lot I'd like. Then I'll make it all. Sophia was left speechless. This guy, once he decides to shamelessly push forward, he's impossible to shake off. She thought for a bit. Then let's do Friday night. Want me to pick you up? Better not show up at Mukang's gate. Just send me the address. I'll go myself. Gotta keep things low-key. Even if Emily Dalton and Claire Alton wouldn't really care, she still couldn't just throw caution to the wind. In the 2 days leading up to Friday, Andrew, in between meetings, would randomly surf the web for recipes. He could cook, sure, but wasn't too sure what Sophia liked best. Luckily, he remembered what foods she'd included in the breakfast she once brought him. So he based the dinner on those and had his assistant buy the ingredients and drop them off at his place ahead of time. Friday. Leave a bit early today, Andrew told his assistant without looking up from his computer. The assistant blinked. Huh? Take a different car and pick someone up by Mukong's front gate. But right after saying it, he changed his mind. Actually, don't bother. Judging by how Sophia acted, she clearly didn't want people linking them together at work. The fewer people who knew, the better. After wrapping up his tasks, Andrew left the office earlier than usual. When word got out that Mr. Robertson had clocked out before regular hours, the Guohang staff were shocked. It was like a bombshell newsflash spreading around the entire airline. Captain Dawson, Mr. Robertson left early today. There's been rumors that he might be seeing someone. Do you think that's true? Stephen Dawson had been laser-focused on improving his flight skills lately. Any free moment without a scheduled flight, he buried himself in Guohang's training center, doing intense flying drills over and over. He was grinding hard, and he couldn't care less about Robertson's private life. Instead, he asked, any idea what Claire Alton from Mukang's up to lately? Still flying the A380? Not sure, one pilot muttered. Haven't heard anything about her recently. Another chimed in, yeah, ever since their civilian flight unit left the training squad, it's been radio silence on her. Right now, Stephen Dawson had one thing on his mind, surpassing Claire Alton. Why her specifically? Because in China's civilian pilot circle, the only two names with real status were Mr. Thompson and Claire Alton. And ever since Claire earned her S-rank flight certificate, tons of rookie pilots and fresh grads had started treating her as their role model. In fact, thanks to her influence, word had it that flight school applications from female students had gone up significantly this year. Mukong's anniversary is coming up. I heard some international flying teams are flying in. It's like a joint event, arranged by the Civil Aviation Authority, the pilots chatted. Stephen quietly listened for a bit, then got up and walked off to train again. Plans for Muno International's anniversary celebration had been in full swing for quite some time, and the final date was set for next Wednesday. Sophia walked out of Muno, flagged down a car, and headed straight for Andrew's place. She'd been there before, with Claire and Emily too, so she knew the route well. She'd taken extra time to dress up today. But the moment Sophia McPherson caught a glimpse of herself in the compact mirror, an unexpected wave of nerves hit her. Patting her chest, she muttered under her breath for comfort, What's there to be nervous about? He's the one chasing you, not the other way around. Chill, seriously. Just breathe. Not long after, she arrived at the gates of the villa community. As she stepped out of the car, the click of her heels echoed with both confidence and style, like she owned the sidewalk. Andrew Robertson was already out on the balcony. From a distance, he noticed her walking up, a woman with the presence of a runway model. A small chuckle tugged at his lips before he turned and headed downstairs to meet her. Being socially savvy, Sophia hadn't come empty-handed. She brought a gift along, of course. Seeing Andrew walking toward her, tall and unmistakably handsome, she swallowed hard. Damn, this guy was unreal. As they approached each other, she lifted the gift bag slightly and said, "Thanks for having me, Mr. Robertson." He glanced at the bag and smiled lightly as he took it. "You didn't have to." They walked together, Andrew just a step ahead. Out of the corner of her eye, Sophia stole a glance. His shoulders were broad, body lean but strong. Very easy on the eyes. Soon they reached his place. He held the door for her, as polite as ever. She hadn't been to this house more than a couple times. "Dinner's ready. Want to eat now?" he asked once she set down her purse. "Just us?" she asked, a little surprised. She figured he'd invited maybe a friend or two to join. Andrew didn't beat around the bush. Why invite extras to be third wheels? Sophia was momentarily speechless. At the dining table, things felt oddly less awkward despite the formality. When Andrew sat down, he gave her a serious look for a few seconds. Sophia didn't shy away. She even tucked a strand of hair behind her ear on purpose. Let him look all he wanted. Then she teased with a smile. "So, do I look good?" Just messing with him a bit. Didn't expect Andrew to go with it, nodding earnestly. Of course, no one sets out to fall for someone unattractive. This man, seriously. "Try this," he said, using the serving chopsticks to place a bite onto her plate. She tasted it, and her eyes practically lit up, though she managed to play it cool. Not bad at all. Chef level, honestly. "First time anyone said that," he said casually. "Others weren't impressed?" She raised a brow. He took a bite himself and, after swallowing, said slowly, "You're the only one who's ever had my cooking." Her heart did a little flip. It took some controlled breathing to keep from grinning like an idiot. "Want a drink?" Andrew asked. She thought about it. "Sure, a glass won't hurt." Glasses clinked soon after. Andrew brought it up first. "That clip you mentioned, I've already posted it. So, what vibe are you going for? You're not even worried it'll cause trouble for you?" Sophia was genuinely curious how he didn't seem to care at all about possible fallout. "Weren't you the one who said if you're going to chase someone, you better show it? Taking a bit of heat for someone you like. That's part of it, right?" Andrew was direct, not bothering to sugarcoat. Sophia cleared her throat. "Well, you are the boss. You do what you want." Andrew laughed lazily. "I wish. I'm just another guy clocking in like everyone else." "Then your job must be something else. Mind letting me have a turn someday?" She narrowed her eyes, sly like a fox. Didn't expect Andrew to look up and answer seriously. "Sure. When would you like to start?" Sophia froze, blinking in disbelief. "Andrew Robertson, are you feeling okay?" she asked, dragging out every word. Andrew raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked, "So, being a doctor your side hustle or something?" Sophia blinked, shaking her head in confusion. "Then you do palm reading or face reading, maybe?" "Nope," she said flatly. Andrew's smile reached his eyes. "If it's neither, then why'd you say I was sick?" "You." Sophia took a deep breath, totally unprepared for him to pounce like that. Dude's got the sarcasm gene maxed out, seriously. How can a sane person say something like you just did? Andrew looked slightly puzzled, brow creasing. "I mean, I'm trying to win you over here. If you said you wanted this job, then giving it up for you doesn't seem like a big deal, does it?" At this point, Sophia started to wonder if Andrew's brain was wired differently from the rest of the world. Sure, it was rare for someone to really catch her attention, but dating a guy this out there, that felt risky. Low-key worried it'd affect future kids' IQs. Across from her, Andrew didn't seem fazed at all by her very obvious side-eye. He just kept eating, slow and steady. Sophia's eyes drifted to his arm, lean, defined, and somehow she swallowed hard without realizing. Then, out of nowhere, his arm was right in front of her. She looked up at him, puzzled. Andrew stretched out his left arm toward her, I just saw you checking out my arm and swallowing. You hungry? Go ahead, take a bite. Sophia felt like her sanity was being drained by Andrew's wild way of talking tonight, so she leaned in. Mph. Yep, that muffled sound echoed awkwardly in the quiet night. A minute later, Andrew looked down to see a nice fresh bite on his left forearm, teeth marks neat and tidy, not even out of place. Across from him, Sophia grinned like the devil and cheekily licked her lips. Thanks for your generous donation, Mr. Robertson. Andrew wasn't angry at all. Calmly, he rolled down his sleeve and asked, So how was it? Pretty good. Didn't hurt my teeth, and kinda chewy. The corner of Andrew's mouth tugged, and he laughed softly, shaking his head. Eat your food already. With his tone tinged slightly with firmness, Sophia finally stopped goofing and focused on her dinner. She hadn't held back either. The bite had real force to it. It even left a bruise. But since it didn't break the skin, Andrew just let it slide. After the meal, Sophia made herself right at home by dropping onto the couch like she owned the place. Meanwhile, Andrew was the one tidying up like the actual host/butler. Once he finished cleaning up, he brought over a plate of fruit and set it down in front of her. They were face to face again. Sophia popped a piece of sweet melon into her mouth. Then Andrew spoke. So, what's your type when it comes to guys? Not someone who works for an airline. Sophia beamed. I came over mainly to make up for those 2 meals you brought me. But since this dinner was so good, I'd say it cancels them out. We're even now. Andrew didn't react much and just headed back to the kitchen. Want something to drink? He called. Sophia grinned. Feeling bad working you so hard, Mr. Robertson? Not at all, he replied. Not long after, he brought over 2 cups of tea. Sophia McPherson took one and gave a quick thanks, then took her time savoring it. Across from her, Andrew Robertson leaned lazily against the arm of the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, looking relaxed and casual. His gaze, though, never left her face. A long stretch of silence sat between them. It wasn't until Sophia had nearly finished her tea that Andrew finally spoke up, slow and deliberate. That tea you just drank? Pretty exclusive. So how do you plan on paying it back? Cough! What? Sophia almost choked. Come again? You traded my dinner for your 2 breakfasts earlier. Now that you've downed my tea too, what's the deal this time? Her eyes almost popped out of her head. If you won't say, should I take a guess? Andrew gave it a thought. No need to go big. We've shared a few meals already. Just owe me 2 dinners. Fair? I'll just pay you, Sophia snapped. She was not in the mood to play games. Andrew just smiled. Like I said, it's not something you can buy, even if you have the cash. Grinding her teeth visibly, Sophia muttered, You're doing this on purpose. Yep, seriously. What was she supposed to do with that? Sophia shot him a tight fake smile. Mr. Robertson, dating someone like you? I'd need 10 heads to keep up. Not happening. Why bother keeping up with me? Andrew said it casually. If my brain works, I'll use it. Yours doesn't need to. Just enjoy life, shop, look good, do your thing. Wow, kind of insulting, but God help her. Wasn't that basically the dream life for every girl ever? Sophia didn't even try to hide the sparkle in her eyes. You serious? I just need to look pretty? What do you think? Andrew didn't seem like he was joking. She crossed her arms. Define look pretty. Andrew paused. Buy what you want, do what you feel like. No strings attached? Sophia narrowed her eyes. There's a string, Andrew grinned. What is it? He thought for a second. You're all heart, blunt, carefree. Like one of my buddies up north used to say, kinda wild. Sophia opened her mouth but couldn't get a word out. How was she supposed to interpret that? Was that a compliment? Didn't sound like it. She let out a dry chuckle. So you think I'm dumb enough to manage? That I'm low maintenance and won't bug you? The light reflected off the chandelier above, casting a dim glow over Andrew's eyes, making them look extra deep and dangerous. After a beat, he said slowly, I just really like your smile. The few things you say mean more to me than someone else going on all day. It was such a simple, down-to-earth thing to say, but it still spun around in Sophia's head all night. After leaving Andrew's place, she went straight back to Muhuanshiang, tossed and turned the whole night, and couldn't for the life of her figure out what Andrew actually meant by that last line. A few words from her meant more than someone else ranting all day. What did that even mean? Seriously! Before she could make sense of it, morning came. Andrew's message popped up on WeChat. So when do I get promoted to boyfriend, Miss McPherson? Seriously? You're actually asking a woman that kind of question? Well, who else should I ask? Yeah, Andrew was as clueless as they came, total straight guy energy, no doubt. Sophia flopped upright on the bed, dark circles under her eyes, rubbing her head like she could scrub the confusion away. This guy, not easy at all, just way too straightforward. She'd always thought she was into the type who did the whole romance thing, not this blunt force honesty stuff. Miss McPherson, time to go to work, Emily Dalton called from outside. Sophia hadn't slept a wink. Still in a daze, she mumbled, "Yeah, I'm coming." After a quick round of getting ready, the two grabbed their stuff and headed over to the terminal. That video online, was it you who filmed it? Emily asked in the car. Sophia blinked, clueless. What video? Emily pulled it up from her phone. The one where Chloe came by and I kicked her out. It was all over the internet last night. My brother even asked if I had someone record it. I told him she brought it on herself. I figured it had to be you. The angle matches where you were sitting. Oh. Sophia pressed her eyelids. Yeah, that was me. Like you said, she had it coming. Exactly. I didn't even bother explaining to my brother, but I've got a feeling the Grants might start digging into this. That got Sophia's brain to finally kick on. If the Grants do start digging, how bad could it get? Who knows? But honestly, they probably won't. They were the ones in the wrong, after all. Still, thinking about the Grant family's power and status made Sophia a little uneasy. She opened WeChat. If the Grants do look into it, will it affect you too? Andrew replied pretty quick. Must not be too busy. Worried about me? Nope. Use your words properly. Fine, no. So then why bring up the Grants? Are they causing you trouble? I was just asking. This time it took a while for a reply to come back. By the time Sophia and Emily clocked in, boarded the plane, and she was just about to shut off her phone, WeChat buzzed. They wouldn't dare. Those 4 words had Sophia's heart skipping. What are you doing? Phone off now, Emily nudged her. Sophia snapped out of it, glanced one last time at Andrew's message, then powered down her phone. Go swing by first class real quick, Emily said, motioning with her chin. Putting the phone away, Sophia pulled her focus back to work mode. Excuse me, sir. The plane's about to take off. Please shut down your dev. She paused when the man looked up. Andrew slowly closed his laptop and said with a small grin, Sure. What the hell was he doing here? Wait, she didn't notice him boarding? Oh, right, she was zoning out. Snapping back, Sophia switched to full professional mode. Understood, sir. Have a pleasant flight. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Andrew's gaze landed on her uniform, cool and composed, but there was a flicker in his eyes. The crew had multiple uniforms depending on season. Today, it was the tailored Cheongsam-style summer set, sleek, sharp. Her name tag read Chief Purser. When she was in work mode, Sophia gave off a calm, collected vibe, very different from the bubbly side Andrew usually saw, like 2 versions of the same person. Every time she walked past, Andrew's eyes casually followed. She noticed, and it made her a little self-conscious. You okay? Emily whispered. Your face looks kinda red, or did you change blush brands? Sophia chuckled. Does it look good? Looks great, so natural, like you're actually blushing. What brand of blush is that? Emily Dalton was still asking. Buzz off, Sophia McPherson said, stepping away in her high heels. After the plane took off, a few flight attendants were quietly chatting in the back. That guy in first class is seriously handsome. You mean the one in the suit and glasses? Yeah, him. He looks kind of familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. He's with Air China. With Air China? What does he do there? He's the current CEO. For real? Yep. My classmate works there and showed me a pic of their CEO before. It's definitely him. Sophia overheard them but didn't join the conversation. She leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. Keep an eye out for me for a bit. I didn't sleep at all last night. Gonna sneak in a quick nap. Emily nodded. Sure, go ahead. But of course, sleep was out of the question for Sophia. This flight was going abroad. Was Andrew Robertson traveling for work? Her brain just couldn't stop replaying all the things he had said to her, like they were stuck on a loop, refusing to let her move on. So much time had passed, and she'd almost forgotten about him, only for him to pop back into her life like this. Seriously, you grinding your teeth in your sleep or something? Emily's voice suddenly cut in. No, Sophia opened her eyes. Just thought of something that pissed me off. I was clenching my teeth. What was it? Come on, tell me, Emily asked, clearly curious. Sophia deflected. You know that Chloe Grant? What's the online reaction to the video we posted? What do you think? People definitely see it the same way we do. Emily looked amused. A bunch of folks in Pingsong Port's fancy circles were dragging her in the comments. Apparently, she even threw some bizarre party recently to debate whether premarital pregnancy is shameful. Girls got way too much free time. Sophia crossed her arms and gave a cold laugh. If she loves sticking her nose in everything so much, maybe she should go clean up ocean waste instead. Good point. If I see her again, I might just pitch that brilliant idea. Meanwhile, at the Grant house, the air in the living room was weirdly quiet. Mr. Grant sat in the middle. Chloe was on one side, with John and Roger Grant on the other. The angry one? Roger, hands down. He glared at Chloe. I can't believe you threw a damn party. Were you trying to embarrass us on a galactic scale? And as if that wasn't enough, you went behind our backs and showed up at their door again? I heard what you said in that video. Mrs. Thompson, standing beside Chloe, stepped in to defend her. Mr. Roger, let's not be too harsh. Miss Chloe only did it for the sake of the family. She was worried things might impact us. Especially you, Roger shot his sister a sharp look. Do you even realize what a mess your words could have made for our family? Calling people nouveau rich? Do you know how many enemies that could stir up? Had it not been for the fact Mrs. Thompson helped raise Chloe, Roger wouldn't have let her stick around. John clearly wasn't thrilled either. Dad, the whole internet's blowing up about this. With the video out there, we really don't have ground to press Ms. McPherson. Chloe was the one who crossed the line first. How did I cross a line? Strangers might not get it, but you guys don't understand where I'm coming from either? Chloe felt deeply wronged, her eyes brimming with tears. Roger, cold as ever, snapped. You just can't stand peace in this house, can you? Aye. At that, Chloe got furious and blurted out without thinking, Did that shameless knocked-up woman brainwash you or something, Roger? Mr. Grant suddenly barked, Chloe Grant! Chloe Grant was fuming and in no mood to be reasoned with. Her anger locked squarely on Roger, sitting calm on the sofa across from her. Roger, I used to look up to you and our older brother. You were always gentleman in my eyes, polite, respectful, well-mannered, but I never thought, not in a million years, that you'd end up mixed up with people like that. Her voice trembled along with her hands, eyes red and filled with disbelief. She wasn't just angry, she looked like she'd completely lost it. There was no talking sense into her. Roger turned his head and sighed, clearly done dealing with her. Dad, I've got stuff to take care of. I'm leaving. Thanks to Chloe and her recent mess, several situations were still waiting to be cleaned up. Go, Mr. Grant let out a long, exhausted breath. But just as Roger got up and made for the door, a hand yanked his arm back. Chloe had positioned herself in the doorway, eyes sharp as blades. You're not leaving. We need to settle this now. I won't let you twist things, won't accept you not understanding me. At that, Roger's patience hit its breaking point. Honestly, if she weren't his sister, he wasn't sure he wouldn't knock her flat right then. Gentlemanly? Polite? Yeah, not today. This was just straight up impossible to deal with. Roger clenched his fists, holding himself back, but his words came out sharp. Honestly, them kicking you out was kind. If it were me, I'd have slapped some sense into you. You don't get to talk about me like that, Chloe yelled, devastated by his words. I've done everything for this family, outsiders jumping to conclusions. I can live with that, but you, of all people, now you're insulting me, judging me? Roger crossed his arms, brows pulled tight. When did I insult you? You said I was mentally unstable, remember? Her eyes welled up as she spoke, her voice cracking. She looked ready to fall apart, like the whole world had turned on her. Roger let out a dry laugh. I wasn't insulting you, I was just stating the obvious. You. Chloe's emotions spiraled until they snapped. She let out a sudden scream that echoed through the room, stunning everyone. "Ah!" She screamed again and again. Roger stood frozen, internally muttering, "She's lost it. No, she's been gone for a while now." Chloe's breakdown had Mr. Grant frowning hard. They'd always figured she was just a bit set in her ways. Traditional, rigid. It never seemed like a big deal. But now she genuinely looked unwell. Mr. Grant couldn't help but recall his son suggesting she might need professional help. Maybe it was time. Mrs. Thompson rushed in, trying to calm Chloe down. "Miss Chloe, please, don't get worked up. Don't be upset." She gently pulled Chloe away, guiding her back to her room and whispering as they walked, "They're all selfish, only thinking of themselves. But you always put others first, always saw the bigger picture. People like that. They're rarely understood." Chloe's breathing slowed a bit, but her face was pale, frozen. The storm inside her hadn't passed, just dulled for the moment. Her hands gripped the sides of the chair, teeth clenched. "I'm not letting this go. I'll make sure everyone knows I'm the one in the right. They're the shameless ones. How could someone like Roger be part of the Grant family?" Mrs. Thompson caught the increasingly frantic look in Chloe Grant's eyes and said gently, "Miss Chloe, second young master is still your brother. Maybe you're just seeing things from different sides. He doesn't mean harm." "So it's all her fault, that shameless woman." Chloe snapped, her voice shaking with rage. "Women like her have always been nothing but trouble. Wrecking their own homes isn't enough. They have to ruin other people's too. She shouldn't even exist." After a flight, Emily Dalton parted ways with Sophia McPherson, who had something on her plate. Emily didn't tag along. Lately, family stuff had been piling up, and she hadn't had proper rest. The fatigue was catching up to her. Still, she knew she wouldn't sleep even if she went home. So she figured she might as well grab a drink before heading back, at a sake bar. As soon as she stepped inside, the owner recognized her. "Miss Dalton, welcome. Yeah, sake, please. Oh, and some sashimi." Back when she was swamped with work, Emily would also stop by here alone for a bite and a drink. The low alcohol level of sake was just right, not too heavy. The place had a subtle foreign vibe, though most people came more for the quiet than for the decor. Emily picked a random seat. When she turned her head, her gaze unexpectedly met someone else's. Her heart skipped a beat. "Roger Grant?" Roger smiled. "Just call me Roger. No need for all that second young master stuff." "Isn't that just being polite?" Emily teased. They were sitting one table apart, side by side. "Are you here alone?" she asked after a moment. "Yeah," Roger replied lazily, already looking a little tipsy. "Well, since we bumped into each other like this, want to sit together and chat for a bit?" Emily offered. Roger didn't hesitate. "Then, I'll be intruding?" "You're not. I'd be glad to have the company," she replied casually, skilled at polite banter. The owner caught on and moved Roger's dishes over to Emily's table without being asked. They didn't eat much, just slowly kept pouring drinks. When the sashimi arrived, Emily poured herself a cup, raised it toward him, to randomly running into Roger Grant. Roger gave a small smirk and touched his cup to hers. After a sip, Emily asked, "Rough day?" Roger let out a sigh. Thinking of Chloe, he felt more than down. He felt completely drained. "You wouldn't understand," Roger muttered, slightly drunk. "I don't share a mother with my brother and sister." "What?" Emily blinked in surprise. "So you and your older brother are from the same mother?" "Yeah," Roger went on. "By the time Chloe was born, my brother and I were already a few years old. We never had any issues with her, not even with her mother. We just figured we'd be good to the little sister. But as we grew up, it became clear our minds really aren't wired the same." Emily listened as he talked, sipping slowly through several rounds. When he finally paused, she raised her cup again. "I get it. You get it," Roger laughed softly. "A polished, rich girl like you, what could you possibly understand?" "Why not?" Emily's cheeks were slightly red from the alcohol. "My family situation's not all that different from yours." "Oh?" Roger looked at her, surprised. After knocking back a cup of sake, Emily Dalton's gaze turned a little hazy. Her speech slowed down, and her voice came out low and slightly hoarse, almost lazy. That kind of voice? It crawled straight into Roger Grant's ears, making him instinctively study her more carefully. She stared out the window, resting her chin on one hand, and started talking in a casual, unhurried tone. I've got an older brother and a second brother, but the three of us, different moms. That made Roger pause. He hadn't seen that coming. Not like the outside world knew anything about this stuff. He sobered up a bit, focusing on what she said next. My mom. Emily stopped for a beat. I'm technically an illegitimate child. Later, my older brother's mom took me in, raised me like her own. Roger frowned slightly, silently thinking what an amazing woman Lucas Dalton's mother must have been. Life was pretty peaceful for a while, Emily went on. Then one day, out of nowhere, another illegitimate kid shows up, barely younger than my brother. And the woman who had him, she came right to our door with my second brother. She paused, her tone heavy. That mess, it cost my stepmom who raised me her life. Roger didn't say a word. Emily kept her head down, eyes lowered. My stepmom was incredible, genuinely, truly good. She accepted me without question. But my dad, the guy just kept pushing his limits. It's disgusting, honestly. Thankfully, my older brother's always had my back. He never left me behind. Sure, he can be tough with his words sometimes, but whether I want something, or I'm trying to do something, or if I'm in trouble, he's always there, first one to show up. She finished and looked up at Roger. That's why a long time ago I told myself, maybe I won't ever accomplish big things in this life, but if anything ever happens to my brother, or if someone tries to hurt him, I'd go all in. I'd do whatever it takes. Roger quietly held her gaze. After a short silence, he raised his glass. I hear you. And yeah, it makes sense. If I were you, I'd do the exact same thing. Emily smiled. Being in aviation probably helped. When she smiled, it was bright and warm, and with a little alcohol in her system, there was a teasing hint of charm in it. They kept drinking, round after round. No idea how many times the owner brought them another bottle. From late afternoon till night, the empty sake bottles piled up, and both of them were starting to feel fuzzy. I'll just crash at the hotel nearby, Emily said. A girl staying out by herself? Roger's speech had slowed down too. He stood to pay the bill while Emily leaned on the doorframe, her smile lazy. Mr. Grant really does have some manners. Roger chuckled. All it takes is paying for dinner? He casually grabbed her wrist. I'll walk you to the hotel. It's my brother's hotel. Nothing's gonna happen there. Still, Emily didn't resist and let him lead her out. Roger walked her all the way to her room. Sweet dreams. I'll head out. She nodded. Just as he was turning to leave, she grabbed his arm. He blinked, surprised, and turned around, only to meet her plumb in for a bit. Roger's throat tightened. Whatever self-control he had left completely vanished under that lazy grin. The door closed after 2 seconds, and it didn't open again the whole night. The next day. Any news? Lucas Dalton asked the moment he stepped out of the meeting room. Matthew White followed closely behind and replied in a low voice, Yeah, she's at one of our Muno Airlines hotels. Lucas gave a small nod. But there was one detail Matthew hadn't mentioned, that Emily had stayed the night with a guy. He wasn't sure if he should say anything just yet, so he kept quiet for the moment. Once Lucas got busy again, Matthew thought it over, then decided to call Claire Alton. Captain Alton? He said cheerfully. Sorry to bother you, but I just wanted to check something with you. Me? Claire sounded curious. What is it? Matthew quickly summed it up. Miss Emily didn't come home last night. Mr. Dalton asked me to look for her. I found her at one of our hotels, but looks like she was staying with a guy. I'm not sure if I should tell Mr. Dalton about it. Claire paused. A guy? Emily has a boyfriend already? But if she did, why didn't she say anything? Yeah, something's off here. Don't say anything for now. Just act like you don't know. I'll ask Emily myself. Claire, got it, Captain Alton. Have a good rest. Back in the hotel, Emily had just woken up. She had a flight that evening, and her head was pounding. Still half asleep, she rolled over, stretching one leg out. She could feel the blanket under her leg. Yes, that was normal, but it also felt like something else was there. Wait, what? Eyes still closed, she used her leg to nudge at the thing under the covers. Is that a leg? A few seconds later, Emily's eyes snapped open, and before she could react, Roger Grant turned over and wrapped an arm around her. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest, and she stopped breathing for a second. Roger even patted her back. Don't move, sleep a bit more. I'll take you to work later. What kind of tone was that? What exactly were they now? And then it all came rushing back. Last night, oh God, she really did drink too much. When did sake start hitting like that? But what's done is done. No use crying over it now. She gently pushed Roger's arm. He slowly opened his eyes, a lazy grin tugging at his lips. That look in his eyes, it almost made her want to bolt. But no, she was Emily Dalton, okay? She wasn't going to freak out. I've got a flight this afternoon, so you... Their eyes met. Roger raised an eyebrow. Oh. As soon as he spoke, he pulled her into his arms again and kissed her. Afterwards, she lay there with a frown, voice slightly hoarse. I was trying to tell you I needed to leave soon. Why did you? Roger, fresh out of the shower, stood by the bed, drying off. Well, sounded to me like you were talking about a round two. My bad? She couldn't hold it in. Shut up. Sure. Roger was oddly obedient. Emily quickly gathered herself, but her clothes from last night reeked of alcohol and were a no-go. There's a new outfit by the door. See if it fits, Roger said casually. Emily turned to look at him standing on the balcony, lighting a cigarette. Her heart thudded just a bit faster. He was, surprisingly thoughtful. While Emily was checking the fit in the mirror, Roger walked over. He looked at her through the reflection and asked, What are you thinking? Emily's heart was pounding like crazy, but her face stayed calm. She was buttoning up her shirt. What do you mean? Roger felt something strange stir inside him from her reaction. So you're saying, once we step out that door, we just pretend none of this happened? Emily didn't say a word. Even her breathing felt off. She looked at him through the mirror. After a beat, she said, I mean, it's not like we're actually going to start dating, right? Roger raised an eyebrow, but didn't respond. Turning around, Emily took a step closer and gave a light poke to his chest. Your sister totally wrecked the mood between us, you know? Roger caught her hand instinctively. Forget her. Emily froze. She already found him attractive the first time they met, then came tonight, and now this. She couldn't hold it in anymore. With a slight smile and that casual air she'd perfected, she said, If you're up for it, I'm down to give dating a shot. Roger wasn't like Chloe, all uptight and old school, but being raised in a respectable family, there were certain lines he didn't cross easily. Now that something this impulsive had actually happened, he knew he had to own it. Emily, listen, you don't have to say yes, I won't blame you, but if you're just here for fun, I'm not okay with that. Are we clear? Translation, if this is just fooling around, stop now. But if it starts, it's gotta mean something. Emily felt her heart slam a couple of times. She shrugged and looked away. I get it. She had just turned to leave when he slid his arm around her waist and pulled her back into his chest. He dipped his head slightly and kissed the corner of her lips. I'll drop you off at work. Let me know when you're done. I'll come pick you up. He sounded so soft, it was almost unreal. Emily walked into the Muno Air building, cheeks still warm. She touched her face, turned to glance at the curb. Roger was still there, sitting in his car. She quickly stepped inside. They didn't add each other on WeChat, just exchanged numbers. Text inbox. Roger, do you have any favorite jewelry? She read it, then replied quickly. Jewelry? Not really into any specific piece. Roger chuckled in the car. Figures. A rich girl from Muno International with someone like Lucas Dalton as her brother. No way she'd be short on jewelry. He didn't reply again, just started thinking. At the Grant house. When Roger got home and didn't see Chloe in the living room, he let out a quiet breath. But John was there. Where'd you go last night? Roger plopped down and pulled at the hem of his pants. Dinner with a friend. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. Okay, shoot. I'm picking a present for a friend, not sure what to get. Got any ideas? John looked curious. Guy or girl? Girl. Roger kept a straight face, so John didn't read too much into it. For a lady, jewelry, designer bags, maybe something fancy like porcelain or jade if you want to go all out. Roger's eyes lit up like something just clicked. Got it. Thanks, man. Hey, John called out as he turned to go. Dad said this morning he wants to introduce you to a friend's daughter. When are you free? Normally, Roger wouldn't go against their dad's wishes, respecting elders and all that. But now, can you turn it down for me? Pretty swamped lately. Roger wasn't planning to bring up anything about Emily yet. He hadn't figured out where she stood, and jumping the gun would be a terrible idea. All right then. What's with you today? You've been zoning out nonstop. If this wasn't your family's company, I swear I'd dock your pay right now. Sophia teased Emily on the plane. Emily was dead tired, not from a hangover, but because last night's events had her head spinning even now. Seriously, wasn't this way too fast? They've only met twice, and now they were suddenly dating? Not even a rocket could move that quick. She rubbed her temples. I think I need a breather. My brain's fried. Sophia gave her a once-over. Did something happen? Nope, all good. You really think you can hide things from me? Sophia leaned in closer, and her intense stare made Emily feel like she was getting x-rayed. All right, fine. I started dating someone. Sophia was stunned. She blinked a few times, then let out a long breath. Say what now? Who's the lucky guy? Emily hesitated, clearly not ready to drop Roger's name yet, especially since just the other day she'd told Sophia she didn't think he was her type. Now look at her, a full-on girlfriend. Sophia smirked. Okay, keep your secrets. But don't expect me to cover for you if anything crazy happens later, got it? Hey, don't say that, Emily sighed. But can you keep it just between us? You're a grown woman and you're still hiding your love life? Seriously? Sophia looked at her like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. That's not it. Emily clicked her tongue. The problem is who I'm dating. It's kind of complicated with my family. Sophia's face flattened. Wait, don't tell me it's Roger. Roger Grant? Emily was speechless. What kind of brain did Sophia have to connect the dots that fast? Seeing her reaction, Sophia was sure she'd guessed right. She took a deep breath. Are you kidding me? When did this even happen? It's only been days. You move faster than 5G, girl. She was honestly impressed. Come on, teach me your ways. Emily's face turned beet red. It just sort of happened, okay? Stop asking. Oh wow, you're blushing like crazy. Sophia wasn't new to this whole dating thing. One look, and she could pretty much guess what had gone down. Roger had stepped out for a while, then came home and headed straight to the balcony to text Emily. He didn't notice someone standing behind him. Chloe, who had perfect eyesight, had clearly seen the name Emily Dalton on the message. Wasn't she the younger sister of Lucas Dalton? And from the look of the text, the two of them were already a thing? Dating without the family's green light? That was a no in Chloe's book, especially since that same Emily had once treated her terribly. Why would Roger still fall for her? Didn't he care about how she felt? Smash! Roger had just hit send when his phone was yanked out of his hand and hurled onto the balcony floor. He looked down at the cracked screen, then slowly lifted his gaze to Chloe's furious face. Chloe, you seriously need to get your head checked. Me? Or maybe it's you who needs the checkup, she snapped.